Oh, here we go. Okay. Now it should be visible.
Yeah, we're good now.
All right. I believe Solid will be doing the. Oh wait, I got this.
So I'm on the YouTube and it looks like it has started.
We are in fact live. I'm just sharing our slides here real quick so that we can hop right into things. Okay. Hello, everybody. I believe we are live. Everybody in the chat, can we get just a bit of interaction to make sure that we're seeing y'all? We can see what's going on. Okay. Looks good. Looks good. So, welcome, everybody, to the YSYF Fall Charity Livestream. Today, we will be fundraising for one of our major initiatives, which is building a vocational training space in Doriumu, Ghana. This meaningful cause supports YSYF's mission of amplifying the rights of women and youth in Ghana through advocacy and action for economic, educational, and health development. We will have a diverse array of programming tonight, including guest talks by people that work with us on the ground in Ghana, Ghanaian crafts, and a talk by Dr. George Day from the University of Toronto on education and development. The live stream will feature a rotating panel of guests who will participate in the various activities, ask questions, and perform challenges to encourage viewers to donate. That's right, viewers like you will be able to chat with us and help us reach donation thresholds throughout the night, for which the panelists will perform challenges and dares. Since it's a live stream, viewers, that's you guys, can drop in and out anytime and staying as long as you like. So we're going to begin our live stream right before we hop into introductions with a land acknowledgement. Salah, if you want to take it away.
Perfect. Thank you for the introduction, Zaki. And hi, everyone, and welcome to our live stream. Thank you so much for supporting the work of YSYF. While we are a new NGO, we've gotten so much support from our extended networks within Canada and as well in Ghana. And now we're even seeing engagement from people in other places around the world. So thank you so much for believing in what we do and for being part of that vision. I'd like to begin with a land acknowledgement, and I'd like to begin by acknowledging the Indigenous peoples who call this land that we're gathered here today on home. And we do a land acknowledgement to recognize the ways that we as settlers participate in and contribute to the disenfranchisement of Indigenous peoples, and also to reaffirm our commitment to truth and reconciliation. So from coast to coast across Canada, we acknowledge the ancestral and unceded territories of the Inuit, the Métis, and the First Nations that call this land home. So while we meet on a virtual platform, I am located in Takaronto, which is the original land of the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, which is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people.
There we go. I myself acknowledge the lands and people of the Mississaugas of Squamish Island First Nation. I am thankful to be welcomed on these lands, which are situated under the Williams Treaties and the traditional territory of the Mississauga, a branch of the Great Anishinaabe Nation, including Algonquin, Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi. These lands remain home to a number of Indigenous nations and peoples. Land acknowledgements are part of the many steps of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's Committee's 94 calls to action. And by acknowledging that we are settlers in these physical spaces that we gather, we show respect, we honor the kinship that many Indigenous communities have with this land, and we acknowledge the experiences and legacies of colonialism and oppression that Indigenous peoples have faced and continue to face. We recognize that the land we are on is a product of systemic efforts to deny Indigenous peoples their rights, including through the residential school system, the 60s scoop, the school to prison pipeline, and forced sterilizations. And while this is only recently becoming more recognized in mainstream media and public discourse, we know that Indigenous peoples have been living and speaking about these traumas for decades. And as an organization that itself works to amplify the voices of marginalized people and underrepresented communities in Ghana, and do that in a way that advances a decolonizing agenda, YSYF is committed to ensuring that we advocate alongside Indigenous communities here in Canada and globally as well. And for us, what that commitment means is that land acknowledgements are not just performative statements. They're meant to be done with conscientious, reflective action. So we'd like to invite you to join us in a moment of reflection to acknowledge the harms of the past and present, and to consider how we are and can each in our own way move forward in a spirit of reconciliation and collaboration. So please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you, Zaki. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? My bad. I was just going over the schedule. So as I was saying, 2:30 to 3 o'clock, we have our makeup tutorial with our very own Andrea. 3 to 4 p.m., we have our an introduction to YSYF with Saliha and the co-founders Saliha and Na. Then 4 to 5 p.m. we have a segment on kente prints, which are a traditional Ghanaian cloth that have a lot of cultural significance in the Ghanaian community. We're actually going to have people live from from Ghana to give us some insight into the cloth and how it's woven and the significance it has for the community. And then from 5 to 6 p.m. we have a cooking segment with YFYF's own Juliet, who's going to be showing us how to make kelewele, which are basically spiced fried plantains, which are a very popular street food in Ghana. And then 6 to 7 p.m. we have a segment with 6 to 7 p.m. we have a segment with a community liaison that YSYF Ghana works closely with. His name is King, and is going to be talking a little bit about the struggles of working and promoting economic development in a place like Doriumu. How have the people there demonstrated resilience in the face of adversity, and what can student groups like the YSYF do to more effectively help people on the ground. So that's going to be very exciting. And then 7 to 8 p.m. we have a dedicated segment in case we get backed up in terms of our challenges and stuff for panelists to do those donation challenges, and also play some games, have a little downtime. And then 8 to 9 p.m. we have a segment with a Ghanaian yoga instructor, or of Ghanaian descent. I believe she's actually Canadian, but a yoga instructor is going to be coming in and helping us with some health and wellness and just general yoga techniques. And then from 9 to 10 p.m., as I mentioned, we have a talk by Dr. George Day of the University of Toronto, who's going to be talking about education and development. So it's going to be hopefully a very, very interesting night for us all. Before we get started with anything, once again, please do check the link in the description, that's the link to be donating to our GoFundMe. All proceeds are going to go to building a vocational training center in Ghana. Literally, what we're doing is helping out with building the floors, the roofs, the tiles, all that kind of stuff is what the funds are going to. And that vocational training space is going to be used to train members of the community, particularly women, in different tasks and skills that they can use to economically empower themselves. But we'll have more detail about that during our segment on the introduction to YSYF Ghana. Sorry, to YSYF. Let me just make sure. As you'll see in the top right, I believe, there should be a live donation counter visible that'll refresh like every, I think, 5 to 10 minutes, something like that. And so you'll be able to see, how close we are to our donation goal. So thank you to whoever has already donated, like $15. I believe we had like 3 separate donations come in, but I think that was before the live stream. So thank you to you guys, and do not forget to donate. It all goes to a fantastic cause. All right, so we're a little bit ahead of schedule, which I absolutely love to see. It's better than being late. Andrea, is she here?
So I can introduce the...
Wait, hold on. Let me just make sure that she's here. Andrea.
And I just wanted to quickly update. We actually already are at $50. So someone donated. We've been getting some donations since the live stream has started. So let's keep it going.
Oh my gosh, that's fantastic. It'll probably refresh in a few minutes here, but okay. I'm gonna pass it off to Shezel to introduce our first segment.
Awesome. Thank you, Zaki. So hello, everyone. My name is Shezel, and I am one of YSYF Canada's event assistant. Our first segment is a Halloween special hosted by YSYF's very own grant assistant, Andrea. She will be teaching us how to do a Cruella de Vil inspired Halloween makeup look to fit this year's spooky season. Andrea, thank you for lending us your expertise.
Anytime, guys. I am so excited to be here, encouraging support for YSYF and, getting attention for this amazing event. So I've just started just to get ahead of the game a little bit. I'll be doing Cruella de Vil. I have a lot of stuff up here that you can't see. So I'm just starting by making myself super pale and creepy. Cruella is, you know, a rather ghost-like creepy villain. So we're starting off, you can use face makeup, like face paint, if you have that available. I say like this is sort of beginner friendly. I want to make it really accessible for people. So use your concealer, use something very pasty to make yourself really pale. And that's what I'm currently achieving right now. I'm sure everybody, Zaki, you better be taking your notes so that you're ready to go out on Halloween, looking snatched, looking good.
It's really important. Yes, certainly.
I guess if anything, you can evaluate the quality of one's work, you know. So
you're the expert.
We've got I know, right? I'm just turning off the music now just so everybody can hear me clearly. So I've got the base going. I'm gonna start with some powder next. This is going to set your makeup in general, but also you're going to a Halloween party, you're going to be out with people, obviously COVID safe, but you want to make sure you're setting it. You can also use powder to supplement making yourself nice and pasty and pale. So that is what we are going in with next. And again, this will just keep it set all night through all your dancing or trick-or-treating. Or if you're just having a chill night, giving out candy like I am. Unfortunately, Cruella will not be tormenting the streets this year.
Dang it. Looking forward to that.
For those in Ghana who don't know about Halloween, it's sort of a time where we go around and like we give out, people will come by your door and you kind of offer them like a sweet treat, candy or whatnot, usually kids, and we dress up as scary creatures.
Yes, yeah, if you guys have any commentary, have any questions or anything.
What inspired you to pick this particular character?
I actually happen to have a lot of things around that were very Cruella like I have a robe actually that's black and white, and I was like, it's kind of like a Dalmatian print. And then just for fun last year my mom was like, oh, Spirit Halloween had an end of Halloween sale, so I got you this wig. And I was like, huh, that's like a Cruella de Vil wig, maybe I can use it next year on Halloween.
How convenient.
I know, right?
Look at where we are now.
Just as into getting dressed up as I am. She just happened to see a wig and thought my daughter could use that. But yeah, no, I don't know. I wanted to pick a villain and nothing too dramatic or crazy. This one's actually a pretty basic Halloween look. You mostly just need a wig or some sort of furry, big, glamorous coat, or maybe even like white hairspray paint to paint half your head white. Like it's not too much work, I would say, for a makeup look, which is why I chose it. It's pretty accessible, I would say. And I think with any Halloween costume, any sort of look you do, there's like, you can go simple or you can go all out. Unfortunately, I couldn't get like gloves or Dalmatians myself to walk around with. Otherwise, I would have.
Do a complete look. Just have some cow-looking dogs next to you.
Have dogs with me and everything, yes.
Yeah.
So the next step, I'm going to be starting some contouring. This is important in creating shadows on the face. Most people in their day-to-day look who use makeup typically use contour to accentuate the angles of the face. And Cruella happens to have a very bony and distinct face going for her. So I am going ahead with some black eyeshadow. Normally I would use a more natural tone, but it's Halloween. It's a little bit more dramatic with an eyeshadow, especially black, and just creating the illusion of having extremely sharp cheekbones, as not all of us are blessed with. So
Do you want to talk a little, for those who haven't seen 101 Dalmatians, do you want to mention a little bit about the character of Cruella de Vil?
Sure. As far as I know, she's not PETA approved. She
Yes, very much not.
steals a bunch of Dalmatian puppies. If you don't know, Dalmatians are black and white spotted dogs. They're very cute. And she plans to make fur coat with them. That's why she's evil. She steals puppies. She's a fashion designer. So that's kind of her thing, to be very dramatic and over the top and a bit glamorous, I would say, even for a villain. There's some villains who, I don't know. I guess I would say a lot of villains are very glamorous if you think about it. Maleficent, Jafar from Aladdin.
I think that's what Disney really likes.
He was all blinged up.
Disney loves their dramatic
villains.
villains.
Gold head to toe. He had. Yeah. So, I kind of chose Cruella because she's a little bit glamorous and a little bit evil.
Certainly very fitting for Halloween.
Yes, exactly. Good for Halloween. So again, I'm just taking the black eyeshadow to highlight my jawline. Make her a little bit more pronounced and evil looking. I even have like my reference photos here to the side. If you see me looking off to the side, that's just me making sure I'm doing her justice. But yeah, so the story is she's a evil fashion designer who steals dogs to make a fur coat with them. I don't know if anybody in the watching the live has like questions or something. I have to sort of continue my focus on what I'm doing and also keep track of time.
In the actual what is it? In the movie, I believe it centers around the dogs themselves, like trying to, uncover the plot and whatever, trying to free themselves. Yeah.
Rescuing themselves.
Yeah. Okay. Oh god, it's been so long since I've seen the film. Isn't there like a little girl and a boy who like help the dogs out or something? Or am I tripping?
I'm pretty sure it's just like the dogs talking to other dogs, helping themselves. I think is like the premise that I recall. Oh, thank you, Khadija. I'm sorry if I pronounced it wrong. I can see the YouTube comments here as well for anybody joining us on the live.
They're doing like a movie as well, like a whole movie about Cruella, I believe. Oh. I think we lost you for just a second. Can you hear me, Andrea?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm here.
All right, we're good.
Sorry if I disappeared. I don't know what happened.
It happened. I was saying they're doing like a whole movie, right? They're doing like a Cruella de Vil film. Anyone see that trailer?
Yes, that actually another reason I kind of chose it. I chose her was because she's kind of popular again right now. There's like the whole movie about her backstory that just came out.
I don't know what it is with Disney doing films about their villains, because they did like Maleficent as well. It's like it's almost as if it's like cool to do the villains now. I don't know, because I
think they're trying to humanize them a little bit. Maybe I don't know. What do you guys think?
I'm interested.
Disney villain backstories. What do you think about backstories?
I'm interested to see how they're gonna humanize somebody who uses dogs to make their fur.
You're like, yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not a huge fan of that. So another thing about her is she's got a pointy little nose. So I'm just gonna use a bit of this shadow to focus on the bridge of my nose and make it a little more pronounced. And I think one thing I should preface is as when you're an artist and you make mistakes, as you will, especially when doing Halloween makeup, maybe you're using a medium you're not used to, everything can be fixed. And I guess when the purpose is to look ridiculous, it's a lot easier to fix it. So I'm now going to draw on her creepy nostrils because she's got this like really pointy looking nose. So I'm just going to be accentuating my nostrils a little bit. This is just eyeliner. Sorry if I can't speak at the same time as I do this.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pull up a picture of Cruella, just so people have like.
Pardon?
I'm gonna pull up a picture of
Oh
Cruella.
yeah, you could do that.
So that people have a reference point.
Little... Otherwise, they're like, who the hell?
Yeah, in case you guys don't know, the character of Cruella de Vil. This is what she looks like in the movie, and this is what she looks like in like the new live action thing that they're doing. Oh, it's starring Emma Stone, bruh.
Yeah.
You know what's
I'm
funny?
doing the old school Cruella.
Yeah, I was gonna say what's funny is that like you're gonna look more like the original Cruella than I think the new Cruella looks like Cruella.
No, I appreciate the new stuff, but I really wanted to take it back to the old creepy lady. So right now I'm also just literally using liquid eyeliner. Again, for Halloween makeup, I usually just use what I have lying around, nothing super crazy. Thank you, Daniela. In my day-to-day life, I try not to leave the house without contour, but if I'm embodying Cruella de Vil, I must also
accentuate the
look
nose.
just as creepy.
Yeah.
So I guess this is the fun part. I'm gonna start adding like, I don't really follow a particular method for doing makeup. I kind of just do what I feel like doing, especially with a look like this. I kind of just start thinking, okay, you know what? Maybe I should do the eyebrows next, or maybe I'll do the eyes next. And right now, I feel like doing the eyebrows a little bit. So I'm gonna be trying to like lighten my brows the tiniest bit, just so that when I do draw them on with the eyeliner, it's a little bit more dramatic. Cruella's brows are pretty high arched. I unfortunately don't have the time or the supplies to be gluing them down and all that, and hiding my very dark eyebrows. Otherwise I would. But right now we are just drawing these high curvy brows.
You can see it's taking shape on one side.
You will start seeing the character take shape as I start adding the details. That is the cool thing about makeup. And I guess watching a tutorial live is you're like, okay, well, this looks nothing like the person yet. But I'm like, just you wait. Especially as once I got the eyes down and that kind of thing, you'll be like, okay, this makes sense.
While you focus, since we did start a bit early, shall we go through and have all the panelists introduce themselves who are currently here? Here, I suppose I'll start. Hello everybody. My name is Zaki Sayed. I am the current director of fundraising for the Canada branch of the Yayra-Si Youth Foundation. I suppose in appropriate fashion, we'll have Andrea go next. Do you want to tell them who you are? Behind the mask,
Hello,
behind the makeup.
Don't look a whole lot like myself. Yeah, right? This is a great way to introduce myself to the team. But my name's Andrea. I am the grants assistant on the Canadian division of YSYF. Yeah, that's what I do. We focus on fundraising, finding ways to acquire, financial support for our projects.
All right, so we go just down the list. Abdul, if you want to introduce yourself.
Hey, my name is Abdul. I'm currently one of the events directors for YSYF UTSC. and I'm also the president of HOSA UTSC. So I'll pass it to the next person.
I believe Shezel already introduced herself, but just for the sake of consistency, Shezel, do you want to go? Oh, you're muted, Shezel.
Yeah, hello, my name is Shazel. So currently I'm the events assistant with another person, Oiza, who's not here today, or she will be coming later. But yeah, I'm like UTSC's events assistant.
All right. Next up, I think Eamon's on the list.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Eamon Purdy. I am the current president for MedLife UTSC. We are a nonprofit organization and we focus on medicine, education, and developmental relief in Latin America. And we're really excited to be participating with YSYF on this fundraiser.
Thank you, Eamon. Josiah? Is Josiah with us? Ah, there he is.
Oh, there I am. Hello, everyone. My name is Josiah, and I'm one of the marketing directors for YSYF UTSC. I'm just so happy to be on the call with everyone else.
Thank you, Josiah. Tanmaya, I know you can't turn your camera on at the moment, but do you want to just introduce yourself? Tanmaya, I believe you're muted.
Hi, everyone. I'm so glad to be here. I just wanted to say hi. I'm sorry I couldn't switch on my camera today. I'm not feeling so good. I think I might have had something bad at a restaurant yesterday. I treated myself to some very nice calamari, but I don't think the calamari treated me nice. And so I'm running back and forth and I'm just exhausted. The shrimp don't like me. I don't know what. I love the shrimp, but the shrimp didn't share the same love. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you everyone for coming out. I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Tanmaya. I'm part of YSYF Canada as one of their content creators. A shameless plug, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, follow our website, blog posts. We've got a lot of great content coming up. So yeah, thank you for coming out.
At YSYF at YSYF.gh on Instagram, by the way, everybody. Go and hit a follow. Next up, we have Perjania.
Hi, everybody. My name is Prajanya. I'm the current president of the Scarborough Pre-Med Society at UTSC, and we're basically also a nonprofit organization that provides resources to those that want to students that want to pursue a career in healthcare or medicine. And yeah, we're also very excited to be here.
Thank you, Perjanya. Next up, we have David. If I believe he's connecting to the audio though. Oh, in the meantime, Lauren Joe.
Hi, so sorry I'm not able to have my camera on right now, but my name's Lauren. I'm here on behalf of SPS, like Perjanya. I'm the current Vice President of External Affairs for the club. And yeah, as Perjanya said, on behalf of the club, we're really happy to be here and support this cause.
Thanks, Lauren. Jilin?
Hello, so my name is Jilin. I am the VP External of HOSA UTSC. I'm very excited to be here today. I'm also one of the marketing directors of YSYF UTSC, like Josiah. And yeah, we're just glad to see everyone here today.
Thanks, Jilin. I can see Andrea's makeup's coming along nicely. You have a bit of a Joker vibe going on in the middle right now. That's what I'm seeing.
I know, very similar too.
You want to know how I got these contours? Joker origin story.
Botox, darling.
Diala, last but not least here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Diala. I'm one of the trainers with Jose UTSC. I'm so excited to be here. The makeup already looks so amazing. I wish I could be following along, but maybe it'll be a Halloween motive next week.
Certainly.
Yeah, so excited to.
Okay. Next up, we have. Oh, I don't think David got a chance to introduce himself actually, but I don't know if he's seems to be having audio issues. David, I believe you're muted. It's okay. Just let me know if you figure that out, because then we can have the introductions. Okay, we should be Gucci. Oh, and just real quick, I would ask quickly, those panelists who are able to have their cameras on, I would ask you to keep them on for the segment. Okay. Let's check in on our progress here. Which reference image do you have pulled up out of curiosity? Is it this one? Is it like the same Google search result that comes up?
I actually didn't use Google because they have the new Krella who comes up Emma Stone, and I'm not using her as a reference, so I had to go on Pinterest. I have a little Pinterest thing set up on my phone here and keep looking at it.
The image I have pulled up is the same one that you sent us earlier, like a couple weeks ago.
Yes, that's the one.
Oh, I see.
My girl.
Of her like smirking onto the side or whatever. Yeah.
That's the one.
Let me just verify.
I'm feeling pretty ghastly right now, though. Normally, do not use black eyeshadow to contour. Do not do it. It will look ridiculous. It will look like this. Like Ooh, Ayman has a really good question from MedLife. What is everyone's favorite Disney villain? Comment it in, the little live stream.
Let us know in the chat. In the meantime, we can ask the panelists. What is y'all's favorite Disney villain? For me personally,
my favorite villain
is your favorite villain Cruella?
No, I need to think about this one. I don't know who my favorite villain is.
For me, it's probably Jafar, just because, it's classic. Freaking. Probably, that movie is problematic in certain ways on hindsight, but we still enjoy watching it. I think Jafar is, the classic. If you're Brown, you probably watched Aladdin a lot growing up. So, yeah, Jafar is the one for us.
Yeah.
Commanding presence.
You're evil role model.
Yes, that's him. I vibe with his.
Yeah, I think I would agree. Jafar is my favorite. But I also if we're talking aesthetically, I really appreciate Maleficent's character design, especially Angelina Jolie's portrayal. I think it's really, really scary.
I agree. I do love a good Maleficent moment.
Have you seen the film, the Maleficent movie?
I did, yeah. I watched most Disney movies. I love Disney movies. So I watched most. But I don't know why I'm blanking on villains right now. I can't think of one that I love.
Frickin' Esma.
Ursula.
Esma's classic. Oh, also Ursula. Yeah.
Oh my god, Yzma from Emperor's New Groove.
Yeah.
Oh, the Mother Gothel from Tangled. She's a good evil one.
Everyone knows
the nasty one.
The best Disney villain is actually Kronk.
Oh, I love him.
I have just a folder that's full of pictures of his face because he's hilarious.
Question. Does the rock from Moana count? It's my favorite like villain turned best friend type of plot? Or
I
is
feel
it
like yes. I feel like he counts.
right? Is he even Disney though? Like, am I wrong?
Yeah, that's Disney.
Okay, wonderful. Because I actually don't watch a lot of Disney movies because for a weird reason, being that they're so good, they always make me cry. Like, I don't understand that. It's just the emotional complexities that Disney is able to portray every single time just blows my mind. I still haven't recovered from Lion King. And I haven't even watched the entire movie. Like someone just told me what happens, and I was like, I don't think I'll ever be ready for that. Even like Finding Nemo, oh my god. The writers must be just going through so much to be writing such deep like plots. Just for context, I'm an English major and I come across a lot of sad well-written poetry, love poetry. Nothing compares to how Disney just strokes on the heartstrings, really.
Finding
Absolutely.
Nemo soundtrack. Oh no.
The best, okay, this is like confusing me because when you ask Disney film, you have to always ask like, do you count Pixar in that? Because Disney now does, like, it used to be that like, oh, the 2D animated films were all Disney and then the 3D ones were Pixar. But then Disney started doing like their own animated stuff outside of Pixar, like Tangled. I think Tangled was actually the first one, right? It was Tangled, Frozen, Brave. I'm missing one. What is it? There's one more like 3D movie. Oh, Moana. You just said it right now. And I think there might be one more as well. Oh, and Coco. Yeah, that's I think.
Coco.
Is Coco Disney or Pixar?
I think it's Pixar. I just know it's like a DreamWorks one. I think.
I don't think it's.
100% emotionally traumatizing to me. Not just because I speak Spanish, so it like hurts me in the heart, but God, that movie. What can I say about that one?
I need to watch it. It's like the one like recent Disney film that like really appeals to me. Like I have to go see that film.
I will say the soundtrack to Coco is actually incredible.
There was, speaking of freaking Latin American inspired animated films, there was like this other movie. I forget the name of it, but it's like a movie where there's like, it centers around a guy like going to the underworld and finding his way out or something. And there's like two.
That's Coco.
No. There's another film before Coco. No, it's not Hercules. It's like Latin American inspired. And there's like these two gods that are playing. There's like these two gods from like Latin American pantheon who are like playing like a game with the main characters, kind of thing. Is that it? Hold on, I have to look this up.
Alright. It's time to do mascara. I would put lashes on to all of you who have the ability to put on lashes. Do it because it makes things look dramatic. It's just, I don't want to sit here stabbing at my eye on camera and potentially failing.
Someone said JoJo Part 2. No, it's called The Book of Life. It's called The Book of Life. Has anyone seen The Book of Life? It's a 2014 animated movie. It was so underrated, I feel like. Like nobody talked about this movie.
Huh.
In a bid to save the love of his life, Manolo sacrifices himself and is transported to the land of the Remembered, where he reunites with his dead ancestors and strives to get his life back. It's a really good movie. This came out in 2014, 3 years before Coco. Oh my god, Coco has already been out for 4 years? Bruh. It came out 2017. That's insane.
Alright, guys. We are putting on the finishing touches of my girl Cruella. Just need to figure out which way this wig goes.
That code is like your analog for the Dalmatian pattern.
Oh yeah. Oh no. Oh god. Ooh. All
let's
right, friends.
let's pull up an image reference. The hair really ties it all together. True. Look at this.
Otherwise, I just look like a terrifying French woman. Let's be real.
No, but I feel like Cruella has that vibe anyway.
It's true.
Of like terrifying freaking thing. I don't know, maybe it's a fashion designer and you associate like old evil French ladies with fashion for some reason.
Alright guys, this is the completed Cruella look.
Icon.
Should you want to bedazzle it further, I encourage rhinestones. Apply them around the eyes. You can do green, you can do red. I'm just going to be here adding a few final touches since I still have a few minutes. Again, I'm also ahead of schedule.
Which we love to see.
What is this quote? I'm surrounded by idiots. I hope I did her justice.
That's amazing.
So yes, moving on to, I guess, the next segment. Thank you for watching, everybody. This is really fun for me. It's honestly cathartic to be doing Halloween makeup. Fortunately, I don't have green earrings like she does, or red gloves, but, you know, next time.
It's, like, surprising how well you did that in just half an hour.
Thank you. I was actually very stressed about time. I thought, oh no, I'm going to mess up. I'm not going to get this right.
We just need a... Daniela says, just need a gin martini and the transformation is complete.
Yes, precisely.
Does she drink martinis in the movie? I forget.
I don't think she does. I'm not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like she's a very regal lady. You know?
The thing that she holds, is that like a pipe or something? What is it?
It's a old-fashioned cigarette holder. So if you were a fancy lady, it was this long stick so that your fingers wouldn't get ashy. And so she holds in the old movie role. So
Frickin' sticks, yes.
Now
yes.
I'm just bedazzling my face further for those of you watching me continue sticking things to my face. I have the too much gene is what I call it. I can never just stop. It's got to keep adding things to myself to continue being dramatic. So I'm adding just some red rhinestones. I'm going to be adding them all around the eyes just to be that much more dramatic.
Low-key, it looks like the frickin'... Does she have a beauty mark? I can't remember.
She doesn't, but one could add a beauty mark. It wouldn't be, you know, out of the question. I always say, like, it's Halloween, do whatever you want. Cover yourself in rhinestones, roll around in glitter.
Roll around in glitter, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I also feel like the rhinestones sort of give that spotted look to her, like not a black and white like a Dalmatian, but
it's topical.
Like, yes.
For those of you who are recently tuning in, Andrea is currently finishing up her Cruella de Vil inspired makeup look for Halloween. And then from 3 to 4 p.m., we're going to be having Salaha, our very own president.
Also transforming into Cruella de Vil.
I wish. You know, the whole night is just going to be people becoming Cruella de Vil. Surprise. No. So, you know, talking a little bit about the founding of YSYF along with our founder, Na. Okay. And quick update. So I believe in the donation counter currently says 120. I think we've hit $120.
Yay!
For those of you who are recently tuning in, check out the link in the description. Do not forget to donate. It's much appreciated. We will be doing challenges later on based on donation thresholds that we hit. And we're setting... Oopsies. We're setting each challenge donation threshold at $300. So at every $300, so 300, 600, 900, 1200, we're going to be doing, the panelists will owe you some entertainment. Okay.
I'm still going.
She's still going.
But I feel like I'm going to start method acting soon, so.
Just getting in fully into the character.
Like, did I really just show up for this?
Did you watch the movie recently?
I actually did watch the movie, and it was actually really good. Oh my god, go grocery. Actually, so I did a dry run of this makeup look with different-ish materials just to see how it would turn out potentially. And also to get an idea of timing and just, can I do this in half an hour? Do I need to change anything up? And I have my door locked right now for privacy and silence, but my boyfriend walked in and was like, "What is that? What are you?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" And we had to actually go get coffee. We went on a coffee run. And I was this close to just showing up to Starbucks in like full makeup.
You should have. And oh my gosh, you should have taken your dog.
Oh my god.
You should have taken your dog.
If I had.
I would buy you a cigarette holder.
Right now. I foster. For those who know, I am not like Cruella. I actually foster dogs. So
yes, wholesome Cruella.
Very wholesome. Very not evil.
I would buy you a cigarette holder just for you to stand in like a coffee shop with looking like that and holding it like this and just confusing the hell out of everybody around. I think that'd be hilarious.
What? I would even truly speak like her. Like I would hear like Cruella DeVille be like, "Who spoke my name? What are you?" Like I would really go up.
Disney's calling. Andrea, Disney's calling.
Oh my god.
Dude, I think, they already cast Emma Stone in the role, but I'm sure if you send them this video at like their marketing or whatever, they'll reconsider. They probably shot everything already, but they'd be willing to like do it again, all this for you.
I mean, should they have any sort of opening, I would be more than happy. More than happy to take it on. Anyways, let me know when we're moving on to the next one. I should
all right. Shezel, do you want to transition us?
Yeah, so sorry I'm unable to turn on my camera right now, but thank you, Andrea, for that lovely tutorial. You look amazing. We will now be moving on to our next segment, which will walk us through the story of how YSYF came to be and the kind of work we do. Thank you once again, Andrea. You look amazing, like a darling.
Thank you, my love.
I love that.
And thank you for everybody watching and who's joined in and supporting us. We appreciate it, and your support directly does go to help people and help our projects come to life. So thank you.
Donation link is in the description. Remember to hit that link. Donate. Help us reach those goals. All right. Challenge is at every $300. Let's go. Before we get started, real quickly with Salaha, I'm gonna give the chance to the people who have just joined us. Whoops. To introduce themselves. So we can start with Amara. Amara, if you want to just quickly introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, my name is Amara. I'm the newsletter editor with YSYF this year. It's great to be here today.
Thanks, Amara. Shriyansh, I don't know if I said that name correctly.
So, hi everyone, I'm Shriyansh. I'm an assistant designer this year at YSYF and really excited to be part of this this amazing organization and this live stream. And thank you all for being here and supporting YSYF, all the initiatives that we are taking. Thank you.
All right, Ian.
Hi guys, my name is Ian and I'm the outreach liaison for YSYF Canada. And yeah, I'm so excited to see this event come to life, knowing the amount of hard work we put into it. So thank you to all the other organizations who are collaborating with us. And just like Shriyansh said, make sure to donate, and you'll be able to see us do some funny things too.
Okay. Who am I missing? David, are you able to? I don't know. We weren't able to get him last time. Maybe he's still having some issues. Let me know. Robert, are you with us? Do you want to introduce yourself real quick? Okay. Well, Robert will be introducing himself during the Ghana segment anyways, because he'll be hosting that for us. So, Shifa, do you want to real quickly introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Shifa Katani, and I'm the first year representative for Scarborough Pre-Med Society at UTSC.
Thanks, Shifa. Jai, do you want to introduce yourself real quick?
Oh, what's up? Can I be seen?
Yes, please.
Oh, yeah, I'm just Jay, the events director from HOSA. Not really dressed up right now, but that's it.
Thanks, Jai, for that thrilling introduction. Real quickly, we're just waiting on, I believe, Ian, could you check in on Saliha just to see?
For sure.
In the meantime, let me pull up these slides for us. Okay.
Okay, so Salha will be joining soon, and then we can get started.
All right, cool. This is our next little bit.
So how is everyone feeling?
How
I wish
has
I
your
got to see the whole tutorial.
the whole tutorial? Don't worry. I think I've recorded most of it. So I think we'll be, if you really want to follow along Ian, and show up to the if you have a Halloween party and you're dressing as Cruella de Vil, I'll come. Okay. If only if you do
If
that.
I have a Halloween, if I have a Halloween costume, I'm what?
If you have a Halloween party and you dress up as Cruella de Vil, I'll come.
And if you have a Halloween party, I will volunteer my time to turn Zucky into Cruella de Vil.
Oh my god! See, that's where it gives me more reason to throw a Halloween party.
All three of us can just be Cruella de Vil. We'll show up like as the three Cruella de Vils. 3 different flavors,
Our pictures are like on like our website. Who did it best?
Vote right now. Okay. I think Saliha has joined us. So Saliha, if you want to take it away.
Hi, and I think we actually have Na joining. She's just connecting audio, so we'll give her a few minutes.
Did you have something you want to share on the screen, Saliha?
Yes, I will put up my slides.
Okay.
Okay. And is everyone able to see that?
Yeah, I believe we can see you.
I think it's just okay. Crystal clear?
Gucci.
Perfect. Okay. Anna is here as well and ready to go?
Fantastic. Take it away.
Okay, amazing. So thank you everyone for joining us today once again. I've been monitoring the GoFundMe and we've gotten some other donations. I think we're at over $100 now, which is amazing because we've only been doing this for an hour. And I wanted to give you a bit more background on YSYF, a little bit about our founder story, what sort of got us involved in this. And then I have my co-founder here, Na, and she's joining us from Accra, Ghana. So Na, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Okay, thank you. My name is Na Ankra, the founder of Yayra-Si, the co-founder of Yayra-Si Foundation, and then the executive director of Ghana. I have, in fact, I started, I've worked with some NGOs in Ghana to train youth in vocational training. I have worked with the UNFPA in Ghana. I have worked with SWA to train some HIV victims on vocational training, bead making, soap making, and etc. I've also worked with, I'll say, a lot of NGOs, and then the hawkers, we call them Kayayes, hawkers in Ghana. I've trained 350 of them in vocational training, and I'm also on 1 or 2 boards to advise the youth to go into the male-dominated areas in Ghana. Example, like Thailand, we wanted women to go into Thailand, forklift operating, masonry, and etc. So it's a whole board on its own that I'm part of. We go to schools to talk to them, to empower them, to make sure they go into those trade areas, because that is what is fetching in Ghana now. So basically, that is a little I want to say about myself. Salha, can you please introduce yourself for us? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for that introduction, Na. So I'm Salaha. I am currently a second-year medical student at University of Toronto. I did my undergrad at U of T Scarborough in neuroscience and psychology, and I'm so grateful for the community at UTSC for giving a lot of support to this organization when we first started. I've done a lot of work in terms of youth-led leadership, focused on community development more locally, and I wanted the opportunity to kind of take that on a global level. I'm also very interested in learning about decolonizing development and how to do our work in a way that's equitable and also ensures the dignity of the people that we work with and who we consider our beneficiaries. So that's sort of been the vision and the mindset that's led to the forming of this organization. And that was after I had the opportunity to visit Ghana in 2019 with a program funded by the University of Toronto. So a little bit about YSYF. We are an international NGO that was founded in 2019. And our mission is to amplify the rights of women in Ghana, as well as youth in Ghana, for economic, educational, and health development through advocacy and action. So that is in sort of a, we're working towards a bigger vision to empower women in Ghana in order for them to have access to economic, social, and health opportunities to lead and sustain dignified lives. And 2 key words in that statement are amplify and empower. And for us, the way we see our role is not to sort of regard those that we are supporting as being completely helpless. We're here to amplify their abilities that they already have and build their capacity. And we recognize that they have it within themselves to change their outcomes. And in terms of our values, so equity, diversity, inclusion are very important. We operate from an anti-oppressive lens, and we understand the pitfalls of global health and development work, especially when done in a very colonial way. So we are aiming to do this work in direct consultation and partnership with folks in Ghana and make sure that their voices are centered in the work and their needs are reflected in our activities. Respect, integrity, collaboration. So doing this work with a variety of people from a variety of skill sets. We work, people who are on this team can speak to this, but we work very closely with the Ghana team, and we try to sort of break down those barriers of where you're from, or if I'm not like physically in the same space, that really is not a problem because we have people on our team from across Canada and we have from across the world, and everyone is treated equally regardless of their formal position or where they may come from. And again, empowerment, which I sort of spoke to a bit earlier. And these are our founders. So Na, who has actually been engaged in this work before YSYF was officially known. myself, and as well Bumi, who was not able to join us today, but who has also been integral to this process. So YSYF works in Canada and as well as in Ghana. So our team, again, is youth-led and comes from cities across Canada. We have people on our team from Manitoba. We have folks who are joining us from Saskatchewan at one point. Of course, a lot of us are based in Toronto. And we even have some members of our team who are currently in India. And I even get emails from people who live in Nigeria and other parts of sub-Saharan Africa who are interested in getting involved. So it really has become something very international, and I think that has created a really strong learning opportunity and a way to share different perspectives. And our beneficiaries are primarily in Shai Osudoku, Ghana. So what is Shai Osudoku? So if you think of Ghana, which is this area here, in sub-Saharan Africa, it's divided into different regions. And within those regions, such as Accra, which is the capital, we have different districts. So Shai Osudoku is a district within the greater Accra region. And there are a number of different communities there that are very diverse and speak a number of different languages. But this is the primary area where we are working. And that's really important to us to do the work in a small, well-defined community, because we want to make sure that we are serving what that community needs instead of sort of spreading ourselves thin and applying the same model to completely different contexts. Oops. Okay, and we have three sort of main teams. We have a team in Ghana, which is led by Na, and it consists of board of directors, an executive team, and a volunteer network. In Canada, we have an executive team, which is led by myself and our senior leadership team. So our vice presidents, Marwa, Miriam, Amber, Oyiza, and Juliet. And we also have a volunteer network. And our chapters are recently established at the University of Toronto. So we have our UTSC chapter, which is led by Tanzila Sultan. And we are currently working on launching a chapter at St. George, which will be led by Chris Surrey. So I will turn it over to Na, who will give a bit more information on the team in Ghana, which she is responsible for leading. Is she here? Okay, maybe there were some connection issues.
I think she might
is she in the waiting room?
We don't have a waiting room for this particular meeting. I think she might have dropped out due to connection issue. Do you want to check in with her?
Okay. Let me just quickly, sorry for technical difficulties. Let me just quickly check in with her. Okay, so I think she is going to join us. So I will just sort of push through while we're waiting. And then she can sort of deliver her bit when she gets here. But these are some pictures of the team in Ghana. So we have over here, we have James. He is our project manager. We have Na, of course, which is our executive director and our co-founder. We have Alimatu, who is our events assistant. We have Eric, who is our chief financial officer. And we also have Michael, who's one of our volunteers. And a very small team, but they do a lot and they're able to get a lot done. And here in this picture is also one of the community health nurses that we worked with on a few of our projects. Okay, and then this is a picture of some, and I emphasize some of the members of our team here in Canada. Obviously, our team is about 30 people. These are just some folks who live in sort of East Toronto. So we have Amber, Ben, Andrea, Marwa, Aisha, Amara, Mariam, Zuhal, Sahar, and myself, and so many others who weren't able to make it out to this event that we had. So I'm going to move on and talk about some of our activities. And if there are any questions that come up in the chat, if anyone wants to let me know, I can also address those. But this is sort of an overview. Thanks, Aki. This is just an overview of what we've done so far. So as I was preparing this update, I realized we were actually in our 3rd year of running. So really exciting. I don't know why, for some reason, it still feels very new to me, but in 2019 to 2020, we had our Doyumu Health Seminar. That was sort of our inaugural event. I was there on the ground in Ghana, and I worked on organizing sort of a seminar that focused on reproductive and sexual health education in the community. And that was sort of an effort to address very high rates of teenage pregnancy. Obviously, it was not within my scope of knowledge to deliver the actual content. We had a few partner NGOs that came out and did it and answered the questions and did it in the local language. And we also had chiefs that attended and some of the leadership in the community and some of the law enforcement staff as well were there, and they talked about consequences of, like sexual violence and support for women who are experiencing domestic violence. And it really was, according to what we've been told, sort of like the first seminar where that sort of formal education or public health education was given in the community. And it was something that they liked, and they wanted us to continue providing that kind of education. And then in December, we did a fundraiser, which was our holiday paint night. In January of 2020, we did a needs-based assessment. We had about 70 people from the community come out, and it was really just to hear their concerns and to figure out how they wanted us to work with them and what they felt were the strengths and as well the areas that they wanted us to tackle. And one of the things that really was brought up consistently was the need for vocational training. And that is sort of what informed this project. And you'll hear a little bit more about that towards the end of the presentation. But that really is a need in the community, because right now there isn't a vocational training center. And there's about a 50% unemployment rate, which disproportionately affects women. And in April 2020, we did a COVID-19 feeding program. In 2021, we had our Retelling Health campaign. We also had our Whoville Bakes fundraiser and our Shai Osudoku Teenage Pregnancy Initiative, as well as our fundraiser called Iftar Hours and Iftar Dark, where we saw a number of you. And I'll be going into a bit more detail with some pictures. Currently, we are working on 3 projects. So we have a clinic expansion project where we worked to expand the waiting area of a local clinic in order for residents in the community to access care under national health insurance. So that means that they can get up to 60% off on their medications. It means that their visits to the physician are going to be a bit cheaper. And it's really important because the people who rely on this clinic are, again, primarily adolescent women. And I think Na has been able to join us back. Hi, Na.
Hi, so sorry. I had some challenges with my network.
I'm going to just finish off what I was saying, and then I'll give you a chance to share a little on the Ghana team before we go into the formal activities. And we have the Banana Fiber Project, which you'll hear a little bit more about, but it's sort of a project focused on sustainable development of like waste management solutions. So instead of using these like plastic bags, which clog drains and cause flooding, what this product does is it recycles the waste products of plantain fibers and banana fibers, and we make paper bags out of it that are almost similarly priced. And then vocational training, of course. So that is our goal, to establish the first vocational training center in Doyumu specifically, and that's a community within Shai Osudoku, and to provide training to people there at a reduced cost or for free if that is something that we're able to sustain. So I'm going to go back a few slides and have Na talk a bit more about the Ghana team, since I wasn't able to delve into too much detail.
Okay, thank you so much for holding the fort for me. Yeah, so the Ghana team consists of myself, the executive director. We have Eric McDougbe, the finance officer. I have James Isuman, the project manager. I have Alimatu, she helps us when we have projects. And then we also have board of directors, which consists of 75% women, which means we are women-led organization. So it's the women that are holding the fort in this organization when it comes to Ghana. And then we have 4 volunteers from University of Ghana, 3 are from University of Ghana, and then I have 1 from KNUST Kumasi. So those are the team we have in Ghana. Thank you. So at least you can continue.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, I see a few like annotations that have shown up on the screen. I'm wondering if we can clear those off, Zaki. Okay, I think I actually just did it. Okay, so thank you, Na. So I'm gonna go forward a few slides. So we give a brief overview of the activities, and we're going to go into a bit more detail. So for starting in the first category that we work in, which is health. So this is a little bit on our Retelling Health campaign. This was a really dear project to my heart. It was our first grant that we got. It was funded by the University of Toronto Office of the Vice President International. And we were able to do a lot of things. This was at the start of the pandemic. You know, the pandemic had maybe like kind of gained traction, I guess, in March, and we ran this in May, and it was focused on hand washing. So we installed these buckets. They're called Veronica buckets, and what they are is like a portable, completely hands-free hand washing device. And the hands-free part is really important because a lot of these you'll see a lot of these around Ghana, but there's so much risk of contamination because you need to touch this, you need to like sort of turn this tap to use it. And what we did was we had this innovation developed by a different company where you can use a foot pedal and it just uses suction and it like draws the water out. So no electricity required, fill it up as usual, which is how they're used to you know, storing water, but can be used by community. And we also gave out liquid soap. It had an area to put like paper waste and like steps for hand washing as well. And we installed 8 of these in like high access points within the community. So in the marketplace, for example, there'd be one in the mosque, one in the church, one in the clinic, and they didn't even have one there. So that was sort of something that they could reuse for a long period of time. And we also had stewards in the community who can take care of the bucket and make sure it's maintained. So that was a little bit on that. We also did programming on the radio about COVID. So there were a lot of misconceptions and misinformation. And we had, again, one of the community health nurses that did this. Our role was more to just sort of facilitate and cover some costs for using like the radio announcement services and their time. But over 1,000 listeners were able to sort of hear about hand washing, hygiene, and dispel myths about COVID. And then now I'll pass this over to you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so we also had a teenage pregnancy initiative in the schools. As you can see the picture, we went to the schools to talk about teenage pregnancy, which is rampant in the community. So this through the foundation, the funding from UFT International Health Program, we had to go there. We spoke to about 325 students there about hygiene. We also added hygiene, teenage pregnancy, and all those things. And if I want to throw more light on this, I also want to say that this program was a success. It's also dear to my heart because I got a lot of feedback from the kids who were not able to talk to their teachers about what they were going through. They had a lot of problems. Some of them were raped by their own stepfathers, some family members in their community, but they couldn't even talk to anybody But when we came in, they were able to come out and talk to us, and I had to fall on some teachers, and then we had to talk to them. They just needed a little bit of encouragement, letting them understand that it's not the end of their lives, but they could do something better, and also encourage them to voice these things out. When it happens to them, they shouldn't keep quiet, because the perpetrators sometimes put fear in them to say that don't say it, when you say it, you die. So this program was also dear to my heart, and I think it was also a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Na, and thank you for sharing a little bit about that. Yeah, it is a sad reality of what actually does happen, and sometimes the perpetrator is actually like the headmaster of the school. So it is important to have clubs where people can organize, like independent of people who already sort of have like power influence over them, like their headmasters or their teachers. And in this case, when Na went in, they felt like they could confide in her and share things, and she offered whatever mentorship she could. We also have this project. This is something we actually did this summer. It's our Dayumu Clinic expansion project. So Na, do you want to talk a little bit about this? It was again funded by the same award. I guess we won it 2 years in a row, but yeah, do you want to talk a little bit about what we did here?
Yes, I want to say something. And what I want to say is through this extension, the community is able to access national health insurance. And it's so dear to me, because you'll be surprised to know that they were just waiting for just this shade to give them the access to the national health insurance. So the whole community didn't get access to national health insurance. So they have to pay what we call in Ghana cash and carry. So if you don't have money, then you are left to your fate. So, and this national health will take, I think 70% to 65 to 70% of them. So you only pay 30% if you go there on medication. So it's something that really came handy, because when you look at the other picture, you had the chiefs coming there because they were excited, we were able to do this. And after this extension, the following 2 weeks, the national accreditation was given for the national health insurance to be used there. And it's a success story that we are able to come in to meet a need in the community. To also say something little, we would also want to move a little bit further, because yes, they have the shade, but then they will still move to a different community, because they also still have certain challenges with the national health insurance scheme. Yes, it's there, but when they come there, they don't have access to lab technicians there, pharmacy, so they have to also still move from the community to a different community. So in the near future, we pray that we could also get funding to support them in that area. Thank you.
Thanks. And in case we're sort of wondering what the project was, this area here, this sort of shade, can everyone see my mouse? Zaki, can we? Yeah, we can. So this area, this shade that we installed over this waiting area. So these are some people who are maybe patients, or they're coming to see healthcare providers. And there are certain requirements a clinic has to have before the government will cover it under health insurance. So that means that anyone who comes to this clinic can get that reduced service. So for us, this was sort of like a systemic health systems challenge that we tried to identify. And as Na said, there are a lot of other barriers to getting care in the community. But the reason why this sort of fell within our scope of work is this is a facility that's within the community, and it's used primarily by young women who aren't able to access transportation costs to go to larger centers that are further away. So that was something that we did this summer. And our banana fiber project. So this is something that's more upcoming, but over the course of the past year, we received funding from the Adams Sustainability Innovation Prize and the McMaster World Challenges Challenge. So $17,500 in grants that we got to develop this paper bag from banana and plantain waste products, which I talked about earlier. This is one of the prototypes, and currently we are working on constructing the workshop. We've already acquired the land, and I think they've already begun the construction now, right? The construction for this has already began.
Yes, we've started.
Okay. So moving on to vocational training, and I'll pass this section over to Na, but I wanted to just quickly, for some of our Canadian audience members, we get a lot of questions as to what is vocational training, because I think it's not a term that we're familiar with, and as well, given our background, a lot of us are university educated and maybe have a completely different understanding of the training required for a career, and we think more of a formal education. But vocational training is education that allows people to enter into the skilled trades. So we're talking about careers in fashion design or sewing, in plumbing, in tiling, in electricals, in masonry, and many others. And the reason that this is a really, really big interest in Ghana, and a lot of NGOs are working on this, is because this is a type of training that's accessible regardless of your formal educational background. And I think from a statistics, it's only like maybe 19% of Ghanaians that have like a university degree, and maybe that's only the ones in Accra that they may have polled. So as you can imagine, that can be a really, really big barrier into entering into the job market. But with vocational training, even if I have a university education, high school education, or junior high school education, I can learn on-the-job skills, and I can use that to start a small business of my own. And I don't have to sort of rely on a formal education pathway, which, as we know, favors more privileged people who are able to sort of defer expenses and acquire a large amount of debt under the idea that they will have, future financial security. So I'll pass it over to Na, and she'll talk more about the specifics that we've done in this area.
Okay, so thank you, Salha. Yeah, so with this picture you are seeing here, we took 7, I think yes, there are 7 girls from Doyumu to Mepel Royal Fashion in Tema, for them to undergo training on fashion designing. Yeah, so that is something we did with this picture. So are you sliding? Or
I will advance the slide. Sorry, 1 second.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, so you can see 10, please, can you go back a little?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you can see with 10, and I'm talking about 7. The 3, we had challenges with the 3. That is why I when we put the 10 here, but 3 didn't appear here because that day they were not present. So I was talking about the picture you see here. You would want to count the people here. That is why I wanted to correct the 10 here. So you can just move. Yes, so with this picture we are seeing here, it was part of the training. We also, we wanted to, when we were distributing the Veronica buckets, we had to also produce nose masks. We didn't want to take it outside the community. We wanted the people in the community to produce the nose masks. So this was a lady who did the nose masks, 500 nose masks in the community. So it was part of the distributions we did. Aside the Veronica buckets, we also gave them the liquid soap, and then we distributed the nose masks to them. And these girls are also girls in the community. They are also learning trade from the trainer here. But then with this one, they had a little bit of challenge because they have to pay to go in, even though she is there to train, but they have to pay. So people are not getting access to go and then learn the trade from here. That is why we would want to have a vocational center that can train them for free, as my colleague said, if we can afford to train them for free, and how sustainable it's going to be.
Okay, that was a picture of one of the masks.
Yeah, so with this picture too, the good thing about the project we had was we wanted them to also feel whatever we were doing. So we used the people in the community to also produce the liquid soap. So I did the training, I facilitated it. So I trained them on liquid soap. You could see the excitement. If you watch the video, they were so excited to learn how to produce the liquid soap because they see it in the market and they thought it was something very difficult to produce. But after doing it, they felt, oh, it is something they could do. And with this one, the success story is most of the women have started working with this. So when you go to the community, they are now doing it to sell, because ours was just for a period of time. So they took it up and then they are doing it in the community to sell to the clinic and market women to use alongside the Veronica bucket we produce there. Yes, another exciting project we did with the help of the donors who supported these ladies. We had 6 of them going through Don Bosco vocational training. And you see these girls here, I'm proud to say that they've undergone training on electricals and solar panel installation. So they can work in your house, wire your house, and then also install the solar panel. They are done with the training in the school. They are now on the field doing the attachments. So they did 3 months in the school. They are doing 3 months off on the field to get their experience. So after they are done with this, there is another program I would want them to join so they can get accreditation. You know, whatever we are doing, you also want them to get accreditation so that they can get work access to jobs. So they'll be getting accreditation from the Energy Commission of Ghana so that they can also become professionals in the society. And I am very proud of them. Women, when you see them climbing the poles, doing the work, they give thanks to Yayra-Si and all thanks to everyone that supported these girls to go through the vocational training.
Yeah, and just to add on to what Nat said, this was actually this is what we raised last December. So during our holiday fundraiser, a lot of you came out to Whoville Bakes, and we ran Whoville Bakes alongside a fundraiser for like food hamper distribution, and this is where the money from Whoville Bakes went to. So, and I'm sorry, I wrote the wrong number here. It is 6. They got sent to like an external vocational training program. This is in Tema, so this is not in that area, which is like a more rural area. It's a bit more of a city center, but that's where they got trained. The reason that we want to do a vocational training center specifically in that community, in that area, is because, as you can imagine, the funds went here to cover their transportation costs and their accommodation. That's obviously not sustainable because it doesn't sort of build a community from within. It just requires them to go into a more urbanized area. And as we know that obviously it helps these women, but on a large scale, that's not really something that we can do because we want to make sure we can stimulate the economy within that existing area. So with building a center specifically in Doyumu, we'll be able to work toward that goal. And now I'll share a little bit of the pictures on food security. I think we've seen some of these on our social media. We've done a few of these. The first one was again in the pandemic. There were a lot of people calling NA because they were having feeding challenges. This is when the pandemic first hit. And as you can imagine, that affected certain communities more than others. And these are some pictures of the distribution that happened. We also did a holiday feeding program. So this was back in December of last year. And again, we were able to do another round of donations. And then we did another one in Ramadan, and we've gotten a lot of donations. I think this one was funded by over 80 different donors. And again, that was, we distributed 115 hampers, which was equivalent to about 1,150 meals to families facing food insecurity in Shai Osudoku, Ghana. And now I'll talk a little bit about our efforts in decolonization. So again, we aim to operate from an anti-oppressive place. And one of the things that we really try to do with our team is ensure that those values are instilled and that we are selecting people who share those values. And we've also given anti-oppression training to all of our new volunteers and executive team. We've done some work on our social media on decolonizing the mind. So sort of dispelling myths, because a lot of times when we enter into spaces where we're doing community development work on a global level, what drives that and sort of drives the work is the idea that, oh, these like communities are really, really suffering, or they are poor, or they're, you know, sort of unable to help themselves. And that's sort of not how we see it, right? I think there are challenges inherent in every community. What we want to do is make sure that the work that we're doing is there more to amplify, is to not paint these people that we are supporting as being completely helpless, is not to exploit their situation. So, you know, whenever we use pictures and things like that of our work, we make sure that, you know, people are shown in a very dignified way. And as well, we do campaigns like this on our social media where we sort of challenge stereotypes and ideas about Africa. And there are a lot of people that believe that, oh, Africa is just, they don't have innovation, they don't have technology. But as we know, that's not true. And more recently, we've actually done an advocacy bit on Women's History Month, and we focused on identifying some of the successes of Ghanaian women. And they've done things like designing the Ghanaian flag. Last year, we talked about a woman who invented bamboo bikes. The Veronica buckets that we installed, we had a chance to actually interview with the person who invented that, which was a woman who had like a PhD in an area of science. So there are a lot of innovation that is women-led that's happening, and we really want to showcase that because we're not trying to sort of exploit this maybe difference of power in order to sort of advance our organization. And I want to quickly showcase some of the fundraising work that's been done, because we have a lot of our partners here today. We have people from UTSC who have done a lot of fundraising. I can see Ian, who was actually the founder of YSYF UTSC. We have Abdul, who was on the team. I see Zaki, who was on the team, and some others. And I wanted to just showcase some of the work that they've done. So prior to sort of the team that Ian led, we did do a paint night where a lot of UTSC students came out. That was our first fundraiser, and we raised $800. And on top of that, last year we organized Whoville Bakes in direct collaboration with UTSC, and we did something called UTSC Wipeout, where we also raised around $1,000, and people did different challenges, and that has gone towards our vocational training project. Okay, so we have a few more minutes, about 15 minutes before we wrap up. We want to talk about our vocational training center and what we want to do with this project and this funding that's coming in. So maybe Nad, if you want to just quickly give a rationale and give a bit of background as to why we're doing this, and then I can also add on.
Okay, thank you. So as you rightly said, we want to have this vocational training in the community because supporting the girls to move from the community to a different community, we have to give them where to sleep, their food, even taking care of their security, because if you've taken somebody's child to a place to undergo training, you have to think about the security of the person. Every day you have to move their call to find out if they are okay, they are fine. But if the vocational training is in the community, they come in the morning, by mid-afternoon, they go back home. You know that, yes, the people are in the community, the services are also in the community. So we want to put this thing up in the community to support the community, to say that, for a better word, to eradicate poverty. That is one aspect of whatever we are doing, to empower them, especially the females in it, so that we can eradicate poverty. Because, you know, in Africa, the men will go out there to go and work, but everything bows back to the women. They take care of the home, they will take care of the kids and all those things. So when you're able to empower the woman, it goes a long way to help the community and the whole country and the whole world at large. You know, there's a saying, when you educate a woman, you educate a whole nation, but educate a man, an individual. So that is why we want to have this vocational school in the community to assist and help eradicate poverty, to empower the women so that they can get back their self-esteem. They can also face the world and then know that, yes, I'm also somebody. You know, the self-esteem of women, when you don't have anything doing, you're always a dependent on your parents, on the guy, you always have to be begging and all those things. We are not saying we want to empower them to become the bosses or whatever, but at least to also help them themselves, to take care of themselves, to take care of their children they have brought to this world, and then the community and the whole world at large. So Saha, if you can add something to it.
Yeah, no, thank you. Now, I think that gives a different perspective than I can offer. Yeah, a little bit more on this. So again, we currently in this community do not have a training facility. We work in Shai Usudoku, and that is a big district. We found out there is one training center, but it's far away from Doyumu. And so we're working within this small town within that district. There are high rates of unemployment. So according to a 2010 census, there's a 48% of people in this community who are unemployed, and that is disproportionately affecting women. So men are often able to find work in the quarries. It's a mining community, but oftentimes women get excluded from those professions because of, one can be lack of training, and the others can be ideas about who should be allowed to do which professions and who actually have the skills for it. So stigma. And that's obviously gotten worse in the pandemic. Trade areas have also been supported by needs-based assessment. So whenever we talked to the community back in January, and again last summer, we did do another forum. A lot of people were saying that vocational training is something they feel they really need because of the fact that they don't have those skills, they're unemployed, and B, they feel that with the ability to kind of go into like a formal training program and receive, it's not just vocational training, right? When we do this, we create an opportunity for the community to come together. We create an opportunity for people who are looking to start a business to support each other. We give them skills in business development, and we also give them access to a really good mentor, which is Na and other people who will be helping with the training. And I think when we give them this opportunity to sort of engage in leadership and self-development, it really does go a far way. And I think Na can speak more to that because of the fact that she's been working in this area for so many projects. As you have seen, we've done projects on, health and health education. We've even done a feeding program. And I think a lot of donors like to give to something like a feeding program because it's like an instant gratification. Like I give my money and then like a week later I see the pictures and I know that I was able to feed someone. But it's sort of the idea of, teach a man to fish versus giving him a fish kind of thing. By equipping them with skills, they're able to really empower themselves, and that's something that they can take anywhere that they go. And that means that it's something that can have a more long-term impact, even though it might require a more heavy upfront investment in resources. And again, within community development. So doesn't require them to travel to these external places that are very far away and get training there. And as you can see, that isn't a solution that works because there are a lot of training programs available in Accra or in neighboring like city centers, but they haven't been able to access that. The transportation barriers, the accommodation barriers, the ability to feed themselves when they're not with their family is a significantly preventing them from gaining access to that training. So this is sort of our timeline. Currently, we're still in the fundraising phase. We've started constructing the area that will be used. It will take about a month to get this construction done. This timeline is completely dependent on actually having the funds. So we'll be doing this bit by bit as we're able to meet our fundraising targets. recruitment will be initially from Doyumu. We'll be using announcements from the information center. We'll be visiting churches and mosques and talking to people in a more organic way, and that's often used. And then there'll be a screening process. So the reason for that is because the training, we really want to offer it free, ideally, or at a reduced cost. The reason we're thinking of a reduced cost is because we want people to be invested in this, and we want them to really value what's being done. And so the screening is really to see this, is to see what their goals are, to make sure that we're picking people who really, really want to continue with the program, and as well to make sure that we're meeting our targets. So it will be at least 50-50 in terms of women and men who are allowed to join the program, and that's sort of, it can be more women, but that's sort of a more like gender inclusive idea of development, which a lot of communities in Ghana have asked for. So we can't exclude men from development efforts, especially when they also need access to jobs as well. And registration will happen after that. And then the training will happen. So the training will go on for about 6 months. We want to train them in 2 trade areas, so batik, tie and dye, and fashion design. And then once we've initiated the training, we'll be able to apply for accreditation by a national body called NVTI. And that will allow them to receive a certification at the end of our training. And they can use that anytime they want to apply for work. So now, do you want to talk a little bit about like the types of training that they get, what types of information that they learn and things like that?
Yeah, so when it comes to the fashion designing, the fashion designing and the batik tie and dye combined, we are going to give them entrepreneurial skills. When we talk about the entrepreneur skills, we want them to know the bookkeeping aspects of how to manage their funds when they start producing, what they get, what they buy. They have to document it when they sell and all those things. So we are going to let them understand the entrepreneurial aspect of whatever they are coming to learn. That will be something we are going to be key on. So then we break them into their various classes, the batik and then the fashion. So when it comes to the fashion, basically it's garment making. So they are going to learn how to make garments. But one thing I'd also want to introduce to this group, this vocational training, is recycling. You know, we have a lot of waste in Ghana, which always destroy pollution. They have to burn and all those things. So I want to really take them through recycling of fabrics and all those things, everything we have around us. So they'll also do exactly that. And they'll be doing crafts, as we said, the craft work using things like anything around us to also, because, you know, most of these things are basically imported into the country, but we have the raw materials. How do we develop these things to meet global standards? Is something I would want to initiate in our vocational training. So when it comes to the dressmaking aspects, those are some of the things we'll be doing. And when it comes to the batik, tie and dye, similar thing will also be done. We have people doing batik, tie and dye. What is going to make ours different? It's the different things that we are going to add, the recycling bit of it, the things, how we are going to produce it and how to market it. It's part of what we are going to do to give them a better marketing app to the other ones to be doing elsewhere. And so, as we said, the batik comes with, we have the batik itself and then the tie and dye. So we are going to do basically that. And some of the batik training that is normally done outside, you go and buy the mold and all those things. I'm going to train them on how to do the molds themselves. So you don't waste money on buying something you can produce yourself to make your fabric. So we are going to train them on doing things, using things around them to produce this, and so they don't waste money, so they can save money in the long, because basically that is why we are training you, so you don't become a burden to the community, to the society. So you can also make something out of your life. So basically, when it comes to the training, these are some of the things and many more things that they'll be learning alongside the process. And it's going to take them 6 months each to go through the training. In Ghana here, you can, if you ask somebody, they'll say people go through the training for 2 years, 3 years. 2 years, 3 years, basically it's for us, from the board I'm coming from, MVTI, we've seen that it's a waste of time. The person can use 6 months in training than wasting the time of 2 years. So the only thing you do is when you get the person the 6 months in the classroom, you just connect the person to a fashion, somebody who produce in a large scale to go and do an attachment with the person. 3 months, the person is out, then the person moves into the market. So basically, our training is going to take 6 months duration. By then, they should be well equipped to start their own business.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. So for transparency, I wanted to share the budget that we received from our team in Ghana. Today, we've set our goal for the live stream to be $2,500. That is going to cover a good portion of the cost, but this is also a longer term project that is going to be going on until we're able to fully establish this facility and make sure that we can get our accreditation. So the construction costs when converted to Canadian dollars are shown here. And we've already used the funds that we've raised before from donations from UTSC and Iftar Hours to begin constructing the container that's going to be used for this training space. But there are some other things on this budget that we are still working towards, and that's where the fundraising for today is going to be going towards. And following construction costs, there will also be costs for training. So equipment costs, these include things like purchasing the actual sewing machines, and they have to buy electrical versions as well as these industrial versions that work without electricity and are handheld. And that's really important because there are a lot of like power outages as well. And the industrial ones there are certain accreditation standards that are required, and that's the type of machine that they need. There are other consumables. So these are things like dye and the cost of like fabrics and threads. So things that kind of get used up every time and do need to be replenished. And then other costs for trainers. We will have to pay stipends for trainers. The initial set of students that will be trained by NA. So we won't be having to cover some of these costs, but thinking from a more long-term perspective, over the course of 3 years or 5 years, eventually we will need external trainers and they will need to be paid. And then there will also be utility costs. So from our initial estimate and the budget that the team in Ghana has prepared, these two figures add up to about $23,000. We have been fundraising for this very slowly, and the goal is to sort of construct this place as we go, and once we're able to reach our target for construction, the plan is for NA to start training on site, even without having all the materials in place. So there's something running in the community, and they're still able to get access to those important business development skills, mentorship skills. And now, if you wanted to add anything else to that, please do. You're okay? I don't know if she can hear me. Nah, can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Yeah, so I was just wrapping up. So I was just saying if you wanted to add anything to that.
Oh, okay. So thank you so much, Salha. What I want to add is, I just want to say that thank you all for your support, and then whoever supports this is supporting to a worthy cause that is going to go a long way to support a female or a young lady in the community. So we just say that we are grateful to have you, and then we know you have been doing it, you've done it before, and so this one we know you would also support a good cause and a worthy cause. Thank you so much, and we are grateful for your time.
Okay, thank you. I'll stop sharing. And as we have Na here, and if there are any questions that came up in the chat, or people here on the panel have, we can also take those. Oh, I think our Kente people are here as well.
Well, sorry, we'll move on to the, if anyone in the YouTube chat wants to ask a question, we'll take like one or two, and then we can move on to the Kente Print segment right after that. So, okay, there's a question in the chat. How do we ensure that we aren't oversaturating the local workforce with the same skills, which can cause competition?
Yeah, thank you for that question. That's really important. I actually had a conversation with Na about this yesterday. So now they're asking about oversaturating the market and creating competition. So how do we navigate that, and what has sort of been done in Ghana in the past?
Yeah, so when it comes to competition, I believe that competition class doing whatever subjects they are doing, but they still get jobs wherever they find themselves. So for me, I believe that competition is in everything. When it comes to vocational skills, there's competition. As I rightly said yesterday to you, Salha, we are going to have the training in Doyumu. And Doyumu is like Shai Osudoku, it's a big district. So we will produce in Shai Osudoku, but we'll go out there to sell it. You get it? People have a factory at a particular point, move from that place, go to a different town to sell it. So for the markets, we are going to get the market. It doesn't matter when we have 200 people doing the same thing in the community. Still, that is why we are giving them the entrepreneur skills of whatever we'll be doing. In the entrepreneur skills, we are going to tell you how to package yourself, how to market your things, what to do, and how to go about it. So by the time they are done, we are going to equip them on how to sell and how to market their products. So for me, as I said, it is not a big problem when it comes to how to market their things and then the competitions.
Yeah, I mean, to add on to that, I think it's a very valid question. And I think when you study like critical theories of development, this is something that is brought up a lot in academic context. I think one thing as well that Na has pointed out is there are training programs right now being offered in Ghana where they're like training 1,000 people or 2,000 people on like how to make liquid soap. And it's also like a skill that's less varied, like you're making a very specific type of product. And with our training, we're thinking of it as it has to have a pilot phase, right? And we're starting with 35 being trained in batik and 35 being trained in fashion design. So it's compared to a lot of other training programs that have been done where they're training mass numbers of people in a certain skill. This is still a very select number of people within the community. And sort of in addition to what Na has said, it is also possible to do like a lot more product distinction, like whenever you're doing like batik or you're doing sewing.
Hi. Hi everyone. Thank you, Salaha and Na, for introducing the YSYF and our mission and what we're about. Hi everyone. My name is Oiza, and I'm one of the event assistants for YSYF Canada. I will be one of the hosts for the live stream today, and I'm proud to bring you our next segment, which is a very special one. Ghana is known for their bright colors and beautiful clothing, and one very special item that is made for their ceremonies and worn on special occasions is the kente cloth. The cloth is identifiable around the world with unique patterns and colors that represent the West African culture. In Ghana, where the traditions of weaving the kente cloth began centuries ago, it's a sign of national and ethnic pride, printed on a variety of clothing throughout the nation. All tribes in Ghana have and wear a unique kente design. The cloth contains colors, which hold symbolism. Gold symbolizes status and serenity, yellow equals fertility, green is renewal, blue is pure, spirit and harmony, red is passion, and black is union with the ancestors' spiritual awareness. Now, without any further ado, I'm going to pass it on to the kente experts, David and Bright. They will demonstrate how to create the beautiful cloth and the importance surrounding it. We hope you enjoy. So, I hope you guys enjoy.
Yes. Hello. Yes. Hello, friends.
Are you trying to share your screen, David?
Yes. Trying to share my screen.
There we go.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Hello, friends. Welcome. This is David Atiku, the Kente Weaver. I would like to share with you on Kente and its global socioeconomic importance. The case for David Atiku, the Kente Weaver. My Kente fabric is a global icon. That identifiable fabric representing Ghana culture and is woven in many parts of Ghana, including Kwetwe, Bunre, among others.
David, really quickly, your audio is coming through a little bit choppy. Could you turn off your video?
Kente, produced by the people of Agotime.
Not sure if you heard.
But before then, I would like yes, okay. I would like us to have a minute silence in memory of the man in your shot, Nene the third corner of Agotime traditional area. May his soul rest in peace. The early Kente and also has over 1,500 different Kente cloths.
Oh, we lost him. I assume they're having connection issues. Hopefully they'll join us back in a minute.
Hello, Zaki.
Yeah. Is that you, Bright?
This is Francis talking.
Oh, it's Francis. Oh, there you are, Francis.
This is Francis. We want Robert to take out the presentation due to the network problem with David.
Okay.
If it's fine with you.
Yeah, that works with us. Robert, if you want to, I believe you should be able to share your screen. If you want to go through with it, is Robert there right now? I don't know if Robert is currently with us. Apologies for the technical difficulties. Sometimes, with internet connections in a lot of places in Ghana are not fantastic. Oh, David is back.
Okay. Hello.
Is that you, Bright?
Yeah, it is Bright.
Yeah, Bright. Do you want to
Yes.
continue where he left off, and then as soon as he comes in, we can continue with that portion as well.
Okay.
Yes.
Welcome. Let me continue where he has stopped. So from the corner side, he was the custodian of every process, types of kente, cultural significance, economic importance. Then we. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, one thing really quickly. If I could ask this a bit, I don't know, I've been harping on you guys to have your cameras on, but could I ask the panelists to turn off your cameras because that might help Bright's connection. And I'll just make Bright the spotlight here. Yeah, Bright, go ahead. We can hear you now.
So my presentation will focus on the history of kente, tools used in weaving the kente, the processes, types of kente, cultural significance, and then the economic importance. So we'll start with the history of kente. History of kente as is presently known as Agotime Kente, Ga-Adang Benue, clan of ancient Sudan, Egypt, Nigeria, settled among Ewes and Yorubas, made a stopover at Osudoku, Bon, and presently settled at Agotime traditional area, both in Togo and Ghana. Petue is the traditional capital and double as a political administrative capital. As Agotimes migrate, they carry along their heritage of weaving and handed it over to their generations. It is to be noted that the modern day kente
Zaki, do we have his slides?
We unfortunately do not have his slides, because the one who has them, like the link for them, is Robert, and Robert will be joining in a bit, but he's not here right now.
Yeah, I think he's trying to share a screen while also doing this. So if we're able to share the screen for him and advance the slides, it might help.
Yeah, that might be helpful. Let me.
Do you have his WhatsApp account?
I have his thing. Francis, are you there with us still?
If they can.
Yeah, I'm here.
Francis, do you have the link to the slides?
No, so I'm asking Robert to share with me if I can get it.
Hello.
I don't mind doing it.
Yes.
David, could you send me the link to your slides and then I could share them for you? So that might help your connection.
Okay. Yeah.
Just in the Zoom chat.
Okay.
You or anyone else, or Bright or anyone. If you could send. Hey, Bright is back. There he is. You're muted, Bright. Bright, I believe you're still muted on the Zoom. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Okay.
Oh, Bright, if
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Could you send me your slides so that I could share them for you? That might help your connection.
Okay. So we have the tools needed. We have the beater, we have the loom, we have the bobbin, we have the ribbon, we have the flexible and the hard bars, we have the rolling wax, and then the loom itself. These are the tools needed in weaving kente. So from the tools continue, we have the bobbin as shown, the wax roller there. In locally we call it ploho. We have the shuttle called a hoop or canoe. So simply, these are the tools used in weaving kente. The tools can be made locally, except only few that cannot be made locally. The processes. The modern kente goes through a series of processes to become a fabric that is beautifully worn. We have selection of colors, washing, drying, spinning, stretching, folding, arranging in the loom, the weaving process itself, measuring and joining into a piece of cloth. We have some 5 minutes process concurrently done with explanation to show the video of the kente process.
Is there a link that you could send me so I could share it from my end? Because I think if you try to share it from yours, you might run into network problems.
Okay, we can share. David should, Brother Robert should share the link, the video.
Yeah, if you can share the link, then I'll share that with the
Okay.
Zoom and the stream.
I share.
So just send it to
So,
me on the
as you-
Zoom chat or over a text message.
Okay.
Do you have them on WhatsApp?
Yes, I have.
Yes.
I have their numbers here.
Better for them usually.
Yeah. You're sending it. It will come right now. So that's the process ongoing. That's the laying of the background. That is shown as you are laying the background, you'll be counting it. You'll be counting it, and if you cannot memorize it in your head, you'll be writing it down. As you can see the lady going. You go and come and then write it. She will go and come and write it until it gets to other 96, 102, 112, and the maximum is 120. Then you can have a full lay background. Okay, that's the procedure going for the laying of the background in weaving kente.
Could you send it to me over email, right? Would that be possible?
Yes, yes, it's loading to come.
Yes, I have it now, yes.
Especially the video.
Yes, I have it now. Here we go.
You have it? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So can we stop showing of the video?
I'm gonna show the slides that were sent here.
Okay.
Okay. Share this. And are you guys able to see this now?
We can see it, but I would recommend zooming in so that it fits your whole screen.
Right.
And if you can full screen as well on Chrome, it'll be a bit better for people looking at it.
Okay.
There we go. Were you on which segment were you on, Bright?
That's the showing of the video of the process.
Ah, the video of the process?
Yes.
Let me see. Is the video on the slides?
It's separate. It's not on a slide. It's a separate video.
Oh, could you send me the link to that video so I could share it with them?
Okay.
You could forward me the email or send it to me on via my number.
Zaki? Hi, Zaki.
Yeah.
I think I got the video. If you probably can allow me to share my screen, I can show you that.
Yeah, go on, Francis. Sorry about the technical difficulties, everyone. Okay, there we go. Yep.
Right, I think you can talk now once I stop playing.
Can I talk now?
Yeah. Can you see?
So this is the beginning of the laying of the background. First, you have the sticks that you have to put into the soil. The distance you want, either 10, 12, 15, or 25. After that, you insert the wax onto the wax roller, as the lady is showing in the video. Okay, there we have 10 on it. Yes. After that, you tie it so that none will remove. Okay, then that's the startup. The lady has started laying the background. So if it goes and come, she will count it and then write it down. If she cannot memorize it, she will write it down. Anytime she goes with the 10, she'll write 5, because we count 2 as 1, 2 as 1, 2 as 1. So if you go once, instead of the 10 wax, you write 5. So the background, the full set have to be either 96, 102, 112, or 120. Then we can have a full set for the background, for the kente to be woven. So as you can see, the lady is doing it up to the needed number. Okay. Yes, she is writing. It's now at 94. Okay. It's a gradual process. So you have to be going and becoming, going and becoming. So you need a lot of energy for this. And sometimes if it rains, it disturbs. Meaning whether it's up to the number or not, you have to fold it. And after the rain, before you start all over again. So sometimes you need to time the weather before you start laying the background for you not to be disturbed by the rain. Okay. Yes. So after the laying of the background, you roll the wax on the bobbin. As you can see, the small girl rolling the wax on the bobbin, put it in the bobbin roller. You put it on the bobbin roller. Then you'll be spinning it. You'll be spinning it. You have the locally made machine that you use. You have the local machine that you use. Okay. So you have it up to a certain size. So this up that you cut it and then you put it into the shuttle. Then you put the cloth into the loom. Then you start weaving. As we can see, the lady in the loom weaving. It's a process. Gradual process.
Okay. Hi, Zaki. I think
the end of the video we continue.
I think the video is done.
Hello?
Oh, there he is. There he is. There you are, Bright. We can see you now. Oh, but I think
then we can continue now.
Yeah, carry on.
From the process, we move to types of kente.
Yeah, I'm sharing that perfect. Right here. There we go.
Please share it.
Are you able to see it?
Yeah.
Let's go for the sharing you can see.
Bright, are you able to see the share here? The types of kente, the slide.
Yes. Yes, I can see now the types of kente. We have the Adanvo. We have the Pousse. Then we have the Nudodo. the time is taken for kente to be completed, and it is intricacy in weaving and number of colors used determine the value and efficacy and status for cloths, but also used for other accessories such as bow tie, belts, bags, footwears, wristbands, and earrings. It is also used sometimes for shoes, ladies' bags, graduation stools, nose marks, and other things.
Hello, Bright? Did we lose him again?
Okay. Zaki, do you want me to continue?
Yeah, sure. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi everyone. So my name is Francis. I will take you through the rest of the presentation. For those of you who might not be hearing Bright and David due to the network problem, brief summary, everything they talk about was the fact that the kente cloth is a very significant cloth in Ghana. In terms of cultural values, it's woven throughout Ghana. But if you're looking at the two main areas that weave the cloth in Ghana, then you probably look at Abomey, which is in the Ashanti region, and you're looking at Gotimi, which is in the Volta region. So those are the two main areas that they weave kente if you're looking at places that they weave the kente in the Volta region. And I'm pretty sure the two areas do have very huge festivals that they use to celebrate the importance of kente to the two areas and to Ghana as a whole. So David and Bright basically take you through the process of weaving the kente, how you'll be able to lay out the whole, the loom and everything to get to the final weaving of the kente. And where Bright was initially presented before he went off is the fact that it takes a lot of time to weave the kente because the designs you see in the picture here, everything has to be done with the hand, right? So it takes time for people to be able to complete the forms of designs that he's talking about. Now, we have different types of kente, as Bright started mentioning. There are different names that they call for it. But the most significant issue we can pick from this is that a lot of the cloths and the names that have for them, they have their local names and they have the names that goes after certain individuals. So the cloth you're seeing on the screen here is a cloth that was woven for the wife of the first president of Ghana, Fati Nkrumah. So the cloth's name goes after the lady that the cloth was woven from. So this particular cloth you see here is called Fatia Fata Nkrumah, which goes after the wife of the first president of Ghana. Now, if you go a step, can you go to the next slide? If you go a step further, there are different types of the kente that you are seeing, and it's being used for different purposes. In Ghana, the kente is mainly used for occasions that signify, that shows elegance, right? It's more of things. Initially, the kente was mainly used by chiefs, but because of modernization, the fact that people take it as a business, it's mostly used for occasions that people celebrate, such as marriages. So the picture you are seeing on the screen here is a marriage ceremony of one of Ghana's favorite artists. His name is John Dumelo. And so this is a picture that's being used. This is the occasion, the cloth that he used when he was having his wedding. So the kente can be used for different purposes. It could be used for weddings. It could be used for presidential inaugurations. It could be used for graduations. So when you go through the picture in the slides we have different things, different pictures represent different occasions that the kente cloth was being used for. Can you go to the next slide? So again, this is just one of the popular kente cloths being used by an ex-president of Ghana. And so as you can see throughout the various pictures, you'll be seeing the different types of kente. And then you also be seeing the different products that we can use a kente to produce in Ghana. If we can just go through the pictures. So those are all different types of kente. And this particular one you are seeing on the screen here is known as Ajima. Again, it goes after somebody that they wove the cloth for. It's a very nice design, and all these ones could be got. You can get access to any of them for any of your occasions if you look up the numbers I will provide at the end of this presentation. So this particular one here is called Obapa. Again, used for different purposes. It could be used casually as a lady is being used in the picture here, or it could be used for various occasions that you want to use it for. Yeah, if you can just go, it's just, they are all just types of kente that he's talking about. So as you can see, the names are all goes after people that normally they wove the cloth for because they become popular. And this particular one was woven for the former president of the US, President Obama, when he visited Ghana. And so the name goes after who the cloth was made for. So at the moment, if you need a similar cloth like this, you just have to speak to people that wove the cloth and tell them you need Obama, and they will give you a design like this. Now, the names are significant because you need to know the name of the cloth before people can be able to give it to you. And people, the name, the moment you mention the name, it kind of represents the occasion for which the cloth was being used for. So if you see any of this cloth and you mention Obama, anybody will remember that it was given to President Obama when he visited Ghana, when he was president. Yeah, they are very beautiful patterns, and trust me, there are some of them that even your names could be written on it. Whatever occasion you are celebrating or you want to use a cloth for, there are people that weave the cloth in such that they can design all those names in the cloth for you. Very, very crafty people there. So this one you are seeing here was again named after the Ghana's current president, President Akufo-Addo. So if you go to Ghana and you want this particular cloth and you mention Akufo-Addo, this design will be done nicely for you in the format you're seeing here. So the next one is to look at, as I said already, the kente cloth itself is of huge importance to the Ghanaian populace. People use it for different occasions, different areas use it for different occasions. But when you come to our Agotime traditional area, which is what we are presenting on today, the kente cloth can be used or represents different cultural occasions that we can be used for. As David said already, the Agotimes are more or less Ga Dangbes that are set in the Volta region. So a lot of the things here, if you are a Ga Dangbe, you will be able to realize that a lot of the names and things that they talk about here represent what the Dangbe is mostly used for. So within the Agotime traditional area, the kente cloth is used for different occasions. The first one you see here is an Ewe word, which is called Vijikpedodo. Or it's called, it's used mainly on Easter Sunday. I think David is the one who knows more about this Vijikpedodo, so I'll probably leave that if he's able to join for him to speak more on that. And then also when they are celebrating the Kente Festival, we call something Asiale Tome. It's a cultural occasion that represents how the Agotimes were able to move to their current location, the Volta region. And the cloth that is being used mainly to represent those occasions are what we call the Fatia Fatankruma, Trekake, and so on. And then we can also use a cloth when you are, if somebody died and like they are discussing, I mean, we call it Ndikpelolo, mostly representing the death of probably an important person. And so the cloth that they use there is called a Wuseji. And then, of course, we have the normal like Bamevoza, which is a festival, Kente festival. That one, you can use different cloth, Kente cloths. And normally, if you want to see different designs for the Kente cloth, you probably have to make it a point to visit the Bamevoza Kente festival. During that occasion, we have different weavers coming to display their artistry in terms of having different designs. You have access to different types of the cloth that are all being put for design for people to see. It's pretty much a very big festival, and we do have people coming from the diaspora just to participate in the festival. The festival is a week long, and so mostly it's widely advertised. And as I said, you can get access to different types of Kente at very, very cheap prices, and you can even take pictures of different types if you visit this particular festival. And then we have widow right. There is a cloth that you can also use for that. And then if you have a twin in our traditional area, there are rights that they perform for it. And we also have cloths or the Kente floor that can also be used for that. So as you can see, the Kente is being used for different purposes. Depending on the occasion, you have different cloth being used in these areas, especially if it's within the Agotime traditional area where the Kente cloth is mostly being woven. Can we go to the next slide? Now, if you're talking about the economic importance of the Kente Festival, it's huge. And if David and Bright are online here, they would probably share their story with you, how the Kente cloth, weaving Kente has helped them overcome different obstacles in life. I must admit that the Agotime traditional area is not a very, very developed area. It's a developing area with a lot of people living under the poverty line per the UN guidelines. And one of the things that mostly they encourage these days or people use as a form of survival is the weaving of Kente. So if you go to the Agotime traditional area, almost every household that you see somebody there weaving Kente. It's a major economic activity that the households or people perform in this area to survive on. So if you see somebody coming from the Agotime traditional area, continue with the school to the university level, everything, that person may probably generate a lot of the revenue to pay for his education from weaving the Kente cloth. So the more or the wider people use the Kente cloth, the wider people are able to get a little bit of income from it to be able to take care of themselves. So David can tell you for his education up to the university level. So when we are talking about the Kente being of very significant economic significance, you just look at the Agotime traditional area and it will tell you how important this particular weaving is to the people of Ghana. I do school in Kumasi, so I also know about the Bonue area. If you go to the Bonue area also, you see a lot of people who migrated mainly from the Volta or the Agotime area to those places just because they also wanted to weave Kente at a place that they want to stay with. So Kente has been, it's being used, weaving by people to support themselves, to support their households, to support their children through education, through any life occasion that they use for. So these two areas, if you verify in Ghana very well, people in this area are mainly dependent on income from weaving Kente to support themselves. Can you go to the next slide? So as I said, this is a story about David himself talking about how the Kente was able to help him to be able to continue with his education, as I said already, and the fact that many of the underprivileged people in the Agotime traditional area, they derive the little income they get mainly from weaving Kente. So as I said, if you want to know how this Kente has influenced the life of people in this area, you just take a trip to the Agotime traditional area, mostly in August, September, where the festival is normally held. And you just go to any household at all, you see even women, girls, boys, everyone weaving Kente as a form of survival. It's the main economic activity in this area. And as I said already, anyone who you saw somewhere from Agotime area who has reached a certain stage in life, being it education or otherwise, might have something to do with Kente helping him throughout the process. So if you want to get more information on any of the designs, if you want to have any collaboration with the presenters, any of them here, you probably may want to contact any of these people through the email address that I provide here. If you're looking for the kente cloth itself, you're looking for the different designs, or if you're looking for information on how to be part of the Kente Agbamifosa Festival celebration, to know more about how the Kente is helping transform the life of people in the Agotime traditional area, you probably want to reach out to these people here through the numbers here, or the email addresses here, and they'll be able to provide you with more information on the Kente and how important it is to the cultural significance for Ghana. So basically, this is more or less the end of our presentation. The other ones we have in this slide, they show you some of the main pictures and things that you can use at Kente to produce. I don't know if those ones were shared before. If you can go to the next slide. Yeah, and so before the slide before that. Okay, so very much, I have to end this by acknowledging the help of these people here. Myself, who is presenting, my name is Francis, and I know how to weave, but I'm not a weaver. The main weavers or the people who put up this presentation that I'm helping complete here are the case David, Bright, Seth, Christopher, and Robert. Myself and Robert only got in touch with these people who are weavers, and they put together this presentation for us to have today. So all thanks to David, all thanks to Bright, all thanks to Seth and Christopher for helping put out this presentation for this occasion today. And so if you go to the rest of the slide, you will see different types of things that you can use a kente cloth to do. Bright did mention that we can use a kente cloth to produce different things. It's not just something that you can wear, it's something that can be used to produce different goods, including even these days, the mask we can use a kente to produce it. Kente cloth have been used to produce bags, belts, ties, and core, everything kente, we can use all this to present. So the pictures you are seeing here are some of the things that we can use kente to do. And
it's so fascinating to see like how, you know, a single a piece of the culture that's so significant can have such an important impact on, you know, the social and economic conditions in Ghana, and like, you know, really change people's lives.
Yeah.
From David and Bright about their personal stories with respect to the kente cloth.
Yes, I think I saw David's name here. If David can maybe activate his audio to be able to speak to us. Okay, so Bright is here. Bright and David can probably share their stories with you, how the kente cloth helped them. But if you go through the pictures down, you see all the different designs of kente, the different things people use it for, and how elegant it look when you are inside. I'll probably advise, if you have time, do check out the kente festivals I talk about. Do pay a visit to Agotime traditional area. Contact Bright, David, and the numbers we put out there, and they will be able to help you get access to all these elegant ones. So this ones here, you can see here, a mask that we can use a kente for. The bow tie is at the top side here. And these ones are more or less things that we can use for our graduations if you want to graduate. These ones can be used for your graduations. And then we have the tie and stuff that you can also use a kente cloth for. So the words, you can see the class of 2021. These ones, they were all woven one by one into this cloth like people who design it using hands to be able to design it.
Oh, those kente shoes look very cool. I want a pair.
Yeah. Yeah. So these are the bags. We have shoes. We have different designs that you can use kente cloth to be able to produce if you have access to the kente. And we have a lot of those things which are on sale to people. So people that want to have anything to do with this, or you want one of those ones. If you want an easy word, there are some of them that are easy words that you can wear probably in the summer. Yeah, should be able to link up and distance will be country. So they can be used for different stuff, as you can see.
Okay. Thanks so much, Francis. Should we pass it off to Bright first, if he wants to?
Yes. Yeah, Bright. Bright, and then if you can hear, Jackie would want to hear your story, how Kente has been able to help you. So you probably...
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, this is Bright. Yes. Kente have helped me a lot. From primary school, that's class 4, I started within Kente. So it's the process from the Kente that I use for my schooling up to JHS, senior high school, polytechnic, and after polytechnic, I did my postgraduate the degree level. And currently, I'm still within Kente. I'm still using the process to look after my sisters, one who is in training college now. One is also still at the university level. So we have a lot of economic importance of Kente, but we have a lot of challenges too, because the market, some of the market, they are not there. The cost of the trade now is also high. So the Kente is good, and we need a lot of investors to come and invest in the Kente industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, is my mic on? Sorry about that. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Bright, so much for your insight. I think David, if you also want to say a few words about how Kente's helped you, Do we still have Bright with us? Sorry, do you still have David with us? Francis, I think David might be having some trouble with his mic. In the meantime, should we, while we wait for David, can we do a bit of a Q&A?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, great. Yeah. So, any questions in the chat or here in the Zoom panelists, if any of you want to unmute and ask a question to either Francis or Bright about any of the stuff that they discussed, Kente, its importance and their impact on their lives, maybe how to acquire Kente, any of that stuff, feel free. I'll be monitoring the chat on YouTube and also here on Zoom. Feel free to unmute and tell us.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Na.
Okay, so I want to say this is a wonderful presentation. I'm a Ghanaian, and I appreciate whatever they've put in to put this presentation together. But as part of the opportunity they've gotten to talk to us about the Kente weaving, I just want to know if we want them to come and train people in Doyumu, are they willing to come and support the vocational training and then give this kind of training to the youth in Doyumu? I just want to know.
Right, you want to hand it up?
Yes.
Because I would prefer Bright talk about it, because currently I am not in Ghana. So it's something they can do, but Bright should probably respond to that. So
yes, we are ever ready to help to train the people at Dorimu. Anytime you call upon us, we are ever ready to help.
Now, after the live stream, I will send you the contacts for all of the people today, so that if you would like, you can actually reach out to them. I put them in the YouTube chat, but I think I can also have Saleha send you an email with all their contacts. Does that work?
It's fine. It's fine. I'm grateful. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Na. Any other questions? YouTube or any of the panelists? I certainly have a question. So either Francis or Bright, either of you can take this one, but I'm curious as to what initially drew you into the Kente Prince. Was it something that was very important in your family? Perhaps your mother and father were very involved in the Kente Prince. What sort of drove you into really going into this industry and falling in love with it and making it your livelihood?
Okay, Bright, you want to go before?
Okay. The Kente weaving is an ancient job. So from our forefathers, they have been weaving Kente up to us. So that's the main source of survival for the people in the area. So you as a younger one come, you have no other option than to enter into the weaving industry and start to weave to support yourself. Because if you are not doing it, there's no means for you to move on in life or to further your education. Because your parents are doing it, but as they age or they are grown, they can't do it. So you have to take it up so that you can sponsor yourself and then look after your younger ones to attain their age or where they have to get to before you can stop. So it's a source of fun for everybody. So you have no other option just to take it up. So it's a must. It's a must for everybody. And likewise, me, it's a must for me. And
I see.
As a university graduate, I'm still in it, doing it.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. It's sort of a family tradition, ancient culture, and a main source of survival. Yeah, that's very fascinating. David, I think he's just joined us. David, if you want to speak a little bit about, earlier we had Bright talk about how his personal experience and how Kente has helped him. If you want to talk a little bit about that, you can take a few minutes.
Yeah, the socio-economic importance of the Kente cannot be underestimated. Rather from the cradle to the grave, some of us depend on it. Our parents depend on it to put food on the table, raise us, to see us through schools, educate ourselves to get to a stage where you take up the responsibility of taking care of yourself so that your parents can focus on your younger ones. You want to see more So almost all citizens made it up to where they are to enjoy their sustainable livelihood, including myself, have depended on the underestimated. Anybody who wishes to take control of his life can start looking at the economic empowerment. That's the few I want to add. Sorry, my line went bad. Thank you.
No, that's okay. Thank you so much, David. I guess I had just one follow-up question, which was, so we've looked a lot at, actually, let me scroll up to the slide because I can't.
And one, in my first statement, I mentioned that Kente is a global icon because even at the UN General Assembly, it is used to decorate their background. At matriculations and then graduations, Kente are being used to design the gown that is worn in international universities all over. So Kente is actually a global icon, and it is gladly, proudly moving from my village, the Agotime area in the Volta region. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just wondering, so there's a lot. Ghana is a very ethnically diverse place. There's a lot of different tribes, ethnicities. Different, obviously different different religious affiliations. There's Christians, Muslims, people that adhere to local traditions, that kind of thing. So are there are there different kinds of kente that are used by different communities in Ghana? Do they hold different kinds of significance for the different communities? For like the different ethnic groups or the different religious groups, are there like different forms of kente you will find?
No, let me take it. No, there is no special kente for special religious groupings. Kente is a unifier. A traditionalist, a Muslim, and a Christian wear the same kind of kente for the same kind of occasions. If it is Vijipedodo, if it is if it is Agbame leaves, sects wear the same kind of kente. So there is no disparity. There is no discrimination among the religious groups with regards to the type of kente they wear.
I see. That's fascinating that it can, just be a unifier for so many different kinds of people. I guess that speaks to the beauty of the cloth and the significance of it to the people of Ghana. So we've hit 5:02. Francis, was there anything else you wanted to cover?
No, pretty much that's everything. As I said already, just re-echo what Bright and David have said. If you are probably from a Gotibe traditional area, you are born with more or less the kente. You are born to see people doing the kente. So a lot of people from this area, you don't really have to learn. It's something that you get used to, and it's something expected of you to do, right? So it's part and parcel of everybody's life in our traditional area. And so, as I said already, there are different areas that kente cloth can be woven in Ghana or are woven in Ghana. But if you are from the Agotime traditional area, you are probably born to see people doing it. So it's something you get used to whilst you are a kid. So
I see. Okay.
And for anyone outside, for anyone who wants to learn.
In other words, when you are from the Agotime traditional area, you are born with kente. So you don't learn certain types of kente weaving. Certain designs, you don't just learn it, you just do it as you grow. You don't learn it, it is part of your blood. So you just know how to do it. That is the difference.
Thank you guys so much. It's been a fascinating session, and what a beautiful way to wrap it up. I just want to say real quick, thank you to our presenters. You guys, it's a bit later for you. You guys put the work in and helped us out. So, I extend a very special thanks for you guys to, put together this presentation and come on this live and work with us in terms of having all the meetings and planning all this stuff out. We really, really appreciate it. Yeah, we look forward to hopefully working with you guys in the future if that connection does happen with Nod. Okay. Just interlude real quick. Once again, this live stream is for the purposes of raising money to build a vocational training center in Doryumu, Ghana. So if you could, guys, check out the link in the description, donate, help us out. That would be so fantastic. And I'm going to pass it on to Shezel real quick so that she can introduce the next segment. Before I do, can I ask the panelists to turn their videos on again, because we're moving back into the interactive segments. Yeah.
Before we move on, I just had a question. Do you guys sell online? I want to get a dress. It's very beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, sets and yeah, they do have sales. As at the moment, they don't have an Amazon account. I told them I wanted to help them out to create an Amazon to sell one there. I did check Amazon. There are some people trying to sell some. I can't tell how genuine those ones are, but of course, they are trying to have the process to create an Amazon account for that. So very soon that will be up, and I'll probably share with Zaki to share with you. Again, if somebody wants it in Canada, since I'm in Canada, anyone who wants any of those designs, just send me the designs, and I can be able to get Bright, David, and Co to be able to send one from Ghana over to you. So I can guarantee that for you.
Thank you. They're very beautiful. Thank you.
Viewers as well, if any of the viewers would like a specific request or anything, reach out to us, reach out to YSYF, or type in the chat. We'll connect with you, and we'll see if you want a particular product. We can maybe make that happen. Okay, yeah, without further ado, I'm pass it off to Shezel, and she's going to introduce our next segment.
Yeah.
Thank you, Oisa, and thank you, Robert, and your group for such a beautiful insight into the tradition of Kente. Hello, everyone. My name is Shezel, and I am the events assistant for YSYF Canada this year. I have the pleasure of introducing David Abu Awadi, also known as King by the people of Duriumu. Up next for an insight about the context of Duriumu, which is a rural, underserved village in Ghana just outside of Accra. Specifically, he will be discussing the challenges related to improving the social and economic conditions in their area, unique hurdles faced by their community.
Wait, I think, one sec. Wait, Shezel, one sec. I think there was a mix-up on the thing. I believe our next segment is cooking with Juliet. I think these got mixed up in our script. I apologize about that.
Mara, yeah.
What was that? What is that? Sorry.
Marwa is the one. I think Marwa can take it over now for the Juliet segment.
Yeah, we like switched it. Marwa's doing the cooking one, and I'm doing the learning about Durian.
Yeah, but I believe the segment from 5 to 6 we have is with Juliet, correct?
Yeah, I see her. She's ready.
I have here Marwa, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah, Marwa unfortunately isn't here at the moment, so I can I can do the introduction. That works with us. Okay.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, it works. Don't worry. So up next we have a segment for which I'm particularly excited. Our fellow colleague and team member Juliet, who is Vice President of Project Development here at YSYF Canada, and she's Ghanaian herself, will be showing us how to make a popular Ghanaian dish called kelewele. I'm probably mispronouncing kelewele. I think that's it. I'm sure she'll tell us the correct way to do it. Yeah, kelewele is a popular food item in Ghana made of fried plantains that's seasoned with spices. When prepared, plantains are a fruit that resemble bananas and are often called cooking bananas. They have like these thick, husky peels, which are much thicker than bananas. When prepared, kelewele is a sweet, savory dish with a hint of spice. In Ghana, it's a popular street food that is often served with ground nuts. I'm going to admit, when I told you that you were making this, Juliet, I immediately went and Googled what it looks like and have been waiting to try it and learn how to make it. I even bought a plantain. Oh, wait, Marwa, this is Marwa. Marwa bought a plantain days ago just so that it could be ripened enough in time, so she might be following through with us. All right. I'll now pass the mic over to you, Juliet.
Sure, thanks, Zaki. Hi, everyone. As I was introduced earlier, Juliet, and I'm the Vice President Project Development for YSYF. So today I'm going to share with you a recipe for kelewele. Kelewele is basically fried, spiced fried plantains. And I think when I was telling a friend I'll be cooking kelewele today, the person was like, why do you have to teach people how to fry plantains? But then actually it's the spices that makes it unique. And it's a very popular street food in Ghana. And it's eaten with roasted or fried groundnuts, what we call peanuts here. So this is the plantain we are going to use. I realize some people call it bananas. I think people from the Caribbean call it bananas, cooking bananas or something of that sort. And I'm just going to run through with you the spices I'm going to use. These are spices you can find at any store, superstore, Walmart, or any Indian grocery shop or African grocery shop like that. So we have here, wait, hold on. Does anyone have a question or anything on the line?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Does anyone have a question?
Yeah, I have a question. So what spices are you going to be using?
Okay, so I have it here. I'm going to show it right now. Okay, so I'm using the ginger. Let me turn my camera so. So I have here ginger, and I'm going to use like a half of this. Then these are chili flakes. Normally in Ghana, is the whole chili flakes that's used, the dried ones. Okay, you use the quantity you like, as hot as you like. And these are grains of salam. This is what you might find difficult getting here, but then you can omit it if you want to. It's called printia in Ghana, and it's normally used for cooking. It has a hot taste, but then it's bitter too, so you don't use much of it when you're using it to cook. Then these are cloves, and these are popular in even here. Most grocery shops carry cloves, and I know Indians also use cloves a lot in their cooking. And I have here half of an onion, and these are anise seeds. It's also very popular in most grocery shops here. They carry it, and you can even omit the anise seeds if you want to. And I have here black pepper. Normally, it's the whole black pepper corns that is used, but then what I have here is the grounded one. So that's what I'm using for today. So these are the spices: the black pepper, the plantains, and salt to season it.
Is there like a natural sweetness that comes from the plantain? Is that where the sweetness of the dish comes from?
Yes. So when you're going to make kalawole, another thing I'll suggest is to use very ripe plantain. This is not even soft enough, but then if you could get very soft, like nearly almost black all around it, you really get a very sweet kalawole. But then you can also do with it with this one too, but never use green plantains. It wouldn't come out well.
Okay.
Okay. But then if you don't have any of these spices, you can just go with ginger, chili, and onions. It also comes out well. This is just going to give you the close-up recipe for what you get in the street. But then normally, even when I'm doing it on my own here, I just use ginger, garlic, chili flakes, and onions, and I'm done with it.
In Ghana, is it like sold in carts, or like how do people sell it? Is it like as street food? Is it like carts, trucks?
Okay, normally you have people with stalls, and they'll have it set up, and they'll be frying it. So it's like when the smell, oftentimes the smell is all over. If it's this place like it's being sold, you smell it all over the place, and that's what really gets people to buy it. So they'll have the setup like the oil, a very deep frying pan with oil in it, and they'll it's fried to sell. So it's not like they'll fry it down. They fry to sell.
I see. So it's like fry to order kind of thing. Yeah.
Normally. But then it's because of this how good it smells. Normally it's like as they are frying it, people are already gathered buying it.
Right, because they can't wait. What are you gonna say, Oye?
No, I was just saying I want some now. Like I love plantain, so I just know this is gonna be amazing.
Yeah. plantains
Yeah,
are good.
I literally bought Juliet. I literally bought plantains and I let them ripen just for this.
Oh, yeah.
We're
Good.
following along.
So I'm just going to start. I'll start with peeling the plantain. It's very easy to peel. You just make a slit like this. I'm just demonstrations for people who have never used or cooked plantain before. So you make the slit as like this and you just peel it. It's very easy. And also, if it's very ripe, it's easy to peel. Unlike the green ones where you have to like put a little bit of pressure to peel it off. Chopping board. So you cut it to the size you want. I prefer to cut it a bit slanted. I'm going to cut it and I'll take the camera close by so you see how I did it. So I'd like to ask, has anyone had any food from Ghana before?
I have never actually had some like specifically Ghanaian cuisine. I've had some dishes that I know, like Somali food and whatever, that are also eaten in Ghana, but I've never had anything that's like, specific to Ghana.
I'm half Nigerian, so like I know we have like jollof rice, like that's similar, but like for the most part, I've never had Ghanaian.
Okay. So let me get this camera close. This is how I cut it. I divided it into two, then I made a slit in between and I just slanted it. So,
is there a particular kind of oil that's used?
You can just use any oil to fry it. Any neutral oil to fry it. Yeah. But then it's deep fried. I haven't actually tried a shallow fried and I don't know if it will work because normally we use very soft ripe plantain.
They do. I know that for sometimes.
We use very.
No, go on.
No, I said we use very soft ripe plantain.
I know that for certain there's a ceviche, which is like the shrimp salad thingy, is sometimes served on plantains, and they shallow fry that. So it might be similar to that.
Oh, okay.
They like crush. Do you crush the plantains before you fry them?
No. I just cut it into this. But then there's another recipe also very popular in Ghana. That is kakro, and that one is crushed and it's just similar spices, and they add flour as a binding ingredient, and that's also deep fried.
I see. I'm gonna pull a picture of Kelewele on the thing just for the viewers to see what the final product is gonna look like, or similar to.
Thank you, Zaki.
Kelewele. This is it.
Marwa, I think she's doing it also.
Oh, Marwa's following along.
Oh, that's nice. Thanks, Marwa.
I think she's gonna come back.
Oh, yeah, you got better plantains than I did.
Yeah. It's like, I think it got worse. Like, it got darker because it was in the fridge, but I got the one that said it's good for grilling. I don't know.
Okay.
Marwa, don't put bananas in the fridge. Why do bananas go black in the fridge?
This was my mom. This was
oh my
me.
gosh.
I would never put something like this in the fridge.
Why do bananas go black in the fridge? There's like some explanation. I'm sure there's some. I'll look it up afterwards.
Wow, it looks so good. Oh my goodness.
This is I'm showing on the stream pictures of the thing.
We have it in Canada as well.
Someone says he's a big fan of olive oil. Nadia says that she's had jollof rice and that it's delicious.
Why would you fry with olive oil? Olive oil's smoke point is not that high.
It's you can as long as
don't fry with olive oil.
I'm learning so much. I had no idea.
Now
that was not
grapeseed
something
oil,
we could
guys.
do.
Grapeseed oil, good alternative.
yes, grapeseed oil is neutral.
Use coconut oil?
The biggest issue with olive oil isn't actually the smoke point thing isn't actually such a big deal in terms of deep frying because you can't smell the smoke in the food. The issue with olive oil is that it's not a neutral oil. So if you fry something in it, it becomes like bitter. Right? Olive oil has like a bitter taste.
Yeah. And it tastes really strong.
Yeah, it's a very strong taste, yeah.
Can you do coconut oil? Is that like an alternative? Or I don't know.
I don't know if I would consider that neutral because coconut oil still has a...
I know for ceviche,
taste.
when they serve the plantain chips, they use coconut oil to fry it.
I use coconut oil when I make like Indian or like Southeast Asian food. I don't know. I just use avocado or grapeseed oil. That's my go-to.
In the meantime, while Juliet works, Marwa, I actually didn't get a chance to introduce you. You want to introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. My name is Marwa. I'm the Vice President of Partnerships at YSYF. I work with Zaki, Oyeza, and Shezal specifically. And yeah, I will be here for the rest of the night with you all. You're all stuck with me.
I've stuck you on Spotlight as well, Marwa, so we have like both you and Juliet cooking together. Yeah. It looks very cute.
You guys look like a duo, like.
So I've peeled my onions here and I'm going to peel the ginger. You can just use any amount of ginger you like. If you want it like spicy, use more. And this one I'm just going to use about an inch. I don't know if it's right. And I'm going to peel it. I don't like the peels on it.
Does it have to be fresh ginger? I don't know if I have fresh ginger.
Yes, to get a good taste. I find that the ground ginger doesn't really work well.
Yeah, the issue is if you use the powder stuff, it often burns. But if you have like ginger powder, you could sprinkle it on after.
I know because guys, my fridge broke down and we usually keep our ginger like in the freezer. And so we threw it out when our fridge went bad.
Oh.
We threw out all of our ginger too.
Marwa, you want to drive to my place? I have some ginger. I have too much ginger.
No, Zaki, you live like 25 minutes away from me. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go grab an onion, BRB.
I want to add real quick to see if the other panelists this right now want to introduce himself. Here. Who is new? Let me check. Eamon, are you with us? Eamon Arain?
Yeah, anybody who's like attentive.
Yeah, anybody who's joined in like the last couple hours, if you didn't get a chance to introduce yourself, any of you, feel free to put on your cameras and introduce yourself.
So I have a tiny food processor here and I'm just going to add everything and blend it.
Oh, so you make like a paste with like the ginger and the spices.
Yeah. You can also grate it, but then it's because of these cloves here, I can't really grate it. So I prefer to put everything in a blender and get it smooth.
All right.
Wait, what did you put in it?
Okay, I have here ginger, onions, chili flakes, cloves.
Is it like you just put however much you wanted?
Yeah, like that's how I cook.
Oh my god!
That's the real. You just feel it. Yes. No measurements. Illegal.
Yeah.
That's good, you know.
Yeah, but when you're learning, you're like, I don't know what the taste palette of
True.
this cuisine is supposed to be.
That's true.
I can do that for
then
Afghan food.
Use like half an onion.
Okay.
Yeah. It's just like, I don't know, I'm not sure you have the grains of salam. That one is a bit bitter, so that one you don't use much. But then you can use lots of cloves, lots of anise seeds, and chili flakes as you like it.
Anise seeds. Can I use
And
fennel
if you don't
seeds?
have it, you can just omit it and just add in garlic. You can even use Scotch bonnet pepper if you don't have chili flakes.
Oh, I have
dried
chili
chili.
flakes. I have chili flakes. I have jalapenos. I have chili flakes.
No.
What's this common spice that's used in a lot of the Ghanaian dishes that you guys?
Yes. What would you say is like a staple spice?
Okay, the
Or set of spices.
Yeah, the staple spice is ginger, garlic, onion.
Oh, okay.
Ginger, garlic, onion.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
the
I mean,
same.
that's
That's
delicious.
kind of the same for like desi food.
It's not the same for Afghan food.
I know, yeah. I know for Iranian food, they also do like they have a lot of turmeric and saffron. Those are like,
Saffron, cardamom.
I think it's, cardamom. I think it just depends, like, where it's stuff. But yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, we use a lot of ground coriander seeds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My mom's cooking now and she's using
Cumin.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Where's my chili flakes? Ah, found them.
What would happen if you tried to do this with a banana?
I think with butter.
No, that wouldn't work because if you fry bananas, it's just cut us in the oil. I don't know if you've actually tried fried bananas before.
The only time I almost fried a banana was like I made like a pancake where I mixed in I mushed up a banana and I mixed it with like an egg or something and I fried that because there was like this viral recipe about like banana and egg pancake.
Yeah.
Wait, guys, what alternative would I put for anise seeds? Like fennel seeds? I don't know.
You can use fennel seeds because it's also used in Ghana, but then not much. But then
Hold
if you
on.
have
I
star
see
anise,
something that says anise. I was about to say I just found star anise.
Yeah, if you have
If you have like
blend,
it should be in Chinese blends or whatever should have star anise.
No, I have it like the little stars. But wait, would I not have to grind this in a mortar or pestle or something?
So you don't use much, just a tiny bit of star anise because it has similar flavor like the anise seeds.
Very strong. Okay.
Yeah, the star
am I
anise is very
blending
strong.
it? Am I blending it? I don't know what I'm doing.
Yes, I don't know if you can take a tiny bit, but then if you can just leave it out. Use ginger, garlic, onion.
Okay.
Grate it.
And
What'd you say,
I
Raisin?
was gonna say I have a coffee grinder, but I don't know.
That could work.
It's okay. We move.
Oh, I wanted to mention real quick, by the way, if you guys noticed in the top right, we have actually hit our first donation goal at $250. That's
Oh no! Wait, which one is it gonna be?
yeah.
Oh
so
my God,
we'll
which challenge is it gonna
we
be?
will yeah we're gonna poll to decide what the challenge is gonna be. I don't know if we should do the poll. Let me see if we should do the poll right now or should we wait for the. You know what? Let's wait for Juliet's segment to finish, and then we'll see about the poll. Or we can poll it here. Because I have the YSYF thing open, so I can actually do it.
Oh my goodness. I don't know which one it'll be.
But yeah, congratulations.
I'm trying to set up my what's the name blender.
Go on. Take your time.
I just dropped my garlic clove. This is getting very chaotic. Congratulations, everyone. We just met our first goal.
And we're gonna continue to do amazing.
Woo! Okay, I'm gonna pull the first things.
So I'm going to mute myself since the blender makes a lot of noise.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just look at the beautiful cooking.
Oh my God, my
has
little
it been
magic
updated?
bullet container is now going to smell like onion and garlic.
That's the worst when that happens. Like my mom will blend
It's
stuff.
okay. This one is like specifically saved for savory stuff, so it's fine. My mom already destroyed it. Look, it's yellow.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, my mom does that. I want to make a smoothie and then it's like has like onion smell and I'm like, oh.
Oh no. Criminal. Where did the
Oh, the counter updated. We're at 325. Yeah, now that you just let me know.
Oh wow! Whoa, amazing. How did I misplace the blender lid so fast? It was literally just here. There's a ghost in our house, I swear. Guys, I'm like terrible. You know, like when you lose things that are right in front of you, I'm so bad at that.
Okay, the poll is up for any viewers watching. You can vote between the three options I put: Whisper Challenge, Speed Drawing, and Spicy Pepper / Hot Sauce Challenge. Julia, is Ghanaian food really spicy? Do you guys like your spice over there? When I went with Robert to meet with who was our liaison with the Kente Prince people, he was like always about like, oh, the food has to be spicy because he said they eat a lot of spice in Ghana. Is that true in your experience?
Yes, most Ghanaians like spicy food, but then I think I fall out of those categories.
Ah, okay.
Category because I don't like spicy food, but then almost every Ghanaian like spicy food.
Uh-huh.
Don't forget I am here.
Yeah, I like spicy food.
So I'm going to show you what I grinded. This is the grinded spices. And I'm just going to season the plantain and add it to it. We are going to let it sit for a while, but then since we are time crushed, I think we'll fry it right away. But then what normally happens is when you put it on it, you leave it to marinate. Yes, we marinate plantains in Ghana.
Okay.
So you leave it to marinate for like 30, 20 minutes and you fry it.
You have, by the way, Juliet, you have until 6 if you need to take it, so.
Pardon?
You have until 6 o'clock if you need the time. If you need the extra time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. I'm going to clean this place now. So
I think were you saying that you like spicy food? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm not trying to say that. She said I overheard her say something, so I just wanted to ask question, but it's like it has escaped me. But what I want to say is I will not eat Juliet's kelewele. I will eat Mari's kelewele because Juliet's will not be nice.
Oh my goodness.
Nah. Say that. This is a Ghanaian cooking kelewele.
Say that.
Yes, I know, but yours will not be nice. Hers will be nicer. The way she's running around the kitchen, if hers is not nice, I will not buy it. So busy running around.
Oh, that's hilarious.
We'll come to Ghana to try your kelewele. We'll see which is better.
Nana said she wants a side of chaos with her kelewele.
We should have a kelewele cook-off.
Kelewele when you came to Ghana.
Oh, that was me? Are you asking if I had it?
Yeah,
is that the same thing as red or no?
No, red. That one is like it's just fried plantain. It's not spiced.
Then I don't think I had it. But no, don't they sell them in the like it becomes like a chip, right? Like they sell it in the prepackaged ones, right? Kelewele.
Like, most of the time, I think once we went for Woos program, it was part of the dish. You know, sometimes they add it to jollof when you have variety of food, so you can just eat it alongside with jollof. So they had it, but I don't know whether you dished that out.
I'm not sure. I think if they had it at Wusk and it was vegetarian, I probably would have eaten it. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I've tried it.
Is kelewele?
No, then. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna ask: is kelewele eaten as like a side, the way like French fries are eaten at like restaurants and stuff?
Sometimes, but then sometimes it's served as a side, but then what is normally done is eaten as a snack.
Oh, okay. I
with
see.
ground. But then you can serve it alongside jollof or wache or rice, anything of the sort.
So do you like, do Ghanaians prefer kelewele to potato chips? Is it the snack of choice?
Of course.
Of
I
course.
don't think it compares. Like, I think that's kind of hard to compare.
This kelewele is plantain.
No, I'm asking because I have some potato chips here, and I'm just gonna sit here and eat them because I can't have real kelewele. I'm just gonna pretend like I'm having.
And there's plantain
the raw
chips
onion is
too.
making my eyes water.
I can see Malha. That's a
No,
lot of spice.
No, it's not that. The onion, the raw onion, it's making my eyes water. No, I can handle the spice. It's not that. But like, wow, that onion was very strong.
So what's like
But the marinade tastes good.
What's the national dish of Ghana? You know?
I would say jollof or fufu. Because they are the two most popular dishes, but then wache too is quite popular. I think I'll rank it according to me, not according to Ghanaian polls. Fufu will be ranked number 1, jollof number 2, wache number 3. Fufu is basically pounded cassava and plantain, but then it's eaten with soup. So you have the goat soup or the groundnut soup, that's peanut butter soup, palm nut soup, and things like that.
I showed on the stream. I googled national dish of Ghana, and the pictures that come up are fufu. So you're right.
It's very yummy, yeah.
I've never had it. It looks like
Kind of looks like a mashed potato, but like
with rice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I remember one day, I don't know why, I was like going down this rabbit hole on YouTube of people making fufu and having it with different stews and curries and stuff. And then I was like, where does one even get fufu that's good in Toronto?
Oh,
I think
you
I was
can
watching
get
like
it
a
at
tasty video, like one of those BuzzFeed tasty videos.
You can get it at any Indian shop. Like you have, but then you can't, as the dried cassava and plantain. So you prepare it like how you would prepare, what should I say? Pudding.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like is there like a restaurant that would have it, that I know what the good one tastes like before I attempt to even make my own?
Marwa, I was actually checking this up in Toronto.
Salaha, let's go. Me and you.
Yeah,
and Oyeza too.
We're gonna go, but I was gonna say, when I looked it up, it's near Sick Kids. It's really close to where you work. But if you want fufu, they have that at Caribbean like stores. Like I remember like
I wanted like ready-made. I wanted like ready-made.
It's something that you can get at Caribbean stores too.
Like Caribbean restaurants? I wanted ready-made so I can see what the good one tastes like.
I bet you could find it at like an African restaurant. Like if there was one, you know, I feel like we would have it like, yeah, possibly.
So we're gonna go to that place near Sick Kids, and then we're going to try good fufu.
Like,
hopefully it's good.
I'm down.
Good fufu. I'm waiting for you in Ghana.
No, one day.
Yeah,
I'm just waiting.
Let's come
to be able to go.
Let's go. Let's go next summer. I'm ready.
I'm totally ready.
Okay.
Now looks like someone who can make a very good soup, like light soup.
Ooh.
Are you a chef? No.
I studied catering. Like she can make anything.
Oh my god! What? Seriously?
Thank you.
Guys, Na literally catered for like so many things. I've had her food actually. She's really, really good. I had your what was it? It was actually your fufu. I had your fufu, I had your banku, and I also had like a fried fish. I don't know what you call it, but with pepper. Yeah.
Ooh, okay. That sounds good. Fried fish is always good.
So
I have a question. Oh, sorry. Now you finish your point.
So I'm waiting for all of you in Ghana, so you get to eat Ghanaian dishes.
Oh my God, nah, you know, I told my dad, I was like, oh, I want to go to Ghana. And my dad's like, I'll go with you. He was like, I want to go too.
He's
Okay,
welcome.
I have a question. Oh, I'll let him know. Juliet, I have a question. What about yellow plantains? This one is called the yellow one.
Yeah, these ones are not really ripe inside. That's one thing I realized with plantains in Canada. Though it looks yellow and nice, it's not ripe inside. So you try to get the ones like that. Yeah. Like
This is like a massive one. Like comparison.
I wouldn't fry this because it's not really ripe inside. When you fry it, it just tastes like the green ones. So I try as much as possible to wait for it to be blackish.
Oh. Wait, but this one says green. This one says green.
Yeah, it's like green, but then it's becoming yellow. The stages of plantain.
Like a banana.
So should I like even attempt to marinate this one, or no, just stick to the one that was really black that I used?
I'll stick with the black one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you wanted
it's just
to
like, let me show it's marinating.
if you wanted to ripe, well, that's good. Hey, ripe faster. You just keep it in a plastic bag for like 3 days. I realized plantains here to make it ripe faster. That's out.
So this one, it's been sitting in a plastic bag, but I guess like when I got them, they were too green. These ones were too green. The other one that I got a while ago because I was like, let me test out which one's gonna ripen faster, and I guess that one did. But yeah, I'll just keep these in a bag for now for a few more days.
Yes, Salah, I'm just about saying that those who hosted you in Ghana never did a great job, because I know one of the things Ghanaians give to foreigners when they come is kelewele. When they are introducing foreigners to Ghanaian food.
You can't say
it's
that.
True. It was one of the first things I had.
Yes, but you can't say that, Juliet.
No, because I know, like, honestly, even right from when I was a kid, normally when a foreigner is around, they'll go like, oh, you want to introduce a person to Ghanaian food, serve the person kelewele. Like, that's basically... Because they feel like if you like kelewele, then you like every food. I don't know. Okay, so this is my marinated plantains.
Oh, yours looks better. Mine looks like this.
Sure, it looks good too.
Yeah, it still looks.
It does smell very good. Yeah, except the onion's making my eyes water again. I'm gonna stop.
Because Marla smells her plantain with her whole face. Yeah. You need to walk, okay? Walk.
Yeah, I clearly learned nothing from chemistry class.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Salaha, our resident doctor. Salaha, when you do you laugh when you see those like memes of med students going into the workforce after they've been on Zoom for like 2 or 3 years?
No, but I'm
oh my
sure
God, there's like
terrible.
all these memes about how they feel so lost because they did so much of their stuff on Zoom.
You know, I feel that. I know. We literally had our first clinical. I learned to take blood pressure in March and pulse. I mean, like they give you like a theoretical handout, but it's so different with the pandemic. Yeah.
So I have a question, guys. Oh, sorry. Yes, Juliet, go.
I'm just going to start heating the oil. That's what I was about to say.
So do you pan fry it? How much oil are we talking?
Okay, I'm going to deep fry it, and let me show you what I have here. Okay.
Oh wow.
It's like just about enough to cover the whole plantain.
You know, normally when I make my plantains, I just use butter.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I just make it with butter, and I fry. And
I think I would end up finishing my entire stick of butter.
Oh no! You saw y'all.
Wait, do you use like clarified butter, Juliet, or like sorry, not Juliet, Oyeza or butter?
Yeah, just butter, whatever that means. Just like butter in the stick, like the stick butter.
It probably smells good, but I find that like it burns so fast. So like I know clarified butter doesn't, like ghee doesn't.
Yeah, ghee is good too, but I don't cook with ghee. I know. I also sometimes use just regular oil if I. Yeah, but like that one I don't because I don't like to. It's oily, greasy food is not so great for you, but for the dish.
Yeah. Oh my god, my mom doesn't like. She doesn't understand when people use a lot of butter in cooking. She's like, "What do you mean? Isn't that bad for you?" And I was like, "I don't know," but people use it a lot.
Lots of butter.
Yeah, well, I know that for example, like Iranians use a lot of butter. They literally just like put butter in their rice.
Yeah, we have tahdig where it's like
tahdig. Oh,
good.
My fave.
It's like rice at the end of the pot for those who don't know, and it's very good.
Yeah, it's literally the burnt bits. We purposefully burn the bottom.
Yeah.
Sometimes we add potatoes, sliced potatoes.
Or pita bread. Yeah, it's very yummy.
Yeah.
Where I like how we're showing different cultures. It's nice.
Guys, all this talk, I unfortunately cannot make kelawele, but I'm gonna join in and make myself a sandwich because I've become hungry now.
Zaki is about to chop up bananas and put it in his sandwich, just so he feels included.
I was gonna ask, by the way. So I know that in Somalia they do that thing where they eat like the bananas with bananas or plantains with their like rice and noodles. Do they do that in Ghana too, or is that just a Somali thing?
Yes, some people eat not bananas, but then plantains with their rice and wache.
Do you do that?
I feel like there's a lot of
I do it a lot. Like,
oh, okay.
I personally like plantain, so I can eat plantain with anything.
I see a lot of like Latin American people that have plantains with like beans and rice all the time. Like even in that part of the world. Yeah, I don't know.
Really?
Banana,
What? I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, I have.
That's
I don't
fair.
know, like all my friends that are like Puerto Rican and like from like Venezuela and stuff, like they eat a lot of plantains with their rice and beans. Yeah, and Caribbean.
I'm gonna
people
go
too.
to a Latin American restaurant and order some plantains.
You
You know what though? The banana thing with rice, I mean, like I know fruit with rice sounds weird, but like Afghans do that too. We put plums in our stews.
Yeah.
Okay, but
raisins,
plums and stuff is different. Raisins and plums are like sour. That's why they put them in. Arabs do that
But
as
like
well.
apricot, no, raisins are sweet. And then we also, so we have this one dish. This is gonna sound weird. So we make a sweetened caramelized pumpkin, and we put cranberries with it, and like almonds and stuff, and like rose water, saffron, etc., honey, and then we eat that with rice.
Yeah, that's yummy. You know, there's something.
Yeah, and it's good. It's delicious.
I think every culture has like their own like, dishes that they just have different spices.
I respect all cultures. The important thing is that we're gaining weight.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, Zaki's like, that's all that matters.
So I'm going
okay.
to test my oil now. I'm just going to use an onion, like just the size, just to see if the oil is hot. Another thing with kelawele is you just want to get the oil as much hot as possible. Unfortunately, I don't have a temperature to tell you that. And no, Ghanaians don't use temperature in cooking.
So this is what my oil is doing.
Okay, yeah.
It's done.
So
It's done bubbling.
Yeah. I'm putting my onion in. Okay, my oil is not hot yet.
I can smell mine. So I think that means mine's very hot.
Yeah.
Wait, so do I just like literally just drop it in like this?
And when you put it in, don't mix it, just leave it in. Don't try to mix it to get the spices stuck on it. Yeah, that's hot.
Everyone like that sizzle? ASMR for everyone?
And we need the microphone.
Oh wait, can you not hear?
We can, but it's not as like
oh, okay, hold on, let me take off my headphones. Maybe that's why.
I told
There
you,
we go.
man, the food is going to taste nice. This fish is the first to fry. I told
Okay, my oil is hot now, so I'm going to put mine in. So when I put the plantains in, I'm not going to touch it or anything. I'm just going to leave it in for the spices to just get stuck on it. Because when you stir it or anything like that, it's going to fall off and it will be wasted effort. Unfortunately, I can't bring the camera close here. Can you hear my sizzling?
We can hear like little bits of it.
Oh,
Guys, my substitute for kelewele is chicken bologna today.
Mara, please pour it into the oil. Pour all the kelewele, pour all into the oil, okay?
Yes.
So please do that for me so that you win the challenge.
Okay, so let me show you what I have here. So this is it.
That looks so good.
So now, what's your favorite food to eat?
Please, when you ask me, I am Eve and a Gan. So I like my banku with my okra soup. And then my kenke with pepper and fish.
You know, for me, boarding house really messed me up, so I don't like kinky nowadays.
My personal favorite food is shawarma.
Oh, shawarma, yes.
Shawarma's good, yeah.
I love shawarma.
You have to get it from like a Lebanese restaurant. Like you can't like. I feel like everywhere else.
Ottawa
No,
has.
no, it has this. So that's the thing with shawarma. It's like most shawarma places are not good. So you gotta find the good ones.
You really do.
My personal favorite in if you guys are in the Toronto area, my favorite one is actually a pizza place. It's called Bilal's Pizza. They have like shawarma on the side, and for some reason, it's better than like most places that specialize in shawarma.
Honestly, yeah, that's something. Maybe they should make shawarma pizza.
Shawarma pizza.
I don't know if that would work.
There's a place called Cheetos Pizza. There's a place called Cheetos Pizza that has 3 branches in the GTA, and they do shawarma pizza.
Mawa.
The thing is like shawarma pizza. It's so good.
Is it burned?
No, it's good. Yeah, normally it looks like that.
Okay, good.
Have your taste. Let's see. Yeah, I'm nervous.
I'm looking for cooking these. They cook so fast.
Yes.
So please just pour all into it.
Yeah, Mawa, pour everything into it.
Pour
everything into the oil.
Everything?
Yeah, because you have a big pan.
Oh. Hold on, I need to take out the little burnt bits from this. First.
The bits from the spices.
Yeah.
Oh, you can leave it in. It's just stuff to it and makes it crunchy. It's all part of it.
No, but they're like black. Like they're, I feel like at this point it is a carcinogen.
Oh, okay.
Please pause as I fix my.
YSYF Canada does not support or endorse cancer. We're against it.
Go to Ghana team.
Yeah, I'm not sure about YSYF Ghana's position, but that's our position.
Nah.
No comment, please.
Okay, I'm about to put it all in. Hold on. Probably put my fan before my smoke detector goes off. Okay, now it smells much better. Good call, guys. Good call.
Okay. How does it smell like, Mawa?
It smells, I don't know, it smells like garlic and onion and ginger. Like I can smell it.
Okay. So, Saka, what's your favorite Ghanaian food? The Saha
did you
here
ask?
with us.
Oh, Salaha. Oh,
Yeah. Oh, she left.
Is Ben here too? Ben has also been to Ghana.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Ben Carlson. I think he's not on the line.
Right now, he's actually like at a family thing right now. And
Okay.
he's in a completely different time zone.
Juliet, what part of Ghana are you from?
Takoradi.
Pardon me?
Takoradi. Tadi. Western region, but then the city is Takoradi.
No, it's cool.
If you're finding it difficult to mention, just say Tadi.
Tadi.
Tadi, like Taadi.
Tadi, am I saying it right?
Yeah, Tadi.
So did you grow up there or did you, because you have the accent?
Yeah, I grew up in Ghana. I grew up in Takoradi. I came here for my master's degree.
That's good. How do you like Canada then?
I love Canada except for the winter. Of course, I live
I don't think that was
Winnipeg. Except for the winter.
But do you find that there's a big community?
The Ghanaian community.
Yeah.
Yes, in Winnipeg, yeah, they are active. We have the Ghanaian Students Union and the Ghana Union of Manitoba residents, and that's for all Manitoba Ghanaians living in Manitoba, and they are very active and very supportive, especially to newcomers.
we actually have somebody from a similar organization, the Ghanaian Canadian Association of Ontario, is going to be joining us for our game segment. So
That's good. And I think it's true that Ghanaian Students Union that I got introduced to Francis, the guy who helped with the Kente presentation. Is that right, Zaki?
yeah, I believe so. Yeah,
Yeah, it's true that Ghanaian Students Union.
it's great how it like came together through our connections and stuff to be able to get that done.
Yeah. I really have to send him a message after the program.
Myself as well. I'll send him a little thank you to him and Robert, who helped us out a lot.
Juliet, what time did you give King?
I'm not the one who did the plan. Then you can ask Zaki.
Zaki,
What time did we give to Francis?
King.
Oh, to King. King is the next hour. We're about to start a segment. We'll start in we'll start with King in about 5 minutes.
Okay, I think ready, everyone. Doesn't look probably as good as Juliet's is gonna look, but
it's a start. It's a start.
How do I make this look pretty?
Okay, so this is what we have here. I'm going to take it out. You can see the spices are stuck on it.
Yeah, my spices.
Marlo, maybe you fried it a bit too high of a height or high of a heat.
The second time cooking for a while.
It's gonna be crispy. Think of it that way.
Yeah.
Is Kelly meant to be fried at low heat or high heat?
Hi, I think.
Yeah, she said the hotter.
So, so this is what we have here. Kelewole.
That looks delicious.
Yes, it does, and I'm about to try it.
I'm gonna How is it?
Eat it with granuts.
Oh yeah.
Wait, you eat it
Mar
with?
was a fan.
What do you eat it with?
A roasted granuts.
So good.
Normally, what you get on the streets is fried granuts, but then I can't do that. I'm so scared to try that.
It looks funny.
Look, there's two of me.
Okay, so I'm going to try it. Let's see. Oh, this looks good. Ma, how does it taste?
It tastes really good.
She has fingers. She knows. She likes it.
It's really good.
Oh, now I know this.
That's good.
Ooh, that's hot.
You did a good job, but Mara's food will be tasting better than yours, you know.
It looks good. Like, it's not what you get on the street.
I feel like
I like the way she's enjoying it. She's eating as if she has eaten it before. Look at the way she's enjoying it. Wow. I hope you all try it maybe tomorrow or tomorrow next.
Yeah, I'll send, I'll send it like a video.
Sure.
That would be nice.
Everyone will put their own native food.
I think some of my plantains are a little too soft, but the crispy ones are amazing. It's like slightly sweet because the plantains are like very ripe, but like the outside is like spicy and garlicky and like savory. The crust is savory, but the inside is sweet. No, no, it tastes different than a banana. Plantain has its own taste.
Yeah, bananas are much sweeter.
Consistency, like, yeah, sure, it's like what you would imagine a cooked banana to taste like, but, or to feel. But, good.
So, Maha, is this something you try again?
Yeah, 100%. I would actually make this for my sister because she loves plantains. And like sometimes like I fry it and we eat with like beans and rice.
Okay.
Like we smash it a little and then we like fry it. And so like, yeah, I would make this for her 100%.
Yeah, you know, I love plantains too. I remember I had this story where I ate so many plantains that like one of them, like I ate so many that I think one of them got stuck in my nose. So when I exploded my nose, it came out of my but it was okay.
And
yeah, I had like so many. I just love it so much.
Oh my god.
I probably shouldn't have said that on the live stream, but you know what? It's okay. It's okay. We're gonna move on to our new segment though soon. So this was amazing. Oh, I see. Okay.
So thank you everyone for your support, and I hope you try kelewole and you let me know what you think about it.
Juliet, that was so delicious. Thank you for teaching me. And thank you for not laughing at me too much. I didn't have like anything ready, guys. I had no idea what was in this. So I had to like go and run and get all the ingredients and catch up. In my defense.
Don't worry.
I feel like it'd be nice if we like type this up. Like this is how you make kelewele as per Juliet's instructions and post it.
Yeah, like your recipe. Yeah, we should do like a
little graphic or something.
Yeah. I think so. I don't know. Yeah, like it's one of the first things I was cooking.
That's good. Yeah, I feel like that happens when you grow up with your foods. You just learn to make it for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I mean, you like go out of your way to go Google it and
Yeah. Those are the things you enjoy.
Hi guys. Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. I saw a food blog. I don't know if it belongs to Juliet. Juliet, do you have one?
Oh, of course, I have a food blog, but then it's been a long time I posted anything there.
Ah. Okay. Okay.
So Juliet,
Okay.
share, what is this food blog?
What?
What is this food blog? I want to see this food blog.
For biscuitsandladles.com.
What is
I
it called?
started with- okay. I started it when I was home, but then when I came here, I've never had time.
It's understandable.
Yeah. So there's lots of Ghanaian dishes there. I don't know if Saki can.
Wow.
Biscuits and
Yeah, maybe I'll share the link. I found the link. Maybe I'll share it with you guys.
oh my god, this is fan.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Whoa.
Ah.
Julia, like you had a proper blog.
Yeah, I like it.
He has a Wikipedia. Wow.
Ah, okay. Anyway, so informative. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks for coming. She wouldn't have told us otherwise.
I know. Thank you for telling us.
So do you like to bake more or cook? Are you more of
both?
Both of them. Yeah. So what is one dessert that's in the Ghanaian, like, do you know, like something that's traditional dessert?
Yes. We have kube cake. It's like coconut, should I say trifles? You use the matured coconut fruit and you just mix it with caramelized sugar. It's really good. But then we happen to call it kube cake. I don't know why.
That sounds really delicious. Kube cake? Am I saying it right? Okay. I'm gonna Google it.
Kubenc, like cake.
Oh, sorry. Now they can hear me on the stream. Hi. While we wait for King, our next segment to begin, what we can do is do one of the challenges since we hit one of our donation goals. I'm going to check very quickly the poll that we put in the chat. Let's see what the results for that poll are. 67% have voted for spicy pepper / hot sauce challenge. Okay, so at this point, that means I'm gonna ask all panelists present if you guys could turn on your cameras and go find either some hot sauce or a spicy pepper from your kitchen, and we'll reconvene in a minute to see, and I'll take it together. I have probably Scotch bonnets in the freezer, so I'm gonna die today, but you know, it's all for a good cause. Yeah, so take a minute, all panelists go grab a spicy pepper or something, or a hot sauce, and turn on your videos as you get back.
Okay, just in case, I'm getting some yogurt too, because if this goes badly. Vale, mother.
Here's my jalapeno.
I got Scotch bonnet, unfortunately.
I don't have Scotch bonnet, but this is the spiciest pepper I have.
All right. Have you all returned? Anyone with? I'll give them a couple minutes to find something. This is Scotch bonnet pepper, and you know it's bad because I have my ice cream here on standby. While I try
I
this.
have two things. So I found it, and I have like my hot sauce. I don't know. I found this like.
I have hot sauce, but it's not very spicy.
I don't think it's very spicy either. I don't know. I've never tried it, but
Whatever this,
gochujang, which is like a red pepper.
yeah, find whatever the spiciest thing is in your house.
I think it's this.
All right, we'll give the other.
Oh,
panelists
this is
a
not
minute.
fair because I got the spiciest.
No, what do you have? What do you have? What's the spiciest, Juliet?
Scotch bonnet.
I have Scotch bonnet too. Me too.
Guys, I'm so concerned for you right now.
I'm concerned for her because I can handle spice, but she said she doesn't like spice, so I'm worried for Juliet. Do you have any milk? Do you have any milk or ice cream nearby?
No.
Nothing.
we have to, we just have to take a bite.
It's okay. The you can have some kelewele. It'll cool it down. It has healing properties.
What?
So,
What was that, Marwa?
The kelewele is spicy too.
All right, let me.
okay, when are we gonna go? We're gonna do the count.
Do we have
Okay,
all
okay.
of it?
No. You do like a
do
bite.
the
You don't have to.
podcast, right?
You don't have to eat the whole thing, but do like a bite, like a chunk of it. Like I have like a big chunk here. I'm gonna eat the whole thing. Okay, I'm gonna count down from 5. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2. Juliet's dying. We'll wait for you. Don't worry. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
I'll be right back.
Oh God.
I can't do it.
Ahem. Ahem.
We're gonna. This is not safe.
Hey, at least
Small bite. I could.
Scotch bonnet peppers taste good. They have a nice taste, right? They taste fruity.
I'm actually crying a little bit.
Oh my
I
God.
had the hot sauce. I did hot sauce and hot sauce.
The Scotch bonnet is probably like the way more powerful thing in there.
Yeah.
It just got worse.
It's a creeping burn, huh, Marwa?
Oh my god.
It wasn't so bad. So I took another bite and now I regret.
Yeah, I'm not taking another bite. I had the hot sauce. I think I did mine. I think I was supposed to. She has yogurt on standby. Oh my gosh.
Ah, yes. Okay. I'm gonna try and finish it.
Do you have anything nearby to cool it down?
You have to finish it?
No, but I'm going to try.
No, I couldn't finish my. Just
No,
took a bite
Scotch.
and
Yeah, you couldn't eat a whole Scotch bonnet.
I just
That'll hurt you. Yeah.
Yeah. You don't need to finish it. Don't worry. Oh my goodness.
What do you have, Marwa? Is it a green chili? Thai green chili?
It's a jalapeno.
Oh, okay.
I still feel the back of my throat. Like, excuse me.
My mouth is like watering. But not in a good way.
We do this for you guys, so you know, to give thanks. For reaching
Okay.
our donation. Cool.
This is so.
Yeah, I know. I like it too. Yeah. I also love Greek yogurt.
Okay, am I the only one that thinks that Greek yogurt has a weird aftertaste?
It depends on the brand. Like, do you use Oikos? I like. Yeah.
The one at the blue container, right?
I'm gonna put this away before I die.
You can use spoiled one.
Zaki, what?
Pardon me?
Zaki needs to wash his hands, and so does Juliet, so they don't get any Scotch bonnet juices anywhere near their face.
Yeah, I should do that too. I don't know
But even though it's not Scotch bonnet. Okay, that was terrible. Don't want to do that again. I'm really scared of the spicy ramen whenever it gets chosen.
I don't think I have the ramen.
I have a collection of samyang, just different flavors.
Yeah, I have some other flavors of the ramen noodles. My sister loves that stuff.
Samyang's good, but it's just too spicy. I normally only put a third of the spice packet, and even then I'm like dying when I have it.
I have my marshmallows ready.
Oh my god, 3 different stores to find marshmallows.
Pardon me?
I went to 3 stores and I couldn't find marshmallows.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think I had some, like, I actually found some. They're probably stale, actually. I don't know. They're probably stale. I couldn't find them, but it's okay.
I believe King has joined us. Hi, Saliha.
Hi. I think we heard the update, but King will be joining us. I think he's here on the call actually.
Let me.
Amazing.
You want to turn on your video? It's folks. It's quite late in Ghana right now. It's around 10:18 p.m. So it might be a little hard to see him, but King, if you are able to turn on your video, it'd be great.
I'm going to.
I can introduce him.
Yeah. I'll hand it off to Marwa, our Vice President of Partnerships, and she's going to introduce our next segment with our community liaison.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Juliet, for your cooking segment again, and thank you for partaking in our pepper challenge. I have the pleasure of introducing David Obu-Oeti. I'm so sorry if I mispronounced that. He's also known as King by the people of Doryumu. Up next for an insight about the context of Doryumu, which is like this rural, underserved village in Ghana, just outside of Accra, which is the capital of the country. Specifically, he'll be discussing with us the challenges related to improving the social and economic conditions in their area, unique hurdles that are faced by their community, how their community has demonstrated resilience in the face of adversity and some of the strengths they have, and as well as what NGOs and student groups such as ourselves can do more effectively to help people on the ground. King was actually born and raised in Doryumu, and he's currently an information technology officer with the Ghana Prison Service. He's also very involved in giving back to his community and says his goal is to be successful so that he can better help uplift those in Doryumu. Welcome, King. We're so excited to have you. I'm so sorry. I know it's very late.
I believe you're muted, King.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. It's evening here, but I would like to take you through the challenges in improving social and economic conditions here in Doryumu. Like you said and you've introduced me, I'm a native of Doryumu. I come from Doryumu. And I've been there for a very long time. I was raised and bred over there. So I'd like to talk on behalf of Doryumu. First of all, I would like us to look at the socio-economic conditions regarding the area Doryumu. I hope all you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you, King. You're good.
Yes, we can. By your shaky.
Okay. So the socio-economic conditions are primarily concerned with interplay between social processes and economic activity within a society. There are a lot of barriers to improvement of social economic development, and some of these barriers that happens to be a challenge in the community is what I'm trying to talk about, and I've bulleted it so that I would like you to know what is going on in the community. And it's one, inadequate capital accumulation due to lack of job opportunities in the community. It is a barrier to improving socioeconomic condition in the community because there is no job opportunity, enough capital to improve upon the socioeconomic condition of the community. Yes. Then the other one I would also like to talk about, that is the second one, is the population-wise. Issues also as population also serves as a barrier to improving socioeconomic conditions. The ratio of infant and elderly on the working population is one of the major issues that is confronting or challenging in the community, that is the large percentage of the inactive population, that is the infant and aged. The infant and aged depend on the working class for survival. Yes, for survival. And it's affecting improvement of socioeconomic condition in the community. Most workers cannot save out their limited income or they can't save their limited income. And since low or no saving also means no investment. Yes, also means no investment into the future. Vicious poverty cycle also begins from there, since they are not able to save or save into the future. That is the low income, low saving, low investment, low production, and back to low income again. Yes. So the third one is also like ethnic conflict has also led to the lack of substantive chief in the community for over 20 years now. In my community, over 20 years now, is lacking a substantive chief in the community. So due to the lack of substantive chief in the community, some initiatives are not being taken to help improve the socioeconomic conditions in the community. Then also, we can also talk of high illiteracy rate and poor road network are all barriers in improving socioeconomic condition in Doyimu. In Doyimu, when you come, I think, Saha, you can testify, even when you came, you can look at the road networks. It happens to be very poor, we don't have much infrastructures around. Yes. So all these things happens in the lack of a substantive chief that we don't have for over 20 years now. Okay. So we can also talk of the unique hurdles that are faced by Doyimu community. We can talk of all these things. And one of the major things that faces or that happens to be a hurdle in Doyimu community is political issue. Over here in Doyimu, due to partisan politics, the community members are divided, and it has gone a long way to hinder progress in the community of Doyimu. This issue have killed many initiatives in the community because we are political. We are the type that we can say we are more partisan in the community. Because of this, we can see that there is no much improvement. So going a long way, I can also say that ethnic differences, which has resulted in lack of substantive chiefs in the community, high illiteracy rate, and unemployment, are also factors that hurdles or that are being faced by the community. Yes. So we can also ask or talk about why are these issues not being addressed by the government? You can maybe ask why are the issues not being addressed by the government? And then I can tell you, for several attempts have been made, but it's to no avail due to the political division we have. majority of the town folks are affiliated to one political party, so they find it difficult to wholeheartedly embrace the initiatives of government to find lasting solutions to these problems. Yeah. So those are some of the hurdles that we face as at now. Yes. So you can also talk of why are these issues not being addressed by the non-profit or maybe charities. For instance, we've had some charities who came across or who happened to come and help the community, but they are unable to address the issue due to it's about to large extent some of these non-profits or charities like World Vision came into existence, and others, they have played their role in helping to address some of these issues like high illiteracy rate by providing educational materials and building of schools, but the people working on their behalf in the community were not transparent. Yes, were not transparent in their dealings. Therefore, the biggest hurdle faced by this non-profit is lack of competent leaders. Yes, competent leaders serving as intermediaries between the community and the charities. Yes, so that is how come the charities are also unable to address the issue. But then I would like to talk about the impact of YSYF in our community, or the role or the kind of importance we've had through YSYF in the Imo community. For a matter of fact, the foundation has really impacted the community positively in the lives of the people in the Doimo community. The foundation has managed and used diverse ways to put smiles on the faces of a lot of people in the community. Yeah, they have put a lot of smiles in the faces of people in the community, as I'm saying now, and its environs also in the following weeks. Most of the youth in the community, in my community, most of them, and the neighboring towns, such as we have neighboring towns or communities that are around us, such as Manya, Jopanya, Asebi, and then Kodiabe, and then Dedenya, Mampong Junction. Yes, Mampong Junction. Yes, were assisted to learn trades such as bead making, hairdressing, and sewing, assisted to learn trades such as all this. Then too, some of the youth were also enrolled in vocational schools in Ashaiman. I can remember Don Bosco in Ashaiman and Medina also. These youth, upon completion, have been able to establish their own businesses in their small way. Yes, for that one, we can testify that they've been able to establish their businesses in their own way. That is the impact of YSYF in my community. Then also, the aged in the community, such as the marginalized, also my grandmother, or let me say, everyone who is aged happens to be my grandmother. They've also been assisted in a way that I can talk about. The aged in the community and its environs were served with meals, or let me say hot meals, and foodstuffs such as rice, oil, tin tomatoes, etc., etc. I can't mention all of them. During the outbreak of COVID, I think the COVID-19, yes, COVID-19, they were also assisted. And this aged were, I think, from the age from, let me say, 70 and above, they were assisted. And I hope, or I can still tell that YF has some pictures in relation to what I'm saying. Yes. And then I can talk of the response of the community people as I'm soon concluding about the whole issue. I can say that the community was really, in a way, thankful to the foundation and responded positively to the work that the foundation is doing and have done so far in the past. So now with their opinions, they had the varying opinions. Other members of the community were of the varying view that the foundation to teach the town folks how to fish for themselves, they can't always continue to let them receive or be at the point of receiving all the time, but they also want to come and then do something on their own. So they are of that varying opinion that the foundation should help them to also know something. At least they can send them to trade and or whatever, and they can do something for themselves. So they have the opinion that when more jobs are created, the members can find for themselves, can feed for themselves. And this can be done through the vocational training and skills that YSYF is about to put up, that which is in progress now. I think that is a very good one that the community people or the youth in the community are really happy about what is about to happen in the Doimo. I've even, I have to say this, is the first vocational school that is coming or that is being put up in my community as we speak now. So they are really happy about this one. So the vocational skills a vocational skills school that is about to put up, they can take care of themselves when they have been able to enroll in any of the training that they will go through. So I can also say NGOs and student groups can also do more effectively to help the people on the ground or the people in the community. They can do so much to help us by, or let me say, since education is the key to success. I think the only thing this NGO can do is to collaborate with other NGOs to establish a vocational school in the community, since the town community does not have any second cycle institution to help the people on the ground. So I can say that at the end of the day, we can still be giving more support in terms of vocational school to be put up at our place so that we can get more of this trees that goes on in the vocational institution. So we can also have some common pitfalls or mistakes to avoid as foundation. So what I said is that since the foundation is an international one, people will be needed to work with. People will be needed to work with on behalf of the foundation. Therefore, to avoid any mistake, the officials of the foundation must ensure the competent people, yes, the competent people are selected, and their selection should not be based on face value for the exercise to see the light of the day. I made mention that there have been some existence of NGOs that came to pass. That is the World Vision and stuff. They also did well, but you see, there has been some lapses at the end of the day. It couldn't hold, or let me say, it was not sustainable. That is why I'm putting this across in a way that it must get people on the ground. It must get competent people on the ground, so that at the end of the day, the exercise can see to a daylight. Yes. So that is what I can say about the common mistakes or the pitfalls that we are to avoid when we want to go into this or such education. So we can also talk of the decolonial and not patronizing or subordinating voices of the community. Yes, as an NGO, definitely people may ask about it. How can we ensure our approach is decolonial and not patronizing or subordinating the voices of the community? Someone may ask about that one. So we can say intensive education must be given to the people in the community on the motives behind your charity work you are doing, and believe strongly that will not tend to kick against any initiatives from the foundation. Yeah. So the strength of the community, we have to talk about the strength of the community. That is the Doyimu community. Despite the political division and ethnic differences we have in our community, which has resulted in some lot of problems or some sort of, let me say, lack of the necessary schools and even talk of healthcare facilities and the others. Yes, we can see all these things. The strength as people in my community, there is still the sense of oneness in my people. Anytime you talk to them, you can see that they still want us to be one, that we can cry or plead for things of that sort, or things of that Yayra-Si want to do. They plead that it should come forth. So that is the little thing I can say about my community. Thank you.
Thank you, King, for that wonderful little overview of the community and some of the questions. But, you know, the real value is in having you as a community liaison, is that, you know, we can learn about the community in Doryumu through you and get like a perspective that's sort of external to the organization, from the people's view, on how we're going to like help out and that kind of thing. I'll hand it off to Marwa real quick, so that we can transition to Q&A and sort of conclude the segment.
Thank you so much for that insight into Doryumu, King. You know, often when we speak, you know, we do our best to have someone inform us, you know, that's from Ghana, but most importantly, it's to speak to people from the community themselves like you, right? Because no one has a greater motivation to help that community than yourself, right? Because you grew up with those people, you know exactly what they need. And so thank you so much for that. I think that was so valuable. And honestly, these kinds of stories, they really help solidify, you know, our own motivation, our own passion to amplify the voices such as your own in the Doryumu community. And it's amazing to hear how, despite all the barriers that youth in Doryumu face, you know, many things that we consider that, well, we know are essential, right? To like a basic good standard of living, right? That they face so many barriers and even that. And so to see youth who have overcome that and, you know, they've made and they've maximized their use from things like vocational training that we've helped provide, you know, to get jobs, to start their own businesses, that's like, to me, it's amazing. Like, it's mind blowing, right? How something so small, they used it to better their own lives and they really took charge of their lives in that way. But yeah, it kind of reminds me of, like, you know, the importance of bringing this project to life as soon as we can. And I'm really excited to see it happen. I know Na and Salaha are as well. I know they've had many discussions about this and it's something they've been wanting to start for a really long time. But yeah, I won't hold us up too much. I wanted to ask anyone in the audience if they have any questions for King, either among our panelists or in the YouTube comments.
Okay, so I just want to add something to what King just said. Talking about the partisan aspects concerning the development in the community. You know, in Ghana, because we vote every 4 years, and the trend we have is 8 years, if let's say assuming NDC or MPP is in power, for 8 years, this one comes 8 years, it goes. The problem we are facing as a country as a whole is whatever party A starts, party B does not continue. So it's one that is affecting the community too. And because, you know, they all belong to different parties, when party A comes to power, that is why this NGO, I don't want to associate with any political party in the community. Whether NDC, MPP, I vote myself. My vote is my secret. Nobody knows about it, because the moment you make this NGO for instance, you call the MP to come for your program. They say, hey, she's an NDC person. You call an MPP person, they say, hey, then that is when your organization starts to sink. So that is one of the reasons why the development is not coming into the community. You see, and it's very, very challenging that this thing is killing us as a country. But as one thing that King said that I was so happy is the oneness the community has is a strength they have, and we want to build on that strength, to stand to use that strength as a foundation, that they have that oneness, even though they are divided into their political parties. But when it comes to the goodies, whatever they want to do, I believe strongly they want to come together. So these are some of the things that is affecting the community. I would want us to also see how best, if there is something we can also do for the community to know that irrespective of whatever political party comes to power, what matters is us as a people in the community. Let's be one, let's embrace whatever we are doing. And I think we'll get there. So through a king, whilst you talk to your kinsmen, even though we don't have kings, let them know, understand that we want to help the community, as you are saying. And I'm grateful. So everything he's saying is the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Na. No, that's you. I've heard you bring this up before. King, do you have something you wanted to address in that?
The little I want to add is about the oneness is always there, but you see, one issue in Africa and in Ghana as a whole, is about leadership, okay? Leadership. And in these communities, normally the people who have much opinions and the people who normally make sure that there has been a lot of development in the area always depend on the chief, okay? So it's been years now that we don't have a chief to be our king and then to lead the community. And such things like this mostly disturbs or maybe happens to be a challenge in the community. The previous World Vision that came, they were doing well. All of a sudden, that thing came up, and then so if they were to have a chief at that time, if the chief was to be around, you see, everything will be channeled to the chief, transparent. Even though there are people on the grounds who happen to be conveyors of whatever the NGOs are about to do, the chief will also happen to be someone who monitors whatever happens. Okay, so one thing, the biggest challenge aside the political issue is the issue of chieftaincy, and then and the rest. But I'm hoping, please, I just had a call. I'm hoping that with this concern of Yayra-Si or YSYF, who happen to be the new NGO coming on board, we'll still be talking to them and then involving some of the opinion leaders so that we can see that YSYF collaboration will go a very long way to be a sustainable one, that it will not break down on the way like the others did. Yes. Thank you.
That's a really interesting point that you bring up, King, right? Like, for a group to be sustainable, do they engage with local leadership, or do they stay, apolitical? Do they stay out of the politics? And I think that's always the question, right? What's the best move? And some people say that it's important to listening to you, so that you tell them this is what the community wants, and these are the people that have ideas, and this is going to look like we're endorsing a certain candidate. We don't want people to lose trust in us because maybe they don't trust the leaders themselves. And so, it's always kind of hard for even us to navigate, right? Because sometimes it's good, for example, I lead the team that looks at grants, right? And so in a grant, what agencies like to hear is that you've consulted with ministers or mayors or, chiefs and stuff, and you've gotten support for a project, right? But sometimes on our end, we want to stay out of that because sometimes it can be a bit messy,
right? And then that becomes the issue of how do you balance this. So thank you for speaking on that, both Na and King.
Yeah, honestly, it's been very insightful hearing it come from you. And I think the fact that you're someone who's very embedded in a lot of projects and things that have happened in the community lends your voice matters a lot. And I think it matters. The voice of people in the community matter because they, at the end of the day, should have the autonomy to decide what happens to them. And yeah, thank you so much for always being there for our work over time. Like King was there for the very first seminar that we did in the community. And he's sort of just been like a support throughout. So thank you, King.
And even now he's up late helping us.
I know, working overtime.
We work overtime.
This is what we mean. He's always doing these little things to look out for his community. So, which is so hold you up too late at home. I think we will move on to the next segment. Everyone give a round of applause again for King.
Thank you, King.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Sweet dreams.
You enjoyed. Yes, sweet dreams.
Bye.
Bye. So up next, I'll be passing off the mic to Zaki, who will actually be playing some fun games with us and walking through those. But before I do, I just want to remind everyone about the GoFundMe link that we have in the description. It's also all over our socials. This is the link again to raise. Please share it with your friends. Any little bit, it goes a long way.
I'm gonna add in the chat the link again. Share this with everybody. Ha! Okay. Whoa! We have a large gallery of players. Alright, everyone. We'll start with Quiplash because it's a good little intro to how this whole thing works. So, you will need your phones, most likely, as we go through this. I just make sure that the family-friendly filter is in fact on. Really probably should have. Okay, we're good. You're gonna see if you could open on your phones, go to jackbox.tv. Audience members can also potentially join in. Enter the code NIVN. Oh, whoops.
Wait, why did it disconnect me?
What's the code again?
No, it disconnected. The freaking thing crashed. Give me a second. One more time. Here we go.
You just wanted to kick us out of the game, Reza.
I promise I'm being nice. In the meantime, let's go down the. I believe we obviously Marwa and Yayra-Si, you've already introduced yourselves. Francesca, do you want to introduce yourself real quick and which organization you're here with?
Hi, I'm Francesca. I'm here with Scarborough Pre-Med Society. I'm one of the directors of events there.
Nice to meet you,
Welcome.
Francis. Next we have Bia, I believe. Am I saying the name right?
Yeah, perfectly. Yeah, like Francesca, I'm here with Scarborough Pre-Med Society. I'm one of the co-presidents. Happy to be here.
I see. Mahnur?
Hello, my name is Mahnur. I'm here for Global Brigades. I do have to leave exactly at 7, so I don't think I can stay for the game, unfortunately. But it was really nice to hear that talk.
Thank you for dropping by, Mahnur. Vicky? I'm not sure if Vicky is with us. Can you guys see the code now on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Alright, we're working now. James. James, you want a chance to introduce yourself? I don't know if James is with us.
Good evening to you all. I'm James Nasuma, Project Manager for Yayra-Si Youth Foundation, Ghana team. Thank you.
Oh, great to see that we have people from the Ghana team as well come through.
Yeah.
Welcome, James.
Open up your phones, go to jackbox.tv, and enter the code CVEB. It's so loud, I'm just gonna turn it down 1 second. Is everybody in? We're still waiting on some folks.
Okay, Zaki, I think.
Okay, there we go.
Maybe everyone.
Okay, because we have like 2 slots. Alright, 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Wait a minute. So what? How do you play?
Yeah, everything will be explained.
Oh.
Hold on to
You're
your
so
whatever, because here comes Quiplash. I want you all on your best behavior. Do not make me turn this game around. This is round 1. You can answer in
So
any
intense.
clever or not clever way you want.
I need some
Everyone
music
will
to
choose
go
between
along.
your answer and someone else's and decide who wins. You'll score points based on the percentage of people who prefer your answer. Have at it.
Wait.
Does your name get tied to your answer?
No, it's showed anonymously so that you vote, but then once you vote, it like reveals who won that round. So like eventually people can see what you wrote. So when people vote on what they prefer, they can't see the name then, but then after in scoring they can see.
Oh, I guess I did mine too fast. Oops.
20 seconds left, guys. Don't let that timer run out. In the meantime, hey, what'd you say?
I didn't realize it was time.
Oh yeah, it's like there's like a timer.
Oh. Oh no.
These better be good. Prompt number 1 is, to become a billionaire in mere days, simply blank.
Okay.
Your favorite quip now.
That's pretty good.
Oh my god.
Simply steal.
You're bad.
Thanks, guys. Don't endorse. I don't endorse this. Just
Did you make them, Zaki?
No, this is from the game.
Wheels on the bus. Oh, I
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Girl on fire, I'm running.
She's running to get
Moving on. The downside of being named prom king. And vote.
Who made this?
Those are really good.
Remember to donate using the link in the description if you're just joining us.
So the objective is to get the most likes.
Yeah, it's like you put the funniest or like wittiest answer, and then people vote.
It's kind of like giving me Cards Against Humanity vibes, just with humanity.
Mm-hmm.
It's voting time.
You know what? That's a very high IQ answer. I'm gonna pick that one.
I was typing in teeth too, and then it ran out of time.
Up next, something you wouldn't expect to hear from a Subway sandwich artist.
Oh god.
Sandwich artist.
Oh, she wins by default.
Oh, okay. I was gonna put
I was trying to figure out how the game works.
A young adult novel would feature a teenage girl falling in love with a blank.
Oh my god.
Devices.
I'm ready for this.
Oh, vampire.
A piece of killing? What?
I bet that's Zaki. I bet you know that. Oh my god. See, I knew.
I'm glad we all have the same type of humor.
That's it for round one. Let's bring up the scoreboard.
Yes, Via. This is fact.
Oh, really? Oh, I came in second place? Or... Oh, never mind.
Round two. It's not over yet.
Interesting on doubling the point values. You heard me.
Alright, here we go.
Oh, we only get 2 responses? I thought the questions took run. What is the name of the game?
The name of this specific part of it's called the Jackbox Party Pack. This specific game inside the party pack is called Quiplash.
We'll see Francesca at 9 for Dr. Dave's exciting talk.
Time's running out. Use a safety quip if you need it.
I low-key didn't know what one of the things mentioned in my question was, but I just guessed.
Yeah, I was gonna say there were a lot of very like specific like cultural references.
Yeah.
Let's start this show. Our first prompt is the greatest part about having lots and lots of back hair.
That's true, I guess.
Next up, the ultra rich have a spoon specifically for when blank is served.
Sugar.
What?
Moving on.
Literal. I thought you were gonna say something like the tears of the poor or something.
Put in your votes.
I thought it was a rush thing where you have to rush to put all your answers.
Oh my god.
Like, it's still the first thing I did.
We had the same ideas.
Oh my god. Why is there a question mark?
You guys are creative.
Bella has med school just like fried.
It's
extra parts
it's
of your
actually
brain.
terrible. Like I can't even think of a funny joke. Like,
oh my god, you poor thing.
Coming up next, what Burt Reynolds' mustache would say if it could talk.
Burt Reynolds is famous action star.
Yeah, I didn't know who this person
I'm gonna pull
I
up a
didn't know
picture up.
who this was.
Neither did I. Nice.
For the viewers at home, this is Burt Reynolds.
Please show us who this person is.
You guys can't see it because you're on the stream, but on the stream, the viewers at home can see it.
Young and blank.
Oh, where? I can't see it on the screen.
Yeah, I guess it.
No, it's on. It'll be on the YouTube live stream. You can't. You won't be able to see it on the Zoom. Do I vote for myself?
That was pretty unanimous.
And next, the reason everyone loves Tom Hanks is blank. Time to vote.
I don't get it.
me neither. I don't even know if he's in that movie.
Yeah, same. I kind of just read randomly.
I would have said because he's like a box of chocolates. Forrest Gump.
Yeah.
I think we're too young to know who Tom Hanks is.
No.
What? You're trolling.
What? Everyone
Tom
knows
Hanks?
Tom Hanks is. Life is like a box of chocolates.
You
never know which one you're gonna get.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He's like the most wholesome actor in Hollywood.
I know.
This is round
Okay,
3. The
maybe we
last
should watch
laugh.
it.
Everyone gets the same one
Yeah,
single
I
prompt
recommend
this
it's
time.
Forrest Gump.
The last lash.
Come up with an answer for this word
Yeah,
lash
this
test.
game needs some music. Like it's really intense. Okay.
Wait, can you not hear the music? Oh, I'm so dumb. Wait, pause. Hold on. The viewers at home can hear it, but you guys can't. Hold on. Let me make it so that you guys can hear the music. Sure, can you hear the music now?
Yeah.
I couldn't even think of anything.
All right, brace yourselves. Great, let's see where those medals
Oh, now
ended
there's
up.
them.
Let's translate that into points. That's the game. Let's see the final scores.
Tragic. I couldn't think of anything clever either. I think Marwa wins. Congratulations.
Oh,
Fantastic
I
work,
just so
Mara.
happy that I'm
Amazing.
Shall we play another round of Quiplash or move on to another game? What is the vote of the party?
I would like to go with
What'd you say, Oiza?
what other games do you have in store?
So Jackbox has like a bunch of other. Oh, whoops, sorry. So Trivia Murder Party is. One sec to let it load.
What's Trivia Murder Party? Is it gonna give us another code?
Yeah. So Jackbox.tv. Enter in this code. Viewers, you guys can also hop in if you like.
Sorry, I think Na and James just have no idea what this stuff is. They're playing like these like games like on Google, I guess. Like if you go to this link, jackbox.tv on your phone, then it lets you like enter like a code and then you can join on like a virtual game with everyone else who has the same code.
Thank you for explaining. It has just become something like a television I'm watching. So I'm just watching and learning from you. I don't.
She's like.
Yeah.
I'm learning from the kids.
Yeah, I'm also learning. So
Why don't you
when you come to Ghana, we'll
Yeah,
play.
I don't know if we have one like I think all of the like monster stuff. It's just like culturally different. But do we have any other games that you think maybe they might know?
Oh,
Oh, don't worry. I'm fine. We are okay. We are also
You're
learning.
okay.
Oh yes, I'm fine.
What games do you play in Ghana?
When I also start to play and pay you to, you will not be able to play. So don't worry. One day.
I feel like if we played a game that Na plays, we'd all be lost.
I know.
She would absolutely destroy us.
Yeah, Na and James, what games do you guys play in Ghana?
We play MP or Wale.
Okay, how does it work?
Lude.
I will send you one of it, and then we'll try our hands one in the near future and see. We'll play a game like that. We'll talk about it. We'll let you know how it's been played, and we'll work around it. Don't worry. Today, enjoy yourself. We're also helping you to enjoy yourself.
Okay, thanks, Na.
Na, do you guys play card games too?
Yeah.
Yes, we do. We play card games, but the way we play it is different. I've watched people play outside Ghana, like the diaspora, but it's totally different from what we play here. We call it spa.
Oh yeah, no, I can imagine because I know like even Afghans, like we have our own card games too.
Yes. And then we had something we called Owari. Owari is it's a wooden. I'll search and send to you. You can play it online too. Yeah. So in the near future, we'll also do our own shakara on the stage and watching us. Thank you. And yourself.
Zaki, do you want to press start? Is it just us three?
Is it just us? That's what I was gonna ask. Is Salaha gonna join in or James?
Yeah, I can join. Sorry.
Marwa, I believe you were the first to join the lobby, so you actually had the power to start the game.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
This is okay.
This is Halloween themed, topical.
Should I skip this?
Let her run. Adds to the Halloween atmosphere.
The spooky mood. Yeah.
You guys celebrate Halloween in I don't know. I don't think so, but
Welcome to Trivia Night, my way of testing society's refuse to make sure only the worthy survive. But in like a no pressure, let's all have fun kind of way. Except, you know, I will kill people. I'm going to ask you a bunch of trivia questions.
This is intense.
You have to fight for your life in one of my super fun mini games. If you do badly in the mini game, I'll
Luckily, is the family-friendly Pokemon?
Yes, it is.
win the game. When one player is left alive, we'll go to the final round where the living and dead compete to see who can escape first. There's still time to take your seat as an audience member. Sit back, relax, and maybe die. All this making sense? Any questions? I don't really care. Let's go.
I'm so confused. Like, I never played video games when I grew up, and like, I'm now introduced to the world of gaming thanks to Zaki. And I'm just like,
oh, this is so easy. This is so easy. If you guys get this wrong, I'll be so disappointed.
Marwa reads a
I've
lot.
never
So.
watched a Harry Potter movie.
Stop.
Have you never read any of the books either?
Guys, the movie.
I guessed. I don't know.
What are popular children's book series in Ghana? Like, what novels and stuff are popularly read? Do they read like their own, like Ghanaian writers more, or is it more like English writers or whatever?
The answer is, who got it right?
Actually, a really good question. I have no idea.
Which leaves only you.
Nah, they were wondering, what kind of books do you read in Ghana when you're
Like
children?
the children, yeah. What series are popular?
Oh, yes, we have storybooks. You know, we have storybooks that are written like old stories, like what happened in the past, in the olden years. So it's put into a storybook, like a story. Like yes, they are telling the stories. So they write it in smaller books for you to read. You know that like they used to say, if you want to hide something from a black man, put it in a book. If the book is that huge, you run away from it. But when it's that small, so that's how they do. So that's what we read to the kids. And you have storybooks, like even like foreign storybooks. We use them in Ghana here. You normally know that people donate from outside the country. So we read locally and then foreign books.
I would wonder, is stuff like Harry Potter popular in Ghana? Do people know what that stuff is? Like in the...
So, I just killed you and you're totally a ghost now. But don't
Please come
worry,
in.
ghosts love trivia party games, so you're still in this. You haven't lost or anything. I mean, I was a ghost for a while, but
I'm so sorry. Me and Mara just looked at each other like, I'm so confused by this game.
This is where I keep track of all the scores. On this
my God.
board,
Sorry, Nah. It's just
Nadia's here.
Say that name for me?
Nadia, you see the rainbow?
She's here.
Mara,
I want to join this game. It seems cool. And I can't believe you got that Harry Potter thing wrong solo.
What do you mean you can't believe? You know I don't. You know I don't know anything.
You're a
about
disgrace.
Oh, I know this one because of Thor, I think. I only know this one because of Thor, I think.
I'm pretty sure I know this one because mythology.
I don't know. I just watched the.
No, watch the last Avengers movie. I think you know.
Oh no, I didn't.
Come on, lads. Nadia, you might have to wait till the next round to be able to join us.
Oh, good. That one.
Okay, let me know when.
Here's another one. Who composed Swan Lake?
Oh my god.
I know this one.
I'm guessing, to be honest. Oh wait, Nadia, I think you could join in as an audience member if you go to jackbox.tv and enter in the code GZLD on your phone.
Jackbox.tv?
Yes, jackbox.tv.
It was Boxy. I knew it.
Okay.
And enter in code GZLD, as you can see it on the screen.
GZLD.
Practice, mathletes. Answer as many math questions as you can before
Exactly,
time
good luck.
runs out. Everyone else will be playing too.
Oh, okay.
I'm competing against a UFT med student.
Let's kick some math.
Oh my god, I can't.
Sorry, what?
Bruh. This is bad.
Am I right?
No fair, I'm getting lag.
Mara.
I did Kumon for 6 years, friends.
What is happening?
I thought I got killed in the game. I didn't realize
You can still do stuff, I think.
Really? But my thing is saying it's frozen.
Oh, maybe not. I don't know then. I don't know.
Use that scoreboard again. I made it pretty clear what this was the first time, right? I think I'm over-explaining.
Oh my
let's
god,
see how the
my
audience
sister, what is happening?
You guys have fun? You guys celebrate Halloween?
But it's early. Just keep plugging away.
No.
I don't think they do.
No,
Do
they,
you know
they
what
don't.
Halloween
They don't
is now?
celebrate.
Ash Ketchum is the main
No.
character on what cartoon?
No. I remember when I came to Canada and I was like so confused. Like, why would you dress up as a monster? And
Doesn't it come from like pagan traditions, which are like European pagan ones? So
No, I believe it comes
Yeah.
from indigenous traditions, doesn't it? Hallows Eve?
Oh, maybe it's
Isn't All Hallows Eve pagan?
Is it?
It's pagan.
It's
Oh.
like European pagan, yeah. It's Western European pagan, I think.
I know in Mexico they wear like skulls on their face, but I don't know if
Day of
that's
the Dead, yeah, that's Day of the Dead.
I didn't like Pokemon.
Let's try another one. The hard part about being a
I remember
killer is
watching it. I can't remember if I really liked it.
You can only feed so many pigs before they get sick of the taste. Which former king was discovered buried underneath an English parking lot in 2013?
What?
What?
I have no idea.
know.
I'm guessing.
I don't know.
Oh,
2013. Why is that?
I'm literally gonna guess too.
Time's running out.
Oh, did I guess right?
Picked this one.
I guessed correctly.
That's purely chance.
Prepare for your punishment. You can't say it wasn't
Voiceover.
fair.
I don't understand. I'm literally gonna die now. All the options are dead.
Only left alive, just how I like it. Congrats on making it here alive. Now let's see if you can escape with your body. I'm going to give you drummers. Tap on each answer that fits, then press submit.
This is all you, Marwa. It's all you.
Probably got this wrong.
Let's see the right answers. You move forward one space for every correct answer. You're getting real close to the exit. Oh, did I mention that all the other ghosts get to play too? If a ghost catches up to you, then they will steal your body. Then they can escape and win the game.
Ha ha ha.
Everyone's next question.
All right,
And
lads.
get a third choice to help them catch up to you.
I know this.
I don't know. This one I just guessed.
The game's gonna like give me nightmares.
Here's another one.
Hello. I'm happy for all of you, these guys.
Understand any of these references, Zaki? Like stuff do you have like in terms of games? Like, do you want to do something like code names or something where we can like involve?
We could do code names.
Yeah,
code
okay.
names. We
I
could do
don't
Scribble.
quite remember how. Oh, like Scribblio?
Yeah.
Yeah, code names is complicated.
After this. This one's almost over.
Have you been killed?
Yeah.
Salaha, you can still play though.
Can we just let Mara win? Oh.
I can see Mara likes playing games.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, my sister kept calling me.
No, it's fine. Nah, thinks you like to play video games, Marwa.
Actually, I don't know. I read a lot, but I don't really play a lot of video games.
Wow.
Yeah, but because she reads a lot, I feel like
Trivia, as long as you read, you're okay.
Mhm.
Oh my god, Zaki, you took my body. What is this?
How is this possible?
Oh my god, I do not know.
This game is so American.
This is terrible. I'm probably gonna get this wrong. I don't know much about American history.
So much. Shellfish. Wu-Tang Clan members.
Oh, I'm a big rap guy. Okay, so this is unfair. I know the answer to this.
The darkness approaches. Nations.
I'm pretty sure I'm right about this.
Pasta types.
I don't understand. Is the game still going? Like, how do you win?
It's between me and Marwa.
Okay, an easy one. Hurry up. South America.
Come on, Marwa. You did global health. Globe is in the name. I escaped, guys.
Guys, sorry, give me 1 second. I need to help my mom on something. Just give me like 1 minute.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Wait, didn't you win the last one too?
No, Marwa won the first one.
Oh. You know, it's funny. Last one, you guys both were like neck and neck. Like you also came second.
Shall we do? We could do code words, but I feel like code words is a bit. It takes a bit of time to like explain and understand how it works. I think the cultural barrier might be even more difficult to overcome code words. Huh?
Are they sisters? Are you guys sisters?
Yeah, no, I just flew all the way over to where she lived in like 1 second. I'm kidding, we are.
Okay.
We're in the same house right now. So I was like, I might as well join it with her.
Yeah, I was like wondering. That's cool. You guys have more siblings?
We do. It's 2 more of us.
Oh,
Let's do a game of Scribble.
Scribble or Scramble?
Scribble.
Do you mean Scribblio?
Yeah.
What's Scribble?
Scribble is the name of the game. It's Scribble.io, right? IO is like the... Yeah, it's Scribblio. It's the same thing.
Oh, okay. Can the... I think that it's just Na who's here now. Can she also join?
Of course.
How does it work?
I'll send a link in the...
Wait, sorry, what are we playing?
Scribblio.
Scribble.io. Scribblio.
Oh my god, yes. I'm so bad at this game, but I love it.
Should I join on my own computer?
Yeah.
So how are you talking about me joining?
Yeah, no, you can join.
No, you could
It's not
join.
a hard game. It's really easy.
I beg you, I don't want to disgrace myself, please.
Don't worry. All of us are going to end up disgracing
Yeah,
ourselves.
all of
because
us are going to do that.
We're not good drawers.
I don't want to disgrace myself in front of Salhe's sister. Because she's my good friend, so I don't want to.
No, you won't disgrace yourself. You should play with us.
No, please, I'll be observing. So I want to be behind you. So I want you to win.
Okay.
Now I want to watch all of us embarrass ourselves. Bad drawing skills.
For this game.
I'm sending a link right now. I'll also send it to the
Alright, the
YouTube
Wi-Fi
live
goes
chat in
first,
case
like
anybody
it's
wants to join.
Oh, yeah.
So we go to Scribblio
I'll send the link in the chat.
and okay. Perfect.
So will the GoFundMe still be active after the live stream?
Yes, it will.
Okay.
I've sent the link in the chat and in the Zoom chat as well. I'm not gonna share my screen for this, so I'm gonna. It's a code of honor, okay? You can't look at the YouTube live stream and cheat, because if you look at it, you're gonna see my screen, which would be cheating.
Okay.
Now, do you want to join or no? I can send you the link on WhatsApp.
I think you need a computer for this, don't you, Zaki?
No, you can do it on a phone.
Do you?
It's difficult to do on a phone, but you can do it on a phone.
She's also on her laptop.
But you can part of the drawing, is it not?
Scribble is drawing. Yeah. Scribble is drawing.
Play, so
Do I press start game or no?
No. I'll start the game.
Oh, okay. You were starting it. I can see people showing up. Oh, we have someone from the Zimi Zutron joined?
That's me.
Who's Zimmy Zutron?
That's me. That's me.
Oh.
It was the name I had one of the last time I played it. Now, are you gonna join us?
No, please. I'm playing with Nadia.
All right. You can be moral
Okay,
support.
Nara
for
and I
Nadia.
are on the same team.
Great, that works.
I will.
All right, Nadia, you go first.
Okay.
So what do we do?
We have to type your guess in the box.
Yes.
So I think I draw
yeah.
it and then you guess.
You type the guess in the box, and the number of letters of the word is in the top middle.
Top middle. Oh.
Yeah. Now, if you'd like to follow along, you can look at
Marla got it.
you can look at the live stream now. I'll send the link in the thing. Because you won't be able to see anything here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you look at the
anything.
Yeah, so if you look at the live stream, you'll be able to see it there.
Okay.
Saha got it. Was dots?
Oh, it's dots. Oh, I don't know why I didn't get that. I was thinking of like an animal or some type of object.
Animal.
Oh, it's me? Oh yeah, okay.
You gotta draw.
Yeah, I'm not good at this. Okay, let's see.
Don't worry, nobody's good at it. Suleiman, do you want to introduce yourself real quick?
Hello, everyone. My name is Suleiman, and I'm Zeki's biomedical debate partner, as well as co-trainer and host.
Hello, welcome.
Hi, nice to meet you. You're at UTSC first
Yeah.
year?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, nice.
No,
Fourth
he's
year.
he's fourth year, not first year.
Oh.
It's not banana?
No, that's not a banana.
Oh, I
Oh,
got it.
but
I think I
that's
got
the
it.
same.
I think I got it.
Oh, Zeki, send the link, by the way.
Oh, it should be. Oh, you can't see it, can you? Hold on. Is it?
No.
Can you see it in the Zoom chat?
I cannot.
Let me send it to you.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, wait, not that.
Oh my god.
Look,
That
like
one was
we're
hard.
drawing a boat. Like
I thought it was a boat too.
Brig. Why does it say brig?
You can see it now. No, it's like bring.
Man,
It's
the
like a
link
phone
to the
goes
live
like.
stream.
I sent it to you in the Zoom chat.
I don't know. Okay. Spooky Man?
That's
Spooky
him.
Man, it is I.
Pillow.
No, that can't be a pillow because there's two words.
Yeah, I know. Like a square.
Fish, Zucky. Think of how many
What?
letters there are. What on earth? Oh my god.
how does this
I'm
look
so
like a
lost.
fish to you? Oh my gosh, I'm drawing the wrong.
Oh my goodness.
Salaha!
I don't know. How to
SMH. Shaking my head.
Give it to
I'm
Saha.
sorry. Okay.
Come on, Salaha. Reading comprehension. This is Cars. You did the MCAT.
Fashion designer.
It said pillow. I clicked the one that said pillow, and all of a sudden it
Dear
changed to
goodness.
fashion designer.
Goodness
I would
me.
have drawn Nah. She's a fashion designer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she wants to trade women in fashion design.
Juliet, you could join us as well.
It's Juliet.
Juliet is here in the Zoom.
Oh, hey Juliet. There's a link in the. Here, I'll put the Scriblio link for you.
Oh, okay.
Can I put the French word? Will that help?
Is that allowed?
No, definitely not.
Copy it. Okay, we can send the link to you.
Juliet, yeah. If you open the Zoom chat, Juliet, you'll see it in there.
Okay, I've seen it.
Yeah, if you click it, you can join the game.
Okay.
Yo, Zeki, guess what happened as soon as I got home?
What happened?
What happened?
My brother had a new monitor that I helped him set up.
Nice.
Huh?
Do that. They're a good artist.
How many rounds did you guys do before I showed up?
This is our first round.
One.
I'm confused.
We were playing Jackbox before.
Okay.
I feel like I'm gonna be like,
You're gonna hate yourself.
oh. Oh, I
Am
almost
I-
got it. Oh,
Am I that bad of an artist?
Samantha.
Wait, that's horrible. Gosh. Okay.
Oh.
Rant.
It's like you thought.
So we're dealing with heavy normies. You have to. We can't go deep into the memes.
Who's drawing right now?
Is this from that movie?
Oh no.
No.
Oh no, the normie territory.
We're in very heavy normie territory.
Oh, is that Lilo or something? What's that?
Oh.
Yoda of Star
Oh,
Wars.
ketamine, I need. Oh, the way that he speaks.
The lack of Star Wars knowledge here is disturbing.
Yeah, I knew it was that guy, but I didn't know his name.
I blanked on his name. At first, I thought it was gonna be the kid.
I don't know.
Do people know Star Wars in Ghana, Juliet? Like how pervasive is like American pop
Darth
culture
Vader?
in Juliet?
Yeah, that's the one with Darth Vader.
How pervasive is like American pop culture in Ghana, Juliet?
It's a lot. It's on TV a lot.
So they'd know stuff like
TV a
Star
lot,
Wars
I don't
and
know
Harry
if they
Potter and things like that.
I don't know which ones they know. I don't think they really show like Star Wars. But... Juliet, you know better than me, and Naz here too.
Oh, Hata is popular, but then not Star Wars. Probably just native people.
Uh-huh. No, because there's some countries, like I believe in Nigeria, like American pop culture is like really big. Like they watch like a lot of American movies and stuff there.
Yeah.
Wait, guys, is anyone a Trekkie?
Is anyone what?
Not. A Trekkie, she's asked.
Oh, Star Trek fan? I am
Star
not.
Trek fan.
No one?
I haven't seen enough Star Trek to like
Okay,
to gauge.
I was gonna say I met William Shatner today, but
Today?
Oh, what?
Really?
yeah,
Where was he?
old. He's really old.
You meet William
Where'd you
Shatner?
meet him?
So that's where I was volunteering, guys. Fan Expo. I volunteer in autograph lines.
What?
What the heck?
I was doing his line.
Did you get to talk to him?
No, he's like super old. He can never hear when people are talking to him.
Oh, are you a Trekkie?
No, absolutely not.
Oh.
They just put me there because they needed someone that's done autographs a lot. Like, volunteering there because he has the busiest line. for some
Oh, I
reason.
see.
The floor. Curl your toes under so the ball of your foot is against the floor. Stretch your leg out, nice and long. Your weight back and forth a little bit. So shift back enough until you feel a stretch in the back of your leg with your ankle. Pause. And again, we take a breath or two here. Then you're going to draw your knee into your chest or towards your forehead, round your back, or squeeze it in. And then extend your leg behind you. Your toes might stay on the ground or it might lift up a little, your choice. Breathing in and then exhale, round your back. Do that a couple more times. Inhale, extend your leg behind you, lift your heart up, head up. Then exhale, round your back and squeeze your knee in towards your forehead. And one more time, breathe in, lift. Exhale and round it in. Good. Release your knee back down to the mat. We'll do the same on the other side. So to begin, you're going to extend your left leg behind you, or your opposite leg, whatever one you do first is fine. Just switch. Toes are curled under, and then you're just slightly shifting your weight forward and back a little bit. So it's not necessarily a big movement. You want to feel a nice opening in the back of your leg. And then stretch back and you're going to hold. So maybe you're feeling an opening through your ankle, your calf, the back of your leg. Take a couple of breaths here. And then take a deep breath in when you're ready. And as you exhale, this time you'll round your back and you bring your other knee in towards your forehead. Squeeze it in. Good. Breathing in, extend the leg behind you. Maybe your knee comes off the ground, maybe your leg doesn't. Exhale, round. Inhale. Maybe it gets bigger each time as your body starts to become accustomed to the movement. Squeezing the back of the body, lifting and opening. Last 2 times. Exhale and round. Good. One more time. Inhale, stretch. Exhale, round. Bring your knee to your forehead. Finish it. And release your knee back down to your mat. Going back to the first leg, take your right leg behind you. Same thing. Inhale, lift. This time you're going to squeeze your knee to your nose and then plant your foot down somewhere between your thumbs. Now you can cheat that if you like, whatever works. You can bring it around to the side, step it forward. And you're in a bit of a lunge. Then from here, sweep your arms up. So you're standing on that, your front foot is down, sweep your arms up, reach up. Hanging out here, you're reaching your arms up, drawing your elbows down. And if it's comfortable, you'll press your hips forward and open up the front side of that left leg. Take a deep breath in, and on your exhale, hinge forward. Plant your hands on the inside of your foot. You're going to step that right foot back. And then we'll do the same on the left side. So you'll sweep the left leg back, breath in. Exhale, knee to nose, and then you'll plant your foot down. Forget it there. Maybe you grab your ankle, put it there, whatever works. Inhale, sweep the arms up, lift. Stay here for a couple of breaths. Notice if you want to shift your weight forward or reach your arms back. Take one more big breath in. Exhale, plant your hands inside of your foot. Step it back. Let's do the same thing on the other side. Now that you know what it looks like. Big breath in, lift. Good. Exhale, round, squeeze it in, and then go ahead, plant your foot down. Replace your hand with your foot. Breathe in, sweep your arms up. And exhale, hinge forward, reaching, plant your hand inside of your foot, step it back. And then one more time on the other leg. Inhale, lift, big deep breath. Exhale and round. And then plant your foot. Pressing into that front foot, sweep it up. Lift your torso. Shift those hips forward. Take a deep breath in. Good. Exhale, release your hands down to the mat inside of that foot. Step your foot back. Now, shift your weight forward so it's on your hand. Take a breath in, and as you breathe out, bend your elbows, lower your chest right down to the mat. Good. And then from here, you'll breathe in, lift your upper body up so you have a back bend pressing into your hands. Exhale, come back through tabletop. You can stay here or curl your toes under, and you can press your hips up to downward facing dog, which is this upside down V shape. Feel free to pedal out your feet. Take a deep breath in as you are, and on your exhale, step your right foot forward. So just like we did before, and you can do it from here or that tabletop press. Sweep your arms up for your crescent warrior. Exhale, shift forward, plant your hands, step your foot back, find downward facing dog or tabletop like we did a moment ago. And then this time, other foot. Step your left foot forward, plant your foot, feet are about hip width apart. Take a breath in, lift your torso up. Breathe out, plant your hands, step back to downward facing dog. Yeah. And then from here, you can shift your weight so to the top of a push-up, knees are up or down. Then you'll bend your elbows, chaturanga, you're lowering your entire body down. Then breathe in, just lift your upper body up, so cobra or up dog, shoulders are down. And then exhale to downward facing dog. Curl your toes under, press your hips up. And we'll just do this one more time. If you're a little bit warmer, moving a little. Take a breath in, step your right foot forward. Good. Breathe in, sweep your arms up, low profile. Good. Exhale, hinge forward, plant your hands down. Step back, down dog. Good. Other side, step it forward. You can do this at whatever pace works for you tonight. Just stay with your breath. Exhale, plant your hands, step back, down dog. We're going to shift to the top of that push-up. You can skip this all together if you want. Nice long spine. Bend your elbows, lower your whole body down. Flip your toes. Inhale as you lift up. This time, let's all go to child's pose. So come through tabletop. Widen your knees. And then shift your hips all the way back to your heels. Reaching your arms forward. You can relax your forehead down. Keep the arms extended, so still reach, reach, reach. Take a couple more breaths in and out so you feel the sides of your body expanding as you're stretching your arms. And then when you're ready, you can relax the elbows down and really just sort of soften and kind of melt here. Just breathe. Good stuff. All right, from here, we'll just move into a little more of a yin style practice where we'll move into some twists and stretch and hold. So come on up, you can bring your knees in so they're underneath your hip hands. Keep your left hand grounded, take your right hand, sweep it out to the side about shoulder height. Breathing in, and as you breathe out, thread your right hand between your left knee and wrist and just reach under. Feel a rotation through your back. Good. Inhale, sweep it up a little higher, opening it up on the other side. Breathe out, reach a little further, maybe bend that left arm. And one more time, you're going to keep your hips up nice and high, open it up. Breathe out, reach across, and then lower your shoulder down as far as you like. You can rest your cheek down, and you're in this twist here. So we're feeling a twist through our back, and you can take your top hand, reach for the top of the mat. Hips are nice and high. We'll just spend about 2 cycles of breath here, but feel the rotation in your torso, and we'll do the other side. Normally, we would hold these a little longer, but you get the idea. You stay in the shape, and you take a few cycles of breath as your body relaxes. You can take your left hand, bring it back underneath your shoulder, and then press yourself up. Release your hand down, back to tabletop. Well, let's do the other side. You'll sweep your left hand up, start about shoulder height. Then breathe out, reach between the right wrist and knee. And then you make it bigger each time. Sweep it up a little higher. Exhale as you thread it through, come down a little lower. And then on this last one, you'll sweep it up, open up as much as you can. As you breathe out, you'll thread it through. Go ahead and bend your right elbow, lower your left shoulder down to the mat. You're reaching through. You can stay that way, or if you like, then go ahead and reach that top hand forward towards the top of the mat. So you're kind of in this shape. But laying down on the mat, your hips are up nice and high. That helps that rotation. And then you take some nice deep breaths in while you're in the twist, and notice your breath make lots of space in your body. And as you exhale, maybe you feel like you can reach a little bit further. Take one more breath in and out just like that. And then bring your top hand back underneath your shoulder. Press yourself up. Bring your knees together. Swing yourself around onto your bottom. Have a seat on your mat. And stretch your legs out in front. Sitting nice and tall. Just a couple more folds, and then we'll do a brief meditation and breath practice. So with yoga, especially in a flow, for example, we move the body a bit in preparation for meditation. So it's essentially so you won't want to move anymore. That's the idea. So sitting nice and tall, anyway, you've got your legs stretched out in front of you. I'm going to ask you to take your right or your left leg, doesn't matter, first. Bend the knee. Soles of your foot is going to end up connecting to the inside of your other leg. So you're going to let your knee fall out to the side. Face this way. Let your knee fall out to the side. And then you can decide how high or low you want your knee. This is a pretty big hip opener, but it allows, we hold a lot of our tension and emotion in our hips. So doing hip openers allows you to help release that. So you'll sit nice and tall, shoulders back, take a deep breath in. And as you breathe out, lean in from the hips. So keep your chest forward, shoulders back, walking your hands forward. And then notice wherever you're feeling any sensation, stretch, or as long as you're not moving into pain, take your time bending into this shape. So it's kind of like a seated tree pose tree, for example. But we're seated, and then we're folding into this. But long spine. Take a few breaths before you let your head fall. So it's long, long spine. And then take a breath in, and as you breathe out, you allow yourself to soften. You can let your head fall forward, but perhaps your hands are still helping keep your body at that point where you feel like, that's about as far as I want to go. You release a little, it's a little too easy, and you don't go into pain. So the idea with this, holding these shapes, is to be a little bit uncomfortable, and then breathing and allow your breath and time to let your body soften. And find that release. So you're trying to relax in your hip area, maybe just using your hands to help keep you forward. We'll just take 3 more cycles of breath. And you're slowly going to walk your hands back up. Your chin is going to land on your chest. Your head will be the last thing to come up. So sitting nice and tall, you can use your hands. So I've got my right leg bent first, so I'll bring my right hand. And we've got one more twist. So this time the bottom of your foot against the floor. Sit nice and tall. If you've got your right knee bent, similar to what we did at the beginning. You're just rotating towards your bent knee and look over your right shoulder if your right knee is bent. And then take. So you'll bend your other knee, whichever one you didn't do. Let it fall open, and then figure out if you want a little higher, a little lower. Just depends on how much intensity you want on this hip opener. And then again, sitting nice and tall, shoulders back. Take a deep breath in. Breath will lead this action. Exhale as you hinge forward. I like my elbow to come on the outside of my leg because that's just where it ends up. Whatever works is perfect on your body. It's all good. In. So you find your edge, we like to call it. So when this is like a yin style practice, you'll lean in and you'll hold the shape for a couple of breaths. Just notice that'll allow your head to fall. You can let your shoulders round, but perhaps again using your hands to help keep a little bit of tension in the shape. You hold these a little longer, anywhere from a minute and a half, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, holding a shape. In some classes, a lot longer. But after some time, your body will stop fighting you in the challenge and start to soften, and that's where you get the real benefits as the Get into your fascia, which is a film around your muscle, and your muscles begin to release. And then just you finding that nice, easy breath allows your mind to settle as well. And walk your hands back up your legs, coming up slowly, rolling yourself up. Chin comes off your chest, sitting nice and tall, shoulders back. And you can lift the knee, bottom of your foot against the floor, and then we'll rotate towards the bent knee. So I'll take my left hand behind, reach up, rotate towards your bent leg, and you can use your hand to hook around the leg to help draw you to this twist. Try to keep your spine tall, so if you don't slouch, come out of a little bit, sit tall, and then rotate towards your bent leg. Slowly unravel. You'll bring your shoulders back to center. Extend the legs. And then let's make our way onto our back for just a couple of shakes, and then we'll begin to wrap it up. So you can use your hands to help lower yourself down onto your back. Keep your legs bent. Walk your feet in towards your bottom, so your heels are relatively close to your bottom, and we'll move into a modified bridge pose. So we'll be lifting the hips up, counteracting our folds. Hands could be down by your sides, but first off, tuck your hips under and back a couple of times. So if you had a bowl of soup and you were tilting the bowl of soup towards your mouth or away from your mouth, you're doing the same thing with your hips. Just tuck them under, forward and back a couple of times. And then the next time you tip your hips towards your mouth, as it were, keep tucking, gently pressing into your feet and allow your hips to float up. Pressing them up towards the ceiling. Try to relax your upper back, going straight up, and then release your spine back down to the mat. Relax the hips. Well, let's do this. Press up. Reach. You're lifting your hips up high. We're open where you went up. We'll do this one more time, and we'll hold it for a couple of breaths. So tucking your hips under. Entire foot is on the mat. You're pressing your hips up. And then those of you that want, you can shimmy your shoulders closer together, reaching your hands down through your heels. You can also interlace if your fingers want to reach. You can interlace them underneath and then press your knuckles down to the space between your heels, between your ankles, squeezing your shoulder blades in. One more breath here. Cycle. So when you're ready, allow the shoulders to part, relax your hands at the bottom, release your spine to the floor, and then bring both knees into your chest, a little bit of space, you can widen them, you can rock a little from side to side. Take a couple of breaths in here, so your knees don't have to be together, in fact you can wind them out and feel them open through the hips. It's kind of the beginning of happy baby if you're familiar with that. And then from here, release your feet back down to the floor. And let's roll ourselves back up. We'll finish off seated since we started seated. So if you want to sit, you can sit on the floor, you can sit on a mat. If you have a cushion nearby, you can also sit on top of the cushion. So if you want to sit cross-legged, sometimes sitting on top of a block, a cushion, a pillow, it'll lift your hips up so that your hips are it'll lift your tailbone up. If your hips are tight, then it makes it a little easier to be in this seat. And we'll just spend a few moments to learn a breath pattern that will help just relax you. It's a good thing to do any time of day, but even before you're winding down for the night, if you're looking for a way to calm yourself down before you go to sleep, you can do something like this. So sitting nice and tall again and again, your legs can be crossed or straight out in front of you if this is super uncomfortable. You choose, right? Your body, your practice, it's your space, you choose. Just draw your shoulders up and back a couple more times just to reseat ourselves. Ground yourself in your seat, meaning just find a comfortable position that you feel rooted down. Shoulders back and down, sitting nice and tall. And then you're welcome to close your eyes, or if that's uncomfortable, you can look at something but soften your gaze. still drawing your diaphragm in up, and you're breathing in right into your belly, and then exhaling through your nose as well as you're drawing the belly in. We'll do that one more time. Think about when your breath comes in, you're filling into your tummy, and then filling up to the top, into the torso, right up to your collarbone. And then you'll exhale in the reverse, sort of emptying from the top down. So typically when you're looking to relax, you'll notice that you automatically slow your breath. Maybe your breath gets a little deeper when you're trying to calm yourself down. Intentional signals to the body to relax. But what you're going to do now is take a deep breath in, and we'll apply a count to it. So whatever pace that is, I will guide you a couple of times, but it's whatever pace it is for you. We're going to breathe in for a count of 4. So breathing in for 4, keep breathing in, 3, 2, 1. Exhaling for a count of 8. 7, I know. 6, keep going. 5, 4, 3, 2, let it all go. 1. So breathe in for a count of 4. Big breath. 3, 2, 1. And then exhale for a longer count. So 8. To get to 8, the idea is your out breath is on. 2 more times. Breathing in. Fill up on your breath. Exhale, longer breath out. That last little bit, just like a toothpaste. One more time, deep breath in. Exhale for a longer exhale. Now come back to your regular breath in and breath out. So your natural breath in and breath out. But notice it's a little softer, a little longer. And then again, you can close your eyes. And just take these last few moments. Just settle yourself. Perhaps take a few moments and walk yourself mentally through your body from the crown of your head down to your tailbone, your toes, your fingertips. You're just noticing how you are feeling, what you are feeling in the different areas of your body. And then when you finish your scan, bring your focus back to your breath. Just your inhales and your exhales. Just relaxing your body and relaxing any areas that don't need to be seen here. So soften the muscles in your face, perhaps in your neck. Sometimes your jaws, like they don't even realize it. Keep your focus on breathing in and out. Just for a couple more moments. Take one more deep breath in. Exhale. And this time, stick your arms up with me. You'll take a nice deep breath in. Sit nice and tall with your arms up. Exhale, release your palms back down into your lap. Blink your eyes open with your palms. Thank you so much for spending your time with me today. I hope you found a little bit of relief, a little movement, a little relaxation, something you can do on your own. And anytime you're not sure what to do, just sit, take some deep breaths in and out, and that alone will help settle your mind. Focusing on your breath helps let other thoughts fall away. So that's the idea. But thank you so much. I hope you can go ahead, help donate. It's a great cause. So I appreciate everybody here that's for taking the time to make this happen. And I hope you join us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Donna, for that segment. I feel so relaxed. So I'm so grateful that you were here to guide us through that segment. It was very nice, very relaxing.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming. And now I'm going to pass it on to Marwa for the last question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Donna, for that. That was great. I always love when someone comes and does like meta yoga with us because, like, you know, we all have such chaotic lives. It just kind of forces you to take a step back, which I love.
For sure.
Thank you for that. So I wish you all like the best for the rest of the night. Please feel free to stay for whichever parts you wish. Donna, at 9 o'clock, we actually have a talk on education and development with Dr. George Day, who's with the University of Toronto. He's not here yet, but we actually do have met a threshold, I think, right, in the donations, right, Zeki?
Yes, indeed we have. So on the YouTube Live, you guys can see in the top right, we've crossed another donation threshold. That's $500. So congratulations to everybody. Thank you guys so much for the donations and everything. It's all going to be a great help in like helping to build that vocational training center. If you haven't already donated, check that link in the description. Head over to the page and help us contribute to a great cause. Every little bit helps, even if it's just $1, even if it's just 50 cents. Honestly, whatever you can give, you know, it's in the spirit of giving, and it all goes to a fantastic cause. So you know, it's not exactly the season, but you get what I'm saying. Get the donation numbers so high that they're scary. How about that? So we have in the YouTube chat a poll that we put for which challenge we're gonna do next. Let me just alter the Zoom thing here so that we're good. There we go. Okay. The current votes are for speed drawing and the whisper challenge, and then attempted backflip is unfortunately in last place. Go ahead, guys. You can get them in.
Why do you sound so surprised, Zeki? Attempted backflips.
That was really popular in a past thing that I did. Attempted backflips were like really popular. Because people like to see that. I don't know. Panelists can also hop onto the thing and vote in the YouTube chat if they wish. And hey, you're all loosened up from the yoga, so wouldn't it be a great time to do some backflips? Oh, we do have a vote for backflips. We have somebody voted for backflips. Huh?
Maybe you voted for backflip. I said maybe you voted for the backflip.
Maybe, who knows? No, I'm on the thing here right now. Should I vote with the YSYF account for backflips? Can I vote my own poll? Huh?
Wait, so which one won?
I believe speed drawing is currently in the lead. Yeah, speed drawing is in the lead by 2 votes. So I think we're gonna do a bit of speed drawing. So here's how we're gonna do this. You can panelists can either draw virtually on their like laptops or tablets, whatever you guys have, or like on your computer screens, or more preferably draw on something else, so like either like a tablet device or like a piece of. What we'll do is we'll have a timer up for a minute, and I'll show the people up here. Actually, depending on the item, we'll do like between 1 to 5 minutes. So we'll pick. And we'll do, I think, a couple rounds of this. So the way that we're going to do the speed drawing is, so after every round of like something being drawn, the panelists and the people in the chat will vote on who they think has the best drawing, and that person will get to pick the item has to be drawn next. Does that make sense? And I think we'll do like 3 rounds because I think we have time for that. Does that make sense to everybody? All the panelists? Cool. She's grabbing paper. Yeah. Take a second. Yeah, take a second to grab paper, drawing tablet, something like that. Anything that's on that you can show up to the camera would be great. I myself am gonna get my own notebook.
Grabbed my paper.
Myself included.
All right, everybody got their drawing utensil? Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to... Alright, for all the panelists who are participating, so I'm gonna think of a number between 1 and 100, and so we have to pick somebody who chooses the first thing to draw, right? So I'm gonna think of a number between 1 and 100. Type your guess inside the chat.
The Zoom chat?
The Zoom chat, yes. The Zoom chat. The Zoom chat, yes, yes. Okay, are all the guesses in? Alright, so my number was 47, which means Aram was the closest. Aram, you get to pick the very first thing that we draw, and so you sit out on the first round. Or actually, no, you can do the first round, I guess, yeah. You can pick the first item we draw.
Okay, am I selecting from a list or?
Nope, anything you like. Pick an item and then pick a time between 1 and 5 minutes.
Okay. A bowl of fruit. And timer is 1 minute.
Alright. Let me
And
get
you
a
have
shot.
to
Wait.
include grapes in it.
3, 2, 1.
A bowl of fruit with grapes, and then you can include other fruits too. But yeah.
Alright, boys. Stopwatch
When
has
do we
begun.
start?
Go.
Oh.
This is gonna be terrible. I'm not excited. I like fruit. I'm not gonna do it justice. Oh, my pencil's gone. No! The worst thing that could happen. That's right. I got this. We're gonna make it look nice and pretty. I'll go for the gold and try to draw a pineapple.
Are we trying to draw it fast or fastest? That's the real question.
We're trying to draw it the
I'm
best.
not an artist.
The best that you can.
The
within
best?
this. Yes.
I'm pretty lost. Okay. Good to know.
Yeah, that's not gonna be me.
Yeah, we have one person. We're already.
We're already.
She literally copied my drawing.
At least mine.
Check the layout of this girl's drawing. Sis, can you be original, please?
Man, clearly.
She literally, dude, same positioning
Stop
of the
looking at
fruit as
mine.
well.
Oh my gosh, time's up already.
What?
Uh-huh.
Huh? What?
Pencils down. Or you're gonna get zeros on your papers.
I got through half of it.
What'd you say, Aram?
Oh, you guys. Well, why is
What
mine
the
so
heck?
tiny?
This is so good compared to the garbage that I drew.
Oh my gosh, I love the fruit
with the
two O's.
Yeah, you actually did a really good job for 1 minute. Oh my god.
Whoa, this girl's an artist.
I like Marwa's.
This is
very,
actually
I don't know,
crazy.
very-
Yeah.
I like everyone's, to be fair, but
Bruh.
I use color. We all use black and white. That's not fair.
Okay. Hold your drawings up one more time, everybody.
I'm ashamed.
Everybody take a minute to
Mine's
look at.
incomplete.
That's fine. Everybody take a minute to look at your to look at all the drawings.
I have a
And
stand.
then
there was some academic dishonesty with Saliha, though.
send me
I was the one copied.
Oh, rip. Okay.
send me a private
Mine.
send me a private message with what you send me a private message with what you think your favorite bowl is, and you can't vote for yourself. That's the one rule.
Yeah, but I have versatility. Can we like justify like what we're like our drawings? We should be able to talk about it.
No, it's Speedy.
Yeah.
This is an art literacy.
No. Okay.
Private message me on Zoom with your votes.
Need to put.
So I don't understand. How do we vote? Like, we just someone's name?
Yeah, just write the name of the person whose drawing you like the most. You just can't vote for yourself. That's the only rule. Okay. I think.
Thanks, Oiza.
Oh, I hold on. Let me put my.
That's okay. That's okay. Does everyone have their votes in? Okay. Nazia, Salihah, are you guys gonna vote? You can.
How do we vote?
Just just private message me on Zoom. On the Zoom chat.
Oh, okay.
And you can,
Oh,
because there's
okay.
two of you, you can send two names. You can send your 2 votes.
Okay, we have 2 votes for this. Okay.
Okay. The first round is Bia. Congratulations, Bia. You drew the most appealing fruit, which means you get to pick the next item
That
we're
means
gonna
the
draw.
world to me. Thank you so much.
You get to pick the next item we're gonna draw.
Nah, are
and-
you? You could play as well.
Yeah, nah, you can draw.
I did it, but looking at what you drew, I had to hide mine.
Oh, please.
No, mine was worse. I promise. That's better than mine. Look at how nice your bowl is.
That's so good. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're an artist.
Okay,
Aww.
Bia, you have an item in mind?
Well, this isn't an item, but I pick. Does everyone know what a llama looks like? Like the animal?
Oh god.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm
We can
giving
do-
you all 1 minute.
1 minute for a
Do you know what a
llama?
llama looks like?
I don't think Na knows a llama.
That's gonna make it even better. Trust me.
I'll show.
I
You know
don't
what?
know what it is. How can I draw?
I'm gonna show.
Yeah, I think it's fair to show a reference.
I'm gonna show a picture of what a llama looks like. Okay.
It's attached to passport.
Give me a quick sec. I'll show a reference image
It's
just
like
so we're all
this.
on the same page.
It's mirrored, I think, but
Yeah,
Oh,
okay. And a sheep.
Like a weird horse.
Into one.
yeah, it's like a weird horse, basically.
Camel. It's a camel.
This is
You've seen camels. They have camels.
a llama.
Yes.
Now, do you see it?
Does it happen in Ghana?
No,
No, I don't
llamas
think-
are
I don't
native
think
to South
llamas
America.
are in, Ghana.
Oh.
They're
Oh,
no,
okay. Actually, yeah, I did not keep that in mind. But hey, hopefully you can draw something that looks like that.
Can you see it
They're
now?
so cute.
You know what? I'll leave the reference image
Yes,
up.
I can.
I'll leave the reference image up. Okay. And you said 1 minute?
I think that's fair.
Let's see who will copy it the best.
Bia, did you say 1 minute?
1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah,
3.
and it starts now.
All right.
Oh, sorry, I took your job. My bad.
Thank you for keeping our reference picture up.
I figured it would be necessary, to be honest.
Oh god, it's not. Oh wait.
This is not good at all.
This is
horrific.
This is actually problematic.
This is so funny. Oh my
I'm gonna
God.
get canceled for llama racism.
What?
I'm about to get canceled for llama racism. This is really bad.
Why?
I drew something that looks more like a dog.
I think
I don't know what mine looks like.
Time's up. That's time.
Go. Time.
Pencils down.
Okay.
Pencils down. All right. Show them up to the camera.
Mine looks demon.
Hold on.
You guys
No,
like?
that's actually good.
I think mine's pretty.
I don't want to show mine.
Mine looks like half man, half llama.
Oh my God, Nas is actually really
Where's
good.
that?
Wait, where's Nas? I want to see
llama.
Nas.
Whoa. Yeah, actually, Nas is quite good.
Nas is way better. What the heck? Oh my God, Oyeza, I'm dead. You are just so funny.
Okay, Bia, since you won the last round, you get to pick whose llama do you like best.
That's not fair. They're all so good.
No, don't lie. Don't
I
lie.
like the people still in the picture. That's really, adding to the aesthetic. I like Oiza's. I like everybody's. Although, okay, I feel like the little squiggles in Oiza's, they're really doing it for me. So yeah, I can't take it.
That's unexpected, but I love it.
Okay.
Sorry. The disappointed faces.
Oiza wins.
So I'm not done talking. I just like to give my award, say thanks to everyone here.
Okay. Okay.
An acceptance.
By the way, donation link in the description if you're just joining us. Don't forget to donate. Oiza, it's your turn. What item would you like us to draw, and how many minutes do you give us?
I didn't think I was gonna get this one. But I would say,
We'll also take suggestions from the chat, by the way.
does anybody have suggestions? Yeah, maybe give some. I'm drawing a blank. All that's coming to my mind is a tree.
You can do tree.
Yeah, but I feel like that's too simple.
You know what you could do is
actually let's do a garden. Let's do a garden with a nice apple tree. I think
a garden with an apple tree. And how much time do we get?
Wait. A tree with a pumpkin patch?
Okay, so let's do. Let's do a pumpkin patch. Or no, let's do a garden. Okay, let's do a garden because I feel like everybody can do that. A garden with an apple tree.
Okay.
I think that's good. Okay.
How long do we have?
How long do we have?
A minute and a half.
Okay.
A minute and a half?
Tell us when to start.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oiza, you can tell us when
What
to
do we
start.
do?
I'll time it.
Wait, it's a garden with an apple tree. Okay, 1, 2, 3, go. Do I also partake?
You can, but you're going to be selecting the best one, so.
Okay, then I won't.
You can partake, you just won't be able to vote for yourself.
Oh, okay. I should have went with abstract part.
Oh my god.
Nadia is really frantic. She's picking up different colors and everything.
I need to win this round, otherwise I'm just in disappointment.
You know how there's not, like, the whole art of, like, making, like, a garden, like, calming and serene or whatever? This is the opposite of that, whatever I'm drawing.
Mine too. I don't know if I'm drawing a garden.
Do roses come from bushes? I feel like I've heard rose bush before, so I'm drawing a rose bush.
Now I'm gonna draw a rose bush.
Yeah, you actually gave me an idea.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, you have like 2 seconds to do your idea. Time's up. Pencils down. This is like scribble all over again. Alright, show your drawings. Oh my god, Bia, what?
Nah, show your drawing.
Aw.
Wow.
Color concept. Wow, this is nice. See, this is so like the way we interpret things. I would have to give it to. There's just too many good ones. I'm so indecisive.
Okay,
I forgot your name. Sorry. It starts with the N.
Oh, Nadia.
Sister Salaha.
Sister saw.
Oh, Nadia.
Nadia, yeah.
Sorry. But yeah, I liked yours a lot. I think it was the strokes of the brush are really nice.
Oh, I see. So I'm the winner.
Why is Salha shocked?
Why is Salaha?
Because I saw her drawing after the time.
Why do I feel like I'm in kindergarten again, drawing a picture for my mom?
Oh, why is yours so good though? Okay, Nadia, what would you like us to draw?
I want us to draw a sunset on the beach.
And how much time do you give us? A sunset on the beach, she said. The sun setting on the beach.
Okay.
No, it's just like, oh no.
I don't know how I'm gonna do this without color, but okay.
Wait, how much time do we get?
We start.
2 minutes?
Wait, dude, I was just gonna say, like, beaches in Ghana are not like a thing people just go to and sit down at, like the way we do here.
What do the beaches in Ghana look like?
There's a lot of like trash on the beach.
It looks horrible.
It looks really bad. That's my poor idea of a beach.
Let's be frank. There are some beaches that are so beautiful. They are far away from Accra. Accra beaches, no. Yeah. So if you want me to draw an Accra beach for you,
yeah,
I can
sure.
do that.
Let's do some
Okay, I'll do exactly that.
Tell us
Okay.
when to start.
Yeah, go ahead. Nadia, you get to start the timer. Tell me when to start the timer.
Can I draw as well?
You can, you just can't vote for yourself.
Okay. All right. Ready?
I think Dr. Day is here. Hi, Dr. Day. Thanks so much for joining us. I think you're on mute.
Hi.
Hi, Dr.
We're
Day.
quickly wrapping up.
Hi, Jackie.
Hi.
We're quickly wrapping up something, and then we'll get to your talk.
Yeah, we're wrapping up our previous segment of like speed drawing because we hit one of our donation thresholds.
Okay.
40 seconds left, guys. I don't know what else to draw.
You can draw crabs.
Oh my god, you're smart.
Okay, guys, time is up.
Wait, is
For
it?
your sunset beach.
Okay.
Wow.
Hard to only do in one color.
Wow. I think you guys all did a really great job. Oh my gosh. How about Dr. Day picks which he thinks? You're on mute.
I can see without my glasses very well.
Oh, that's all right.
Before you judge, let me explain mine before you judge. Because mine it's a different situation.
She drew crash on her.
Yeah, she drew a beach.
So can I explain?
Go ahead now. Explain your beach.
Yeah, so I can see your beaches has trees. Salha has been in Ghana, so she understands what I mean. In an Accra beach, you don't see a tree. It's not something you would see. But all these things you see here, this is the waves. On top of the waves, you see when the waves are coming, they come with rubbish. Okay? It flows like that. Then it's just on top of the water that is like coming down. So all this thing you see round, they are all rubbish. And this is exactly what a typical Ghanaian beach looks like.
Oh my God.
You see what happens here. So Doc, please, if you are judging, please, we are from two different countries, so please judge accordingly. Thank you.
From what I can see, it's all good. It's all good. If I judge one, it's more because of what I'm seeing visually, right? What I'm seeing visually. I don't know. I'm still attracted to beer.
Yes.
Bias? Okay.
I put a little
That's
crab
2 wins
to
for
win
Bia.
some heart.
All right.
And none of these fish are like anatomically correct.
All right. With that, we're gonna end the speed drawing segment. Thank you to the panelists and everybody. Once again, viewers on the live stream, donate using the GoFundMe link in the description. We're about to start on our last segment, which is going to be a talk by Dr. George Day. And I'm going to... Oh, 1 second here. Let me just make sure that everything is in order. Before handing off to Marwa to introduce our next speaker, I thought I'd give a quick chance to Deepa to introduce herself if she's here. Deepa? Oh, she's in the chat. She's typing. Thanks, Bia. All right. All right. Without further ado, I hand it off to Marwa, and she's going to introduce our next segment.
Hi, everyone. For anyone that's just joining in and I might not be aware, my name is Marwa, and I'm vice. It's my great honor to present the next and final speaker of this event, Dr. George Day from the University of Toronto. Dr. Day is a professor with the Department of Social Justice at the Ontario Bachelor of Arts from the University of Ghana. Before coming and pursuing his Master's of Arts in Anthropology at McMaster and his PhD in Anthropology from the University of Toronto. Dr. Day's teaching and research interests are actually very interesting. When I saw this list, I was immediately hooked. He looks at areas of anti-racism education, development education, international development, indigenous knowledges, and anti-colonial thought. He is with us tonight to lead a discussion on education and development specifically. Dr. Day, welcome to our charity live stream. We're so excited to have you here today, especially as your work aligns so closely with our values and mission as an organization here at the Yayra-Si Youth Foundation. And just as a reminder to the folks in the audience, we will be monitoring the chat for any questions and really do encourage you to partake in discussion there as well. Without further ado, the floor is all yours, Dr. Day.
Okay, actually, I'm going to share some PowerPoints in my presentation, right? So
great. I
just give
believe
me
you can share your screen.
Give me a
for me.
second to. Okay. Yeah. Can you see my PowerPoints?
Yes, we can see it, and you're also spotlighted, so we're good to go.
Okay. So I've titled the remarks I'm going to make improving the education system in Ghana, but by extension Africa. I want to begin by recognizing the land which we are, and I think to me, because of the power of the earthly teachings, right? What teachings we take with the land in terms of questions about community building, sharing, reciprocity, mutual interdependence, right? I think these are very, very powerful teachings, and how we work with them in creating new features is something that also, I also, as a traditional chief, I think one thing that Mara you didn't mention also, but I'm very big on that because I'm a traditional chief in Ghana, to acknowledge the ancestors and also the elders, and to invite particularly the ancestors to join us in the conversation in the room. I think you spend all day today engaging in dialogue, and I think this is a worthy cause for the construction, particularly for the construction of the training center in the Yumu, which will be a linchpin for the Mandana Fire project. And I think this is something that we all need to support, both in kind, but also in terms of material. And my presence here today is to show my support for this. We just came from a burial of one of my doctoral students who passed away 2 weeks ago. So it has been a very difficult day for all of us. In joining this conversation, I also want to just stress a bit of where I'm coming from, right? Already my biography in terms of my education has been discussed, but I think to me, one of the things which is very, very important to me is how we engage knowledge that becomes very, very decolonizing, right? And by decolonizing, what I'm trying to say is how we not only talk about complexities, but also the ongoing coloniality in the way we talk about our lives, our experiences, and the way we look forward to futures. And my work has been thinking differently and asking different questions. So in this conversation, I want us to be having the space of a collective provocative dialogue on Ghana's education in the search for new futures. By this, what I mean is that, yes, we need to recognize the good work that educators, administrators, and policymakers are doing, but there's more to be done, and also to recognize that there's more issues that need to be addressed. So we cannot be complacent in what we're doing in that regard. Right? And one of the times, sometimes when we talk about issues in Africa, right, we don't talk more about some of the success cases, right? We like to focus on the failures, but we need to talk about the success cases in order to pick up from some of the lessons, right? And part of talking about the success cases is understanding what people are doing using their own creativity and resourcefulness to address some of these challenges that we are concerned about. So to recognize what people are doing for themselves is very, very important, to recognize what people are doing. And my own experience, right? Given that I do spend quite a bit of time in Ghana, right, doing research and that, I see some of the local creativity and resourcefulness that some teachers are committed, right, to offer tutorial classes for students. I also see youth who are desirous to learn, right? So even when look, they may not have electricity, but they make sure that if somebody has electricity in their house, you see them bring books to stay and try to read. And I see that personally when people will come to my compound with books in the night wanting to study when their lights go off and that. So I think that's sort of, it just tells you about the desire to learn, right? I also see some parents making regular visits to schools, talking to teachers and administrators, right? And it's a care and a concern about schooling and education issues. And also local chiefs, right, and elders paying visits to schools to acquaint themselves what is going on, what educators and teachers are doing in their schools, and what they're doing to promote success. Then, of course, the individual acts of generosity, the philanthropy that we see in terms of where those who have do contribute. So I think we need to recognize this aspect and then ask for more, because there's more that needs to be done. But this becomes the linchpin, the starting block to think about how we move towards futures and that. So I just wanted to make that very clear. In the general context of education, right, there are certain things that I think is very, very clear. We're still dealing with this issue of decentralization, which is what structural changes are required to get resources to the ground where people are at, right? So that it doesn't stay somewhere in a particular center and people don't have access. It's one thing to say we have policies in place, we have all these resources being pumped in, but how do these resources reach the ground, right? The ground, so that people who are at this level are able to manage and their own concerns about schools and education. We know, for example, that education for all, it's something that we all talk about, but sometimes it gives the appearance that it exists only in theory, right? Because yes, it's one thing to say we want education for all, but what does it mean to actually implement it on the ground to make sure that that happens? There are lessons of resource distribution and allocation, particularly in the capitation grant scheme. And this comes up where we see from, particularly in terms of initiatives that have been put in place, how resources are distributed, and how even good intentions do not necessarily lead to the desirable outcomes, right? So we have, say, school feeding programs, and we have to ask questions, what are the challenges? What are the bottlenecks, right? You have the program, but does the program really meet its goals? How many kids are being fed? What is the nutritional content of their food, right? What are the logistics of getting this good idea to the ground to reach all? And then we have the public-private space in education, which is, to me, it's exacerbating what Kenway talks about a long time ago, marketization of education. So education is no longer a right? It's become a privilege, right? And we need to address that, right? Then when we look at the specific challenges in local context, right? Clearly the problem of rising costs in education, school infrastructure, right? Poor conditions of school building, sometimes overcrowded classrooms, lack of furniture in certain classrooms, even not having a blackboard, right? These are concerns that I think it calls for immediate attention. And then teaching, reading materials and learning aids. Sometimes the absence of this teaching materials, teachers not having chalk, teachers not having notepads to do their work, or even students not having the basic textbooks, right? I've already talked about the quality of meals that are served under these school feeding programs. Questions of school discipline. Also salaries and conditions of service for teachers. If you want teachers to do their best, right, we have to address their salary and conditions of service in order to bring out the best in them. And this is all things that are challenges that we need to look at in that. Also large classrooms. Sometimes those who are fortunate to have classrooms, you see the number of students in these classrooms are very, very large, and makes questions of pedagogy very, very important. Availability of trained, skilled teachers, right? There are times when we know, right, because we know this from established research, right, where we see sometimes some pupils will be used for household chores by some teachers, not all teachers, but some teachers. Also, the PTA fees and other incidental fees, right, which are adding to the hardships of parents. Not only do they have to pay certain fees, but also questions about registration, examination fees. Those who have to do extra classes having to pay for that, right? Fees for the use of school facilities. There are challenges regarding poor attendance, truancy, and dropout issues. Also questions of curriculum adequacy and relevance, right? One of the challenges we have in Africa today is how to what extent we promote local languages in schools, in the education of children, in the education of our learners, right? We still have to use the dominant language, the colonizer's language to do that. And then the concerns about how much we focus on the 3 R's, reading, writing, and mathematics and science, right, are also very, very important to deal with, right? And I'll be remiss also if I didn't talk about some of the recent impacts of COVID-19, right? Because there's the feeling that COVID-19, because of the whole perception of it, right? Certain policies are put in place, and we have to think about what are the impacts and lessons that we can work with. So COVID-19, the way it is added to schooling challenges in the climate of reduced resources, inequities in online technology, shifts in schooling demographics, and the urgency of central questions of equity and social. So we talk about of remote learning, access to stable internet, computer access, meeting the needs of the most vulnerable of our students. Also, reduce access to material resources, inadequate academic support impacting on students' outcomes, learning outcomes. All of this compounding the problem of education inequities. Right? So talking about some of the lessons of COVID-19, right? There are challenges about how we make online teaching not only accessible, but more humane. So it's not just simply accessible, but how we make it more humane. Addressing access and equity issues in technology. And there are global, national, regional, sectoral inequities in modern online use and access. Providing resources to achieve socially just teaching and learning online. Responding to online, rising online digital hate. Right? Also, on learning platforms, online learning platforms, also come with their own challenges. Sometimes resources and learning models need to be revised. They need revising to include Black, African, non-white, non-hegemonic content, right? And developing multiple strategies for assessing students during online teaching with different modalities. Also, the fact that sometimes teachers themselves are having to navigate, right, their knowledge in terms of access to the online modern technology, whether it's Zoom, whether it's Google Classroom or Brightspace. So I want to talk about responding to some of these challenges by way of discussions, but also how could we concretize that, right? We need to understand the nature of the problem, right? One is the link between education and development. What type of education? It's one thing to simply argue that education is connected to development, but the key question becomes, what type of education are we talking about, right? And what model of development are we seeking to pursue, right? Is it a model of development that is export-oriented, or model of development that meets local needs, aspirations, right, in the spirit of self-reliance, or development education, local cultural resource knowledge to achieve its goals and aims. Also prioritizing education in the midst of competing national budgets, claims to national budgets, right? And it's not only education having to compete with, say, health, transportation, but it's even within education itself, some of the tensions between a desire to have universal primary education, which is free, but it's also compulsory, versus where do you pump the resources into tertiary education? Also, how do we promote vocationalization, which to some of us is a very big aspect, because it does, this is where we can use local knowledge really to achieve the desired ends that we meet. So some of the tensions around vocalization versus academic programs. That is one thing, simply to focus on vocalization, having vocational training institutes where we actually train local artisans who use local resources, local materials to provide solutions to our problem, simply than learning the pure academic and theory that exists in some of our institutions. Also, the political will to implement genuine bottom-up educational reforms that are contextualized in local knowledges. We do know the many cases where reforms, good, well-meaning, well-intentioned reforms only exist on the books. The question of implementation is still something to be addressed. Some of these reforms also have to do with political instability. The tendency that when there's always a change in government, we need to have a new reform put in place, right? It doesn't make for sustainability. Also, the role of neoliberalism and the educational agenda, where education is provided in terms or in ways that serve the needs of the labor market or the global economy. Addressing what earlier on came where I talked about the marketization of education, the rising cost, where education now is to the highest bidder, who has the funds, who have the means, right? So it's no longer a right, it's not a privilege. Also moving away from the techno-fix to schooling problems, right? Not all schooling problems, sometimes it requires the hands-on, right? It becomes the human connection, the human contact. Also addressing what Lewin long time ago talked about, the standardization recipes. One size would not fit all. And so to recognize the local specificities, even within Ghana itself, that one size may not necessarily fit all, that we need to recognize the local specificities. And the big problem in the mushrooming of private schooling and the impact it's having on public education. So not only do you see teachers wanting to go where they're highly paid, so the private schools more getting the teachers than the public schools in that. And we need to look at the mushrooming of these private schools and the impact that is having on public schooling. Also earlier on, the question of curricular development and curricular sophistication. The relevance of local knowledge, so African indigenous knowledge to produce critical knowledge about Africa. Right? Issues about educational resourcing, curriculum, text, and staffing issues, which have to do with issues of retention. It's one thing to have a teacher, but how do you retain a teacher? Because if the conditions of service are not good, the teacher moves to another place, or sometimes they leave teaching profession altogether. I remember in my own community, we have this story of a market trader asking somebody who came to buy something was haggling on the price, bargaining on the price. And the trader said, "Oh, are you one of these teachers?" So somehow the perception that because he was a teacher, that's why he was bargaining down on the price, because teachers are not well paid and that, right? So also the issue about teacher preparation and staff development, paying salaries and remuneration, not only paying it on time, but paying it in a way which is adequate and meet the needs of people. Also, teachers haven't had to do private less of that, right? The Father Sanko University, for example, at ISPAC, had a great library which had about 400,000 to 700,000 manuscripts, right? So you ask, for example, with a continent, with a place of this rich history, what is the picture today, right? What is the journey from this history to the present that we need to work with? This idea that African University as the intellectual engine for development takeoff is so powerful, but are they meeting this responsibility? How does the African University become the intellectual engine for development takeoff? There's also the prevailing realization that any crisis of development, as Makwandawi talks about, any crisis of development in Africa is related to the crisis of the African University, the crisis of the African University. And so some of us would argue that we really don't have African universities. What we have are universities in Africa. We don't have African universities. We have universities in Africa. And why? Because the African universities are simply colonial satellites of the Western Academy. They copy everything that the Western Academy is doing, right? So they are not African universities. They are simply colonial satellites of the Western Academy, right? There are chains of colonial dependencies in African universities in a supposedly post-colonial context. Issues around elitism, ivory tower, and question of social relevance of our academies of higher learning, right? There's a questioning about what are these universities really contributing when it comes to local development, when it comes to national development, right? Then also the deteriorating quality and standards of university education. We see it in terms of faculty and student research, right? When faculty have to think about making ends meet, they have to think about taking 2 or 3 jobs, right? It has implications for faculty research. Also, when students don't have the funding to do critical research, it has implications for the quality of and standards of education that are produced, right? It has implications for what dissertations students are able to write, the quality of these dissertations, right? And also even you are able to pursue publications, scholarly publications in that regard. Also problems around university funding and finances, right? How do our governments resource our universities in terms of staffing, remuneration, creating an incentive culture, and also addressing the deteriorating fiscal infrastructure, including the laboratories that I talked about. How do we create a culture of research excellence? And this speaks to the current state of funded research in our universities and how it promotes or does not promote faculty and graduate student training, professional development. We hear all these stories about the uses and misuses of book allowance, right? Library collections, right? So sometimes you go to, say, Legon Library, BAM Library, right? And the journals that are there, look at the year. When people are reading journals with 2021 publication, the current one will be about what, 2020 or even later than that, right? So these are things, and of course the book farming. The fact that we don't have faculty being able to participate in international conferencing where there's this national and global knowledge mobilization taking place, right? And these are things that we have to raise, right? And then the academic turf wars, right? When we see it in terms of promotion, tenure, academic workload, the turf wars around that. So it looks like, okay, somebody is promoted because of their longevity, how long they have been around, rather than how much they have produced, right? What publications have they been able to come out? So somebody can be around for 10, 15 years without writing something. And then somebody who is able to produce, right? How do we navigate around this sense? That is not, they say promotion is not simply based on the years of service, but it's based on the productivity of that, right? So what constitutes, who constitutes this academic workload? Who does what? Careers, promotions. High enrollment and rising cost of university education is something also, the competing demands and requirements between residential and non-residential clientele, right? The resource mining, we should talk about the resource mining, the brain drain, the resource mining from Africa and global south to the north, increasing recruitment of African students, researchers, scholars to institutions in the global north. It's also something to raise in that context. Right? Also, the extent to which African universities have been utilized as markets for educational models, reforms, and development, whether it's the NGOs, the World Bank, the IMF, educational policy. So we try out our new policies there even before they're implemented in other areas. Right? It's increasingly a private investment, requiring lenders to take on debt. We know it in terms of student loans and debt, which have become gatekeepers to education context. Right? Then also the regional sectoral disparities in higher education have been utilized as markets for educational models, emerging public universities. Then regulating private universities. This is a big issue, regulating private universities because of the mushrooming of these private universities. Every now and then somebody is forming a new university, right? And so regulating this mushrooming of private universities, some with challenging accreditation processes and standards, also bringing clarity on their relationship to accredited universities. It's one thing to say University A is accredited to Legon, right? But what are the process of accreditation, right? That will ensure that, yes, they carry the name of Legon and meet the challenges of what Legon is set up to do and acquire. Also University of Development Studies, also University of Education, Winneba, also University of Cape Coast, right? In that, right? And for that, sometimes some of these mushrooming private universities, right, have to address issues of poor staffing and teaching. And the impact that this has on the quality of education in general, the international and non-recognition of student certificates, right? I mean, as administrative chair, right, having been a chair of my department, sometimes we have to fight when a student bring a transcript to us, and then we say, oh, we never heard of this university, right? And therefore they are speaking to is that there's this mushrooming. So there's a recognition of certain universities, but not others, right, in that regard. Okay. So conceptualizing new educational features or futurities for Ghana and Africa, right? There are certain ideas, briefly, I want to work in this last segment. One is the idea of inclusion, right? Which is to understand inclusion as breaking away from the past and carrying order and to begin anew. It's like the Fanonian sense of the tabula rasa, right? A clean slate, a clean slate. Also, inclusion has to address the centrality of every learner being able to engage learning with their identities, their lived experiences, and seeing education as a holistic learning. Right? Addressing power, transparency, accountability, and shifts, which emphasizes moving away from mere inclusion of learners with disabilities. You know, inclusion sometimes is read as, oh, we need to find spaces for learners with quotes, physical or special needs. Right? Inclusion is more than that. Inclusion is about power. That's what it is about, addressing power issues. It goes beyond disability to questions of class, gender, and so forth, right? To address that. So basically, you are transforming the entire culture of the school system through analysis of social difference and power. That's what inclusion should be, right? Then the question of Africanization, which should be seen as an approach, but also a process. It's not an event. Africanization is not just one short duration, right? That makes sense for understanding Africanness in terms of a relation to our history, our context, our identities, and our politics, right? Placing African experience at the center of analysis. Placing that African experience. Okay, the noise is not from me.
I'm just gonna use the bathroom.
Okay, we can hear you from your mic. Sorry.
Please put everyone on mute.
Lucky?
Okay, so placing African experience at the center of analysis in PRISM to understand global events, including the interrogation of colonial narratives, right? I think placing Africa is where we begin to ask questions centering Africa, right? Teaching African history as a totality of African people's, right? Not simply as events. And that's, it's a totality of a people's lived experience. And to teach this as part of our Africanization project. Then indigenization, right? Which will be an approach to teaching and learning education as about understanding land and ethnic teachings. I think in all communities, land is very, very sacred. Land is also very, very key. Land is central to everyday survival, right? And what are the teachings that people bring to the land? What are the teachings that connect questions of the psychic, the emotional, but also connect the physical with the metaphysical, right? For example, what are the teachings when we talk about land? We are talking about forests. We are talking about trees, right? What are the teachings with that? Because they become a site of knowing. They become literacies and ontologies, right? That people bring to the way they understand their environment, they understand their relationship with each other and teaching that, right? Indigenization also is a process, an approach to returning to the source, as Amilcar Cabral talks about, which is go back and fetch the forgotten value. Go back and fetch. It's not simply reclaiming everything, but there are certain things which are very, very important, right? That we can learn from, right? Fanon talks about the past, right? That we cannot allow the past to imprison us. But there are lessons of the past that we can bring to the present and the future to inform us, because the past is a part of the present and part of the future. Teaching histories of resistance. African history is about resistance. It's about survival and the possibilities of new features unfolding, right? The possibilities of new features unfolding. In other words, indigenization brings to focus this clear point that many scholars have made, which is that Europe is not the advent of human history. Europe is not the advent of colonialism is not our only story, nor our only reference point. And also colonialism is more than a historical narrative. And bringing that into part of the process of indigenization. That, for example, when we talk of indigenization, it means going back to African indigeneity before Europe, African indigenous knowledges, right? Sometimes what happens is that sometimes we are our own West enemies, in the sense that I've seen when I speak on African indigeneity, some of the harshest critics come from African scholars themselves. because we have been so Eurocentric knowledge that we begin to read the world from the dominant eyes. And I see it even where I'm located in Toronto here, right? When we were advocating for an African-centered schools for our kids, a lot of parents who are visiting the home say, oh, Nana, we saw you on TV advocating for that school, right? But what would mainstream society think of the school? And we were talking about what would white people think of the school. And I'm saying the good question to ask is, what would the school do for our kids? That's a relevant question to ask. So Nana asked me, what is the school going to do for our kids? Don't tell me how would mainstream society think of the school, as if that is the most important thing you are worried about. This Dubois sense of that double consciousness is something we are living through. We are magnetized by it. We are magnetized by the dominant and whiteness, and we begin to frame our lenses through that, right? And it's very, very important to talk about indigenization, which is a form of writing back to the imperial and colonial narrative that the world did not begin with Europe. Europe is not the advent of human history. Colonialism is not our only story, because we're still having to live with this. You know, you go to Zimbabwe and there's, say, a waterfall, and you ask what's the name of the water, they say Victoria Waterfalls. And they say, why is it called Victoria? It's, oh, a white man discovered it and he called it Victoria. That person, the one who took the white man to school there, somebody had to take him there, right? And this is why all over the place, people are talking about, we can't name institutions, we can't name architectures after our colonial exploiters, that we have to indigenize. Indigenize meaning taking our names, right? Taking our names, reclaiming our indigeneity. And that means that we begin to ask some very hard, tough questions about ourselves and our relationship to the global. Then, and how we come to understand coloniality. It is to be seen as a subversive educational approach. It's not an add-on, right? But it requires action to dismantle and build. If we want to decolonize our educational system, we have to rebuild, dismantle, and rebuild, right? Decolonization is primarily, but it's not exclusively about the land, but it's about building relationships in schooling, local communities, and beyond, as my colleague, Chuck and Dan talked about, and also Patrick Wolf, right? So the power of decolonization. Decolonizing to me is about rebuilding. It's not just simply about the curriculum. It's about the culture of schooling, and to decolonize every aspect, the climate, the culture, the environment, the social organizational life, alongside questions of curriculum, pedagogy, and instruction in that regard. So developing a critical consciousness of oneself as an educator or as a learner, a practitioner, as what Thiengo Long talked about. Also parting with some of the colonial vestiges, breaking away from hierarchical relations and practice of schooling, dismantling of colonial structures. And Bolivia Santi puts it best when it says, in decolonizing African education, it's not just de-Westernizing, but rather a total reassertion of Africa at the center of knowledge discovery, interrogation, validation, and dissemination. And that's what it ought to be in that regard. So in closing, right, I believe that we need to search for this new educational futurities, and because it's connected to development futurity for Ghana, and it's imperative that we do this. We must also begin to reframe an inclusive decolonial African and global futures, and ask ourselves, what is the nature of work that is required to get us to this place? To integrate our own education investments and inheritances, our own colonial education investments and inheritances, and to build and sustain communities. This sustaining communities is very, very important. How do we build and sustain our communities? And I see the initiative that this fundraising is about. It's about building and sustaining communities, providing support, encouragement, and mentorship for our young mentors or learners in this regard. We need to address this race to internationalization, as others have talked about, where local needs and aspirations, because of this race to internationalization, they have come last rather than coming first, right? So questions of context and relevance. I think there are responsibilities on everyone. Those of us in the diaspora, working alongside our African brothers and sisters, and meeting our responsibilities and obligations. finding an effective role for Ghanaian and African elders, cultures, and languages. And you see the school, and I see the school in a broader sense. That includes the schools, the colleges, the technical institutes, the universities, as both sites of refuge and also sites of liberation, where what we nurture is that we nurture academic warriors. I use this word, academic, to nurture an academic warrior, right? And what is this academic warrior? An academic warrior who is going to ask the question, what is education for? And what schools do we want and are willing to fight for? What is education for? What schools do we want and are willing to fight for? And I think in this process, or in this responsibility and in this task, we begin with a search for a new grammar for African futurity. This is a grammar that people like Kampf and Siskranquin talk about. It's a grammar that fuses the past, the present, and the future. So we reclaim the past for its lessons, we reflect on the present, and we project onto the future with a sense of hope and possibilities. And specifically, I call it the possibility of another possible. The possibility of another possible. You know, sometimes we present colonization as if there was no choice. Colonization was intentional. So we have to ask the question, what might have been if colonialism had not happened? Africa would not have been stuck in a place. Africa would also have moved forward. So we need to ask the question, what might have been, in order to think of possibilities of another possible. And that's very, very important in the way we engage these conversations. So thank you, Asante Sana.
Thank you, Dr. Day. Sorry, I just want to give a small round of applause. That was such a different thing. Like you know, I did a master's in global health, and we talked about education as a tool to improve, outcomes, not only in health, but just in general well-being. But just looking at education, changing the grammar, changing the culture, right, as a form of resistance, as a form of empowerment, right? We hear about it, right? How education is powerful, but we never really view it in this lens, right? And oftentimes you're right, decolonization is not just de-Westernizing. It goes so much more than that, right? We have a lot of internalized ideas to deconstruct within ourselves, right? I'm part of a diaspora too. I come from a community and a people who lack these same kinds of resources, right? And it's always something that's in the back of my mind, right? Because the repercussions of barriers to these kinds of things are intergenerational, right? Even when a diaspora, leaves the country that they all came from, right? You're still going to have those intergenerational barriers that carry forward. And so, I think that because so many of us understand the universality of this experience, right? I think that's what drives me to be so motivated to seeing this vocational training center, come to fruition in Doryumu, right? This idea that, yes, it's in one community in one place, but that's how it starts, right? Whenever you do what they call an intervention, right? Whenever you have a project, you do start in one place. You don't plan one type of project for 10 different places, right? And so you start in one place, you learn from it, you see if it works, and then if possible and it works, you share that knowledge with another community because maybe they can readapt it for themselves and make it relevant to themselves. And so thank you for that. I just sorry that caused a lot of reflections, and I wanted to ask the audience, whether it's in our YouTube or our panelists, if there's something they wanted to ask. I know that we have a few questions in the YouTube comments. I guess I can ask one from there, and then we'll kind of switch back and forth between the panelists and the YouTube. So the first one is actually from me, just because I heard you speak about this and I was curious. Could you elaborate on what you mean by techno-fix approaches to education under the neoliberal education agenda? What's an example of that?
Yeah, to me, when I talk about techno-fix, right, rather than developing a human-centered approach, right, to educational challenges, we think technology will solve everything, right? We think technology will solve everything. So, well, we need this, and well, let's see if there's a modern technology that will come and deal with it. And sometimes what happens is that that technology itself creates more problems for human relations, right? So what I'm really talking about is sometimes asking people about what the challenges are and what should be done. And sometimes it may not even require, right, that techno approach. It may require a human-centered approach to that. So moving away from that, right, that yes, there's a place for technology, but also recognize that technology may have its limitations and may even bring its own challenges in that context. Right?
Perfect, thank you. Zaki, I see you had a question. Did you want to ask it verbally?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 No, good questions, and they are connected, right? I think to me, it's about asking what local peoples want and find out what they think should be done about the problem. I think it's very, very important, right? Finding out from, because they also have some ideas as to what needs to be done. It's not like they are just always waiting for somebody else to come and listen. They have their own ideas. If only they will be allowed to have their ideas brought to the table, right? One of the things I talk about African development is that, I remember growing up, my mom would tell me, the river flows from upstream, downstream. Someone goes upstream to mess up the river and then runs downstream to ask who did that, right? What hypocrisy, when you know exactly that you did that upstream and we're asking now downstream who caused that, right? I think this idea of allowing people, right, to articulate their own problems and the challenges and what they see as the solutions and working from that, right? The problem of neoliberalism is that imposed. Sometimes it's presented as the only right way of doing things, right? You see it in the World Bank and social adjustment policies. When social adjustment was imposed, right, it was imposed as if this is the only way of doing this, and that if you don't, there's a cost and consequences to that, right? When actually the agenda was serving other interests, more so than it was serving local people's interests, right? So I think to me, right, you have to ask questions about what the impact of neoliberalism on local communities. We have to ask this question, the impact that is having on not only that is for local creativity and resourcefulness, but that imposed aspect to it, right? That imposed aspect to it doesn't allow people to articulate their sense of new futurities and the futurities they want. In my development work and in my teaching development classes to my doctoral students at the University of Toronto, right? I asked them to think about why is that development is conceptualized in terms of what people lack or what they're expected to become. That's a huge problem. So they don't have a first-class road. They don't have a skyscraper, hospital. Doesn't mean they're underdeveloped, right? We cannot, right? Along the, was it who? I'm forgetting the name of that African. I think it was in here when Africa must run while others walk, right? So we are always doing this catch-up, right? We're doing this catch-up. But can we go according to our own pace? Can we do according to our own pace? I think it's very, very important, right? We do according to our own pace and that. So to answer your question, I think asking people to articulate what they see as the challenges facing them and what needs to be done. It doesn't mean there's no room for partnership, there's no room for assistance and that. But under whose terms are questions that have to be broached? Under whose terms these interventions are being made, right? Because people have to own it. And people will not own it if they see it as being imposed, if they don't have a hand in the creation of whatever intentions that you have, right? So these ideas which have been imposed, right, are actually causing a havoc because people don't develop a sense of ownership, right? It delegitimizes their own agencies and knowing, right? It makes them more dependent. And these things need to be subverted.
Thank you, Dr. J. Zaki, did you have any final thoughts or? Yeah.
Perfect. I make the comment that what you had talked about was very enlightening, and I think also the issue that I'm kind of trying to wrap my head around is kind of relating back to the idea that also what Zaki had said, creating more sustainable ways of a community, but also in a country. But also, as you know, we see that there is this gap where we see this discrepancy of the lower class and the upper class constantly fighting against the gradient.
Yeah.
This idea that I'm trying to allude to is how do we overcome that cycle of ongoing issue when there's forces at play that are hindering that? So how can we be at a more individualistic level kind of fix that?
Yeah, I think education has a big role to play, right? Education, right? When people talk about decolonization, the question of the mind is very, very important, right? How people are able to decolonize their mind, right? And so we mark the Afro-feminists talk about unchaining minds, right? It's very, very important that we unchain our mind, because what has happened is that the school system has put us in that mind, right? So that's why we see, for example, somebody comes from a middle class and they think they are better than the person from the lower class. Those divisions, right? In that. But if we believe that we are part of a community, right, then we are connected. We are very, very, we are a network, right? That look, people talk about the rich. We talk about the rich as if all their wealth is created by them. But you can't have a rich community without having a poor community. And it's the poor community that makes the rich community what it is, right? They didn't get their wealth simply through their own distance. They had to get people to work for them for that to happen, right? So to break this mindset, right? To break this mindset, where, for example, just simply because you have been able to achieve education, you think that education puts you in a different bracket than the one with that, right? To break that distance, right? And it's this so important. And part of the court education comes up to where, for example, now you have somebody who say, well, somebody is a business person and they make money from their work, right? And they'll be more valued than somebody who's a community worker, right? And I think we need to break that mindset, right? We have a conception, look, we have an African conception of the individual. We have an African conception of the individual, just as we have an African conception of the community. But the African conception of the individual is that the individual makes sense insofar as he or she is linked with the community that they are part of, right? That's African conception. But that's another conception of the individual is all about himself or herself. It's that competitive individual as opposed to the cooperative individual, right? It's very, do they become the lead entities or bodies in thinking through some of these problems, right? It becomes very important. I don't want to get in a situation where you say, stay where you are and stay where you are. Sometimes you feel like saying it, but no, I think we are a community, right? We are a community and we should that, right? But people have to own up to their own complicity. Sometimes people get into this work, right? Without even talking about their complicities, right? This is why you have case in say, somebody will say, I'm going to collect tunis, right? To go and save starving babies on the continent. And then you say, sometimes you feel like saying, well, collect the tunis and save those babies in your own communities before you can think of going somewhere to do that, right? This is a question about understanding complicities in that, right? Because at the end of the day, yes, there's relationality. We need to talk about it, but we need to talk about it in a complex way that says that we are both part of the problem and part of the solution, right? That we don't have this sense that, oh, we are simply part of the solution. Let's see ourselves also as part of the problem, because that's the only way we can address the problem. When you don't own up to a problem, how do you hope to solve it? When you don't own up to it, right? And that is very, very important in terms of that. And this is why also in my work, right, I talk about, we are also complicit, right? We are also complicit. Yeah, no, I'm not going to sit here and say, no, we are also complicit. Because I think the example that Lisa was giving us is exactly that, where we have some elites who think, yes, right? They know it all. They want to impose it on their own people, right? Mbembe talks about the post-colony. We look at the post-colony in Africa, right? The number of violences and atrocities that have been perpetuated in the post-colony by what? The colonials who are not white, who are not from outside, they are within, right? And we need to talk about that. We need to talk about that in that sense, right? And that. So to me, my sense is that it's about how do you assign, right, responsibilities? How do we see ourselves as part of the problem and not just part of the solution, right? Because sometimes people go into this work, right, and they reproduce the very privileges that they are trying to dismantle, right? Remember, you know very well that until quite recently, race was not part of the development discourse. Racial identity of the development worker was not part of the development discourse, right? But the racial identity is about privilege for some. It's about privilege. They go to do this work and they reproduce the very, very privileges in these places that they are doing this work, right? So we need to put that to the table, right? And we need to ask tough questions. Decolonization begins by asking new questions, asking questions that make us all complicit. And while it makes us all complicit, we also recognize that while power is diffuse, we all have power and agency. There's also the power of the colonial dominant that needs to be recognized, right? The power of the colonial dominant. You know, I want to bring it to my own work in anti-racism, right? And there's a scholar in the US, Michelle Fan, who I like. She's a white, feminist, anti-racist scholar, right? She talks about, she goes into the courts, and because she's white and she's anti-racist, she may talk about issues of race and racism. And she notices that the judges listen to every word that she's saying, right? But then if someone like me was to speak to the same judges, they'll be nodding their heads, rolling their eyes, or what else do you expect? He's a black man or a black body. He's going to talk about race. But you know, Mr. Fry is talking about it, but they listen to it. So rather than just simply say, okay, they are going to hear me because of who I am, she will privatize it at the beginning. Why is it that when I speak on these same things, you listen? But when George is here saying these very things, you roll your eyes. You need to implicate them in that. But when you don't do that and you continue to do it, or because they're going to listen to you, continue to do it, you are part of the problem. You're part of the problem.
Thank you, Dr. Day, for that insightful response. Na, did you have a question you wanted to raise? I saw your hand.
Yes, I do. I just want to say a very big thank you to Doc, my father's name, George. And I want to say you've used less than an hour to talk about a whole year's problems we have in Africa. Oh, yeah. When you were speaking, I was just nodding because it is very, very true to Ghana. And I just want to say something. Doc, do you see this thing? It's like in Africa or in Ghana, we copy blindly. We learn things that just pop up. And then in a process of learning it, we now realize that what we learned wasn't the best. We now want to go back to what we are learning, even in the universities. Quote unquote, they finish, they complete university, get their degrees, now come back from unemployed, graduate unemployed associations in Ghana. They go for meetings, pay dues. How do they get the money to pay dues? we don't have the entrepreneurship skills through the JHS universities. So by the time they come out, they have nothing to fall on. For one example, I used to say, you are a chief. So let's talk about something like depot and using, excuse me to say, you're a guy, but this sanitary pad thing, you know, those days, what we used to use. Quickly, sanitary pad came into the system, and now we are now trying to go back to what we used to use. So what are the universities doing? What are we doing to let us understand that we are Africans? As you rightly said, the universities, we don't have an African university. We have universities in Africa. So it means we're just copying what the whites are doing, which is not good for us.
The Ghanaian philosopher Kwesi Pratt, right, asked a question a long time ago, right, in the presentation he made in South Africa, when he says, the idea that you have an institute for African studies, right, you have an institute for African studies at a university in Africa raises a big problem. If you should have an African studies at a university in Africa, you have to ask the question, what are the other disciplines doing? What are the other disciplines doing? In other words, it should be infused throughout, right? And this is the whole thing I'm just talking about. To what extent do we take African indigeneity as a starting point of scholarship, right? Because what has happened is that we have been made to disregard that. And nobody is saying that, look, just go back and reclaim for the sake of reclaiming. You claim that which has relevance, which has educating purpose. So the example that you just gave, right? You talk about now we are going back, right? That is because we were made to think that this one was the best, right? Now people have seen the challenges that it has brought. So we need to rather go back and reclaim and see how we can improve that, how we can make sure that that addresses some of the current challenges of the time, right? We just simply disregarded it, right? And that is because of this split between modernity and tradition, right? That split between tradition and modernity has been a part of the problem. It's been a colonial binary that needs to be subverted. And subverting that split is to begin to talk about indigenous modernity. Indigenous modernity that says that the tradition is not fixed, it's not static, it's not boxed in place. That itself, right, can be reworked, it can be done to meet the needs of the current situation. And that is indigenous modernity, right? It's not simply Western modernity, it is indigenous modernity. And how we talk that. So your example that you were giving with the universities, right? It speaks about this challenge about what is the role and purpose of our universities? To what extent are universities creating the environment, right? For us to use our own knowledges, our own ideas, our own science and technology to address the challenges of our times, right? That becomes very, very important. And you know, we talk about science, but how do we talk about indigenous science? Right? How did we talk about indigenous science?
So to follow up, Dot, you see, when they are about completing university, we give them project works. When I used to work in one organization, they come there, they want to know what is happening at the ground because they want to write their notes. And we give them practical examples to put into their documents after researching the complete school. And then that research, I used to feel that all those researches, when you complete school, it should become a project for you to be doing. But they just pack them. I don't know what happens to them. Then we come back and say we are unemployed. So what do you think about our educational system, the curriculum we have?
This is the thing about what I was saying about the curriculum, right? We need to address the question of the relevance of the curriculum, right? We need to address the question of the relevance of the curriculum. What materials do the curriculum work with, right? How do people develop a sense of ownership with the curriculum? If the curriculum uses local knowledge as a starting point, people develop a sense of ownership to it, right? But if the curriculum is informed by particular prisms which are foreign or alien, right? You don't need a rocket scientist to tell you why people don't develop that ownership to it, right? So to me, the curriculum, right, our African curriculum needs to be rethought, right? It doesn't mean that you do away with Western science. No. I think it has a place, but I think how do you create the space for other knowledges to coexist within the curriculum is what I'm talking about. And I recognize that part of the problem sometimes is that how do you create a space for that, all those knowledges to coexist when there's a dominant center that insists on having all the space onto itself, right? So I see that problem. But this is why we have to, and that's why I was getting at the notion that sometimes we become our own worst enemies, right? because rather than looking at what our knowledge systems offer, we become very, very dismissive, right? Become very, very dismissive of them, right? So there's no interrogation in that. We dismiss them by saying, well, those are superstition, they are myths, they are rituals, and that, right? And I think we need to have a way to interrogate our knowledge systems to work with the educative value of this knowledge basis, right? That's the only way we address the questions of the curriculum and its relevance, right? The question of curriculum must be relevant. The curriculum must be sophisticated. When we talk about curriculum sophistication, we're talking about curriculum that works with a diverse body of knowledge. That's what curriculum sophistication is about. It works with a diverse body of knowledge. That's what curriculum sophistication is all about.
Thank you so much. I've learned a lot, and I don't know. Please, you can continue.
There was a comment in the chat about the. I'll send Zaki the PowerPoint so people can have it. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. J. I know many people would love to review that. Okay, so just to be mindful of the time, it is 10:11, and we did want to wrap up around 10. So I know I'm not alone when I say I could honestly sit here like all day and all night and just like listen to you speak about this and to hear everyone's thoughts, just because I feel like it's something we're all so passionate about, right? Something that's kind of been lingering inside. And so, but unfortunately, the live stream has come to an end and we have to wrap up. So I just wanted to thank you again for your insight and the amazing research you do, Dr. Day. It's so important, right, to have these minds like you who are so passionate about centering like Indigenous ways of knowing and, you know, what decolonization looks like and what's, you know, how can we move forward? And you do this with such a note of hope, right? And that hope is really important. I think
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's sometimes I feel like, you know, we hear so much about things that kind of go wrong that we sometimes lose hope. And I love that you are reminding us of it. So I wanted to thank you again for your time. I know we went a little bit over what we promised you'd be here, but I just wanted to give you a little round of applause because I know we're all very appreciative.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Please have a good night.
Yeah.
We will
You
keep you
too.
updated about, for
Sure.
example, like the project and, you know, what happened with the fundraiser once we close the link. We're leaving the link open for a few more days.
Okay. Thanks.
Have a
Bye.
good Dr. Day. Bye.
He's so wonderful.
Yes.
That was like the most amazing talk I have heard.
And he does it so effortlessly. Like it's like second nature to him.
I think it's the passion. When someone is so passionate about something, it really elevates what they're teaching. I think that's important. I think that's something we all have to keep in mind, right? When we're talking about our projects, like that passion,
but
right, kind of has to shine through.
Being here like today, like it kind of just put more things into perspective. And I think like that's something like every day you learn something new. And I feel like I learned something new because of him today.
Yeah, no, I really did like all these things he was talking about. I was like, yeah, like bits and pieces. Yes, I've thought about it, maybe you've heard about it, but bringing it together was great. But alas, I should probably wrap up. It is getting late. Ladies and gentlemen, from 2 p.m. today to now, us panelists have been here from all of our amazing collaborating organizations in order to raise money towards building a vocational training center in Duryumu. And as a reminder, this is this, you know, rural, super underserved area in the Shai Osudoku district of Ghana, you know, who they have these incredible strengths and hopes and, right, and this is something they've really been asking for a long time. And, you know, this has been a long time wish for the community, just so that they can empower the futures of, you know, especially the women and youth, but not only them, who might face many barriers to employment or education simply due to things like their location, socioeconomic context, things that we don't think about, but are so often out of our hands and control and usually are. Right. And honestly, any little bit counts to helping us reach this goal. And for this reason, we will be leaving the donation link open just for the next few days in case anyone was able to donate today. We will be keeping all of you amazing supporters updated on the amount we raise, as well as the progress of this project, because transparency is super important to us. And it's important for accountability in general. So we'll be doing this on our website and our social media. So please give us a follow and actually subscribe to our newsletter when you have the chance. When you go on our website, there should be a prompt as soon as you go on the homepage. It asks if you wish to. So yeah, I just wanted to thank everyone for tuning in, and thanking our amazing collaborators who have supported us in this super important endeavor. We're so grateful to have worked with you these past few weeks as we prepared for this event. Collaborators or panelists, do you have any words you wish to share as we wrap up for the night?
One thing I would like to share is just thank you for everyone who's contributed their time to this important cause. And I know that it'll have a great impact in other people's lives. And I think that this is the first step, and the first step of many steps to a positive change. So thank you.
Thank you, Eliza. Anyone else?
Again, I just wanted to echo what you said, Marwa, and take a moment to recognize just sort of the level of work and planning that came from the partnerships team on YSYF Canada in coordinating this. So I want to recognize Marwa, Zaki, Oyiza, Shazal. We also had other people who were on the extended team like Ian and Angie and Maram, who played a role. And your efforts really did go a long way. I think it's helped us to build a lot of really important networks. And I think it really is just inspiring for me to come to this webinar and to actually meet so many students that I don't even know personally and are engaged in the work that we're doing, or have heard about it and want to support. So, 3 years ago when sort of we had this idea, and Na and I were just sitting in an office and talking about it, I could not have imagined at that point that we would have been where we are today. And it really is something that I'm grateful for, and thank you. I'm honestly just touched by the level of support that our work has been receiving. And again, can we give a round of applause to the planning team and all of the collaborators who were involved in making this a success. And I just quickly checked our GoFundMe, and we have actually raised $560. So we've actually surpassed 2 goals. So it's excellent work.
Oh, that's amazing to hear. So you guys, every little bit that you donate counts. It really does make a big difference. You might think of it as this big number, but for us, that's a roof, that's flooring, that's an entire room. That's it's these little things that are so important that we need to just get done. So thank you to everyone. Well, if no one else has any words, just on behalf of the Yayra-Si Youth Foundation and our collaborators here today, I wanted to thank everybody and to wish them all a good night.
I think Oyiza wants to say,
oh,
yeah.
I wanted to say, Nana, your baby boy is so cute. I saw him and I was like, oh my god. It's so adorable. Hi.
Hi.
Hello. Oh.
He was
really fun.
Thank you.
Yes,
really
please,
briefly.
Zaki.
So I think, my gratitude is with all the people who came out to support and worked really hard on the team to put this thing together. Shazal, Oyiza, Marwa for the support. Obviously, Mara, Andrea, Ian have also been helping out, and then also the broader YSYF team, Soliha, obviously, and Bunmi and everyone else who has put the work in to make this thing happen. And to our collaborators who are here, most of you are not here with us right now, but hopefully you'll get to see this message. Is that thank you guys so much for coming out and making this event a success and helping us to raise some money that is going towards a very, very important cause, which is building that vocational training center. I think this takes a big chunk out of that out of the money that they need to build that center, and we'll leave the link up for a little while to make sure that we are actually collecting as much as we can over the next couple of days. Hopefully, this particular event serves as a launchpad for having deeper connections inside the the diaspora community inside Toronto and people in Ghana. I think that this is the first time we've tried something that's like this large in terms of its like collaboration and reaching out to so many people. Hopefully these connections lead to more sustainable, more effective work in the future as YSYF inevitably grows and becomes bigger and better. So yeah, thank you everybody for coming out tonight, and we'll wrap up.
So I think Zaki is probably going to end the live stream now. So good night again, everyone. And I hope you all have a good night and you get plenty of rest that is much well deserved.
Thanks.
Caffeine is a great substitute for sleep for those who don't have time.
Thank you, everyone.
I
Take
use
care.
sheer will.